Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on the Surrey live stream for this Metro Bank 50 over cup game between Surrey Women and the Durham Women. Surrey coming off the back of 2 straight wins in the competition, including a good performance here against Yorkshire on Wednesday. Durham played 2, lost 1, won 1, and coming off the back of their first win in the competition. As you can see, it is the most glorious day down here in South London. Sun is shining, bit of cloud, but perfect conditions for 50 over cricket. And we are on the same pitch that we were on Wednesday. So we are over towards the Archbishop Tennyson School side of the ground. So a long boundary for right-handers through the offside and a shorter boundary through the leg side. The first bit of news from the middle is that Durham won the toss and decide to bat first. So it's Durham batting first, looking to set a target for Surrey, same as we had on Wednesday against Yorkshire. And Emma Marlowe is out there in the middle with Talia Wilson. And Maitland Brown has the ball in her hands to get us started from this Vauxhall end. There is a slip in there. We'll run through the two sides for you during this first over. Maitland Brown giving Surrey a cutting edge up top so far in the first 2 games. Genuine pace from Maitland Brown. So first ball of the game brought to you by Stadium Support Services. And it just hits the pads of Marlowe, rolls away into the offside, and there is no run. Delighted to say that with us all day, and she couldn't be with us on Wednesday, but she's here today. Former Surrey player and batter Kirstie White, and good morning to you, Kirstie. What a lovely day, number one.
Oh, what a lovely day to sit inside in a commentary box.
Oh, it's absolutely glorious. As Brown is in, and this is tucked into the leg side by Marlowe. But from a Surrey perspective, as I say, played 2-1-2. And it was an interesting game on Wednesday. I know you were tuned in. There was a moment there where we thought, ooh, Surrey have made this interesting with the bat. But actually it's been a perfect start to this 50 over campaign from them. That's fuller in length, and it'll be the first runs of the day as Marlowe drives off a thickish edge, runs down to deep third. Up comes Danny Gregory to do the fielding. So from a Surrey perspective, 2 changes. Delighted to say that Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Alice Capsey are available. They aren't playing a practice game against each other up at Loughborough today.
They must have been listening to your feedback.
No, I doubt it. But very good to see Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Alice Capsey in the Surrey 11. First ball for Wilson, and Wilson's on the back foot, pushing this one out into the offside. Paige Schofield comes round to do the fielding, who played a quite brilliant innings on Wednesday. Of course, 89 off 42 deliveries. It was wonderful to watch. It really was. But that's Surrey side for you, and then I'll run through the Durham side as well in a moment. But Surrey go into this game, as I say, with 2 changes, because they do have Capsey and Wyatt-Hodge available today. Wilson yet to get off the mark. A fuller length delivery, just pushes this one back up the pitch. So that Surrey batting line, and I think this will be probably the batting order, is Paige Schofield, Alice Monaghan, Alice Capsey at 3, Alice Davidson-Richards, Kira Chatley, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, Jemima Spence, Maitland Brown, Kalia Moore, Danny Gregory, and Tilly Courty in Colbert. So that is the Surrey 11 for this game. There's again good length delivery.
Yeah, Alice Monaghan was carded to, to open the batting on Wednesday, but was feeling a little bit unwell, so slight change there. So gets the opportunity today in the sunshine in SC11.
Nice first over from Brown. I said that she definitely gives this attack a cutting edge, doesn't she, Maitland Brown?
Yes, yeah.
What impressed me on Wednesday was up top, and then coming back in the middle overs as well, and then with the three spinners, one of whom we're going to see opening from the pavilion end, who combined perfectly on Wednesday, and Tilly Courtine-Coleman, Kalia Moore, and Danny Gregory. It's a very balanced attack, isn't it, for Surrey?
It is, but bearing in mind Surrey have are lacking in the seam department, obviously, with Tash Farrant retiring, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay not being available at the moment, and Phoebe Franklin. So Maitland Brown coming in and slotting into the side the way that she has, hitting the ground running and with real consistency is exactly what Surrey need to balance out that seam attack. Takes the pressure off those middle overs slightly as well, and to have a spinner that can open in those first 10 with the fielding restrictions, it really gives you a good luxury outside of the power play.
So Courtine-Coleman with her first ball of the day, and Wilson just pushing that one out into the offside. Wilson coming off the back of 152 when Durham beat Essex earlier in the week. So in form is Wilson. Marlowe 53 in that game as well. Marlowe is forward, looking to work this one from Courtine-Coleman into the leg side, hits the pad, potters away. The other thing is the changes of pace from Tilly Courtine-Coleman. I was saying on Wednesday, Kirstie, she's got the most perfect left-arm spinner's action as well. Around the wicket she comes again. That's nicely bowled, just hits the pads. They'll take the single. This will be signalled leg by, I think. No, Marlowe, a bit of bat on that. So Marlowe moves on to 2. Wilson coming on to strike for the first time in this over from Tilly Courtine-Coleman. But it's been a meteoric rise, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I think as well, I mean, she's 18, so she's had some really good and strong mentorship, but her thought process, and you can see every delivery's planned.
Forward comes Wilson, plays her straight back up the pitch.
She'll have done her homework on every batter, know exactly where she's putting every delivery. She's making adjustments to her field now, just moving Danny Wyatt-Hodge out in deep square leg, just to come a little bit squarer.
Wilson on the back foot this time.
I think the advantage she has over a lot of other left-arm spinners in this setup is her height, and that really can make it very difficult. So spin and bounce is...
Well, you think of all the great left-arm spinners in the game. As a single here will get Wilson off the mark as Wyatt-Hodge comes up to do the fielding. But the great left-arm spinners in the game at the end of the over, it's a tidy start from Surrey. They're all tall and they're all thin. And I always compare I always think of left-arm spinners as a bit like the Artful Dodger coming to pick your pocket. And Tilly
I was thinking of the band Artful Dodger.
Yes,
yeah, that
of course. Yes.
Your reference makes more sense than mine.
Coming to pick your pocket. And Tilly Courtine-Coleman has all the talent in the world. And the impression I get at 18 is her cricket brain isn't that of an 18-year-old. There's quick single taken. And one more for Wilson at the start of this, the third over. So the Durham side for you. Marlowe and Wilson are out there at the moment. Then Holly Armitage, the skipper. Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor, Bess Heath, Catherine Fraser, Grace Thompson, Sophia Turner, Lauren Filer, and Katie Levick. That is the Durham change. Filer comes into the side. That's the one change from their game against Essex as Marlowe gets a back of a length delivery. Beautiful timing. Oh, that is a lovely shot. Just straightened up a touch there. Did Brown, and Marlowe's waited on the back foot and nothing more than a roll of the wrists.
Yeah, just timing and a clip off the pads. That's really good signs early on. If you can get one of those away, opening the batting, your head has to be really still. Balance has to be absolutely perfect. So I think Marlowe will be really happy that that's come away and raced to the square leg boundary for 4.
Well, it's always a quick outfield here, but with the sun out as well. Nice response from Brown. Goes a bit fuller in length. And driven by Marlowe into the covers. Schofield does the fielding. But at the moment, I think people will come in as the day goes on. It's Saturday, so I think that the crowd will build up as the day goes on, but there are spectators dotted all around the ground at the moment. JM Finn stand is popular because you're in the sun there. Round shorter ball, this is straight up in the air and gone. No, dropped. Oh no. No. And I think Alice Davison-Richards thought Brown was going for that. I think Brown thought Davison-Richards was going for that. And they sort of ended up looking at each other, and then, well, what you have to say is a fairly straightforward chance has gone down. Oh no, it's bounced in between them actually. I thought Davison-Richards got something on that, but actually it's bounced in between the two of them, and they were definitely thinking the other one was going to go for it and pushed away into the offside. So even though Davison-Richards doesn't get a hand on it, I think you have to say that's a chance.
Yeah, for me that's ADR's catch. She's running towards it, she's seen it, she's not had to turn. So I think ADR will probably be kicking herself. There's been no communication there over whose it is. First rule of catching.
Put your name on it. Driving straight back down the pitch is Marlowe. Brown does the fielding off her own bowling. So a chance to get rid of Marlowe early. Not take it. It's horrible when that happens though. Yours, mine, yours. You end up looking at each other and it lands in between the two of you. Look at that for a view though today. The skyline of London there over the back of the JM Finn stand. Perfect cricketing weather this today. It's rather nice to see the sun out. It hasn't been around much for the last couple of weeks.
No, it's not, but your tan would suggest it has, Churchy.
Well,
I know exactly where you'd be sat.
Yeah, if it comes out, you have to make the most of it. As this is pushed, first ball of Courtine Coleman's over, straight back up the pitch by Wilson. So, good tight start by Surrey. Durham really should be one down. Durham, if you're just joining in us, winning the toss and deciding to bat first, as this is chipped down the ground by Wilson. And away for 4. Really kept Capsey interested there. And got enough on it to get it up and over the top of mid-on.
Yeah, that's good aggression from Wilson. You have to be assertive when playing Courtine Coleman, otherwise she will just keep you playing from the crease. Nice
use of the feet. She goes shorter of length because of the previous ball, and that enables Wilson to lay back and cut out towards Danny Gregory for a single.
Yeah, she certainly poses a threat. I spoke about the turn and bounce, so if you allow her to bowl at you, you're going to get stuck on the crease.
Onto the back foot this time goes Marlowe. There's that bounce you're talking about. Marlowe's laid back to cut there, and it's just bounced on her.
Yeah, I've seen her play that shot twice now, and she seems to just be falling away each time. It's something to be watchful of. If I was Surrey, I'd be thinking about putting a slip in there.
Because she heads towards square leg. Now she's straight down the ground here. This should be out. Capsey goes back, takes the catch. So, Marlowe had that life where the ball landed in between Davison, Richards and Brown. That one straight up in the air. It's Tilly Courtine Coleman again. Good catch from Capsey running back. And Surrey do have their first wicket. Marlowe gone for 6. And Durham 13 for 1 in the 4th.
Yeah, I think Marlowe's going to be disappointed with that, especially off the back of her last innings. I want to see the replay of that delivery again. I think Courtine Coleman may have just taken a little bit of pace off of that, which means Marlowe's not been able to get quite to the bounce. Got caught underneath it, not been able to loft it over Alice Capsey to find the boundary. Something Courtine Coleman's more than capable of. This is why she bowls in the first 10 overs. She's dangerous, taking scalps and taking wickets early on. So it's a really solid start. Sigh of relief for Alice Davidson-Richards and Maitland Brown for that slight calamity the over before. And a reset for Surrey.
Yep, and Holly Armitage is making her way out to the middle. But Courtine Coleman again. First wicket. Yeah, straight off the toe end of the bat, wasn't it? And Capsey, good catch. Going backwards. Never straightforward those. But good safe catch from Alice Capsey. So Armitage out there in the middle, 81 from her. Actually, I was looking at their stands, actually. 137 for the first wicket against Essex between Wilson and Marlowe, and then 163 between Wilson and Armitage. So that is a big wicket up top for Surrey and Tilly Courtine-Coleman. So first ball for Holly Armitage, and she's driving, doesn't time it, and that just potters out towards short extra cover. But a very tidy over again from Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Wilson and Armitage there get together for a bit of a natter. Do you like the I like the Surrey one-day kit. I do like the Durham one as well.
I've got an issue with the Durham kit.
Oh yeah.
The issue for me is the yellow on the trousers isn't reflected in the playing top.
You see, I quite like
I can't
that.
get on board, Churchill.
No,
I can't.
I know what you mean, but it's sort of very pronounced, isn't it, as yellow? Started the 5th.
That's my only gripe. I love the kit. It's kind of giving Rajasthan Royals.
Yeah, there's a touch of that.
But no, it is nice. Obviously, we have to favour the Surrey kit. Just sleek and chic in black.
I was reminiscing only the other day of when the Surrey men's side one year had fluoro green.
Yes.
Yes. They didn't need the floodlights because they lit up the ground. As this is down the leg side, this bit of pad on that? Yeah, no signal of wide, so they must have just brushed the thigh guard there. And no signal from the umpire. But yes, fluoro green was interesting, really. It was, as I say, you didn't need the floodlights. As soon as the players walked out there, they lit up the ground.
Yeah, that was the MKK kit.
It
wasn't
was.
It?
It didn't last long. As the sun continues to shine. First short one we've had from Maitland Brown. It's down the leg side. Wilson took the hook shot on. Got nothing on it, and wide is the signal. Well, look, I've not only got one of the greats to my left, I now have one of the greats to my right as well. Unfortunately, the great to my right, I'd rather see out there in the middle. But Bryony Smith with us in the commentary box as this one's punched off the back foot. Good looking shot, very well fielded at backward point, because that was timed immaculately by Wilson. Great bit of work there at backward point. Bryony Smith.
Good morning, Mr. Church.
Good morning to you. How much can you explain to us of why you're not out there in the middle? It's lovely to have you here, but as I say, I'd rather be seeing you out there in the middle at the moment.
Yeah, obviously I had sort of some ongoing issues with my knees over the last few years, and decided after the last game to get some injections in them to hopefully now I can crack on with the season.
Good.
As of next Saturday.
Great.
Next Saturday.
Great.
So
Great.
just a bit of a, looking a bit more long term. I'm not good at missing matches,
No.
but sort of had some conversations with physios and with Mibes as well, and we thought it was the best way to go.
Probably a good time to do it as well.
Definitely.
Start of the season.
Yeah, we've got a bye week next week as well.
So you get a bit of a break as well. It's forward. Nicely played by Wilson.
Nice
Just pushed up the ground for a single. Fielding's good again from Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Good start again from Courtine-Coleman and Brown.
Yeah, definitely. They've sort of formed a nice looking opening partnership. It's not often that you see spin in a 50 over game up front, but Tilly just provides us with some real sort of clarity on what we want to do, and we know what we're going to get from Till. We know she's going to hit her lines and lengths from ball one.
Not half. This one's down the leg side by Maitland Brown. Wide will be the signal. And Maitland Brown as well. I described it as a cutting edge. She'll bowl her overs up top quick, and then come back in the middle overs as well. So she really has given the attacker cutting edge, hasn't she?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she's one of the quickest going round. Played a lot of cricket against her, so it's nice to be on her team for a change.
Well, it's a quick ball to Winfield Hill, isn't it? On Wednesday, as forward.
Are we allowed
Forward goes
to talk about
Armitage.
that?
No, don't you say a word. Don't you say a word.
I thought it was out.
Oh, yes, of course. In fact, she headed it, but it was given. So, but it was a genuinely quick ball as well. That was the other thing that sort of got lost in translation, because Kirstie, she is quick, isn't she?
Yeah, she's quick. I'm keen to hear about the discussion post game and how that was addressed. Was it just a shake hands? That's is what it is, or
I mean,
it's a tough decision, isn't it? It's tough to talk about, but
it's one of those things, isn't it? That well fielded.
Yeah, it's well fielded. A backward point, quick single.
Obviously, without cameras and reviews, you've just got to go on the umpire.
Absolutely.
I was stood at mid wicket and heard a noise, so I appealed.
Yeah, of course, and you would do. But there is part of me as well with that. I feel for the umps as well.
Yeah.
I really do. As punched away onto the cover boundary by Armitage. There's Danny Gregory. Because let's be honest, you would have looked back at that and thought, oh no, I've had a shocker there. I've had an absolute shocker.
Yeah.
But there is no TV replay and there is no going back.
Yeah.
The problem is, in the wonderful world that we live in now, and with our brilliant live stream here and the brilliant work that everybody does on it, it does go around the world very, very quickly. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it does, and there are two sides of it that go around the world. There are the decision and the response and the reaction as well. So, it's...
All I would say for the Lauren Winfield here was, that's nicely bowled by Courtine Coleman. Thick inside edge. Runs away down towards the boundary rope. Brown comes back to do the fielding, but that was a lovely piece of bowling again from Courtine Coleman. All I would say is, anybody who's ever played, and you two have played at a very, very high level, it does happen. It does happen. And even the most mild-mannered people can, on occasion, slightly lose the plot.
Yes.
As forward goes Armitage and plays this one out into the offside. And Lauren Winfield here is a very sensible experience. I think when she sat down afterwards and calmed down, would have probably thought, probably didn't quite get that right. But I once knocked down an entire fence when I was given out. And I'm quite mild-mannered, single. It wasn't out, and I walked back, chuntering under my breath, and smashed my bat against a white picket fence, and the entire fence collapsed, making a massive crashing noise.
That's well done.
And then, after I'd calmed down, I had to go out and apologise to everybody. So I think it's done, dusted, put away now.
Yeah.
And, but it was, getting back to what we were talking about, it was a quick ball. It really was.
Yes. I was stood at slip first few overs, and I thought, if she hits one of these, it's going to hit me before my hands can react. So she's got a bit about her, and she's been brilliant around the group as well.
Yeah. No, I think, as I say, it's pretty obvious for all to see what Brown's brought to the Surrey side. Only 2 and a bit games in now. Start of the 7th over. Brown to start her 4th to Armitage, and Armitage just opens the face, guides this down into the gully and won't get a run.
So Bryony, tell us a little bit about what she's brought to the squad then. Obviously having lost Tash in the dressing room would have been a huge blow for the girls in terms of experience and just the presence that she has. So how has Maitland-Brown kind of filled that gap?
I think she's just fitted in really easily. Obviously it helps that a lot of us have played against her quite a lot, so it's not a completely brand new face. And she's come in and added to our meetings, added to our scouting pack straight away. Obviously there's a few Aussies flying about in the competition, so it's really good to have that, that inside info almost. She's just a easygoing character. She's come in, done what we've asked her to do, and she's been brilliant.
Well, as I say, I think you can see what she's already brought to the side without a shadow of a doubt. Seeing a bit of this, Kira Chatley said that she wanted to empower her bowlers with fielding changes, and we are getting one now. We're getting a short extra cover in. Alice Capsey's gone in there for Armitage. You can see that the heat haze there shows it's warm, and that's driven. You hear the cry of wait as that potters up towards Alice Davison-Richards. But I was saying to Kirstie, Bryony Smith, it's nice to be at cricket in the sun.
Yes.
We haven't had a lot of it yet, have we?
No, our first game up in Edgbaston.
How cold was that?
I mean, unfortunately, I got pulled out just before the toss,
Yes.
but I was sat upstairs and I was still freezing.
Yes,
So
it can be cold there if the sun doesn't come out.
Yes.
Well, good slower ball that. Just opening the face was Armitage.
There was a lot of hand warmers that day and layers.
It's because when the wind whips across Edgbaston, oh dear.
Yeah, no, I can't relate. I was actually watching from Egypt, so
Oh,
Yeah, what
tough.
was the weather like there?
hot and sunny,
Yeah, lovely.
full sun.
Lovely.
Might have been too hot.
Did you see the sights? Did you see the pyramids and the?
No, no. I laid down for a
Oh,
week.
well done. One of those holidays,
One of
excellent.
those.
Solidly forward,
I did a
Yes,
bit of
Armitage.
snorkeling.
excellent.
Got seasick whilst snorkeling.
Ah,
Didn't know possible.
hang on, how's that happen?
Seasick whilst
Were you-
snorkeling.
Yeah.
Were you all right on the boat before you
There
dived?
wasn't a boat.
Ah, so you
No
started
boat. Nope.
and just went straight out.
Yes. So a very long pier. And you come out and it's a bit of a shelf kind of drop off.
Driven. That's
Oh.
good placement. That is good placement because Armitage twice in this over has hit either backward point or cover point, and they're just getting it to the left of a diving Danny White Hodge and away for 4. So boundary off the last ball of the over.
I think White Hodge may have even got a fingertip to that.
Yeah, she did, I think, but it was well struck,
yeah.
just using the pace of Brown and over the rope and away for 4. How does that work then? What, whilst snorkeling, you began to feel a bit seasick?
Yeah, don't ask me, Churchy. I think so. I was wearing. Have you seen the full face snorkels that your whole face is in it?
Can I tell you something straight off the bat? I can't really swim.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, it's the Red Sea, so it's pretty salty. I think you'd have floated anyway.
The floaty sea.
But
yes.
it was quite wavy, so I think the combination of
waves and salt.
waves and just moving around. Yeah.
Ah, no. So
There was a point I thought this isn't going to go well with this mask on, so I had to get out.
what a lovely vision that is for a Saturday morning.
Absolutely. Hope you're all enjoying your breakfast.
Yes, indeed. Or have had your breakfast already. Slightly quicker ball this from Courtine Coleman. Wow, that does sound rather lovely. I went to see the pyramids when I went to Egypt.
Yeah.
They were lovely. And
I would have liked to, but it was a very. So we were in Sham, so it was a long way away.
Yeah, that is a long way
Big,
away.
long coach journey,
Yes,
that.
yeah, that was the point really, because went to see the stars at night as Wilson picks up a single. And do you know what I learned? Wherever you are in the world, the stars look the same at night time.
The moon doesn't though.
No, I don't know if the moon was out that night. And as driving is Armitage, and there's Schofield to do the fielding. What about her batting on Wednesday?
Yeah, not quite sure
dear.
what happened.
Wow.
She can hit a ball.
Oh.
I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
It was obviously a last minute change for her to
Yeah.
open because Mona's had to go off the field, and then we cleaned them up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, she set the tone brilliantly. And
I did ask her that question actually, as this is driven down the ground, and you know all about this. Single. It's a nice place to bat actually, isn't it? Because of the fielding restrictions.
Yeah.
And she said actually, I enjoyed that. That.
it just gives you a little bit of freedom.
Freedom,
You know, you
yeah.
get a bit more value for your shots. You know there's going to be a few more dot balls because there's more fielders in the ring, but especially here at the Oval, if you get it past the ring,
Yeah.
no one's chasing it.
Well, it genuinely looked like someone who went out there and just thought, great, I'm just going to enjoy myself here.
Yeah, definitely.
As
Get it.
14 Commons
Oh,
in,
great
driven,
fielding.
back down the ground. Good bit of fielding. What have you spotted there, Kirstie?
I was
White?
just changing the field for the last ball, so cover came up and long off went out. But Tilly Courtine Coleman still didn't want to concede the single off the over and thought, absolutely not, I will put in a dive here. Yeah, I think the challenge as well, there are people that would prefer to bat in the power play, aren't they, in those first 10. because you do get more value for shots. But the challenge obviously with the swinging ball and the seaming ball
Yeah.
as well. But for someone like Paige Schofield, who has so much natural power and times the ball, all she has to do is time it. She beats the infield, then she's full value.
She played some wonderful shots, but the one that she played a drive on the up. Oh my goodness. Hardly touched it. Absolutely shot off to the boundary road because Brown starts with a full-length delivery to Armitage. Because, you know, she just played beautifully.
So, Durham won the toss, chose to bat today, correct?
Correct.
Would we have batted first, Bryony, do you think?
You'll have to ask Kira.
What would you have done?
I do like a bowl first, but
This is
I
nicely
think
played.
that
That'll be
shot-
short. Even just the noise of that off the bat, you knew that was going to the boundary from Armitage. Beautifully played. Just got a bit straight on her there. Dear Brown, there you go, and just whips it through the leg side for 4.
But I think coming back to that, I think the oval's quite a hard place to defend, especially with a slightly shorter boundary over to the J and Finn stands. You're never quite sure what's a good total here. So I don't mind. I don't think anyone was too fussed about the loss of the toss.
Yeah, and you look at their last game, Durham, as this is driven. Just not quite in control of that. A little bit away from her body, her hands there, Armitage, and that shot off down to backward point. But yeah, they beat Essex by, it was only 23 runs, but it was obviously a good pitch. But batting first, Durham 311 for 3. Now, if you do that and win the game, and you come here, you are thinking to yourself, if we win the toss, we're going to bat. If you're Durham, nicely bowled again by Brown, just working a touch on Armitage here. There was the lovely shot when she got a little too straight through the leg side. Then she's just pushed it a little bit wider outside the off stump, and Armitage's hands went away from her body. And that last delivery right up on the toes. This is good from Brown again. Armitage driving, just slightly over pitched, and that is a super shot again. And that's what we talked about in the first 10 there. If you are just slightly off on this surface, then you're probably going to go to the rope, and the placement's perfect. Through the pigeons it goes, and over the boundary rope and away for 4. Nicely played. Played a couple of nice shots in this over. There's Holly Armitage. And these two, a big partnership for the second wicket against Essex earlier in the week. That's well played. I'm going to give her the credit there. It wasn't too far away from the right hand of Kira Chatley. There's no slip. It was possibly a little edgier than Armitage was intending, but I'm going to give her the credit there because she's laid back and used the pace of Brown. And as I say, had there been a slip, that would have been straight in the bread basket. But as it is, there is no slip. And I'm going to say that's a pretty good bit of batting. And actually, you can see the pace there of Brown, where this ball lands past Kira Chatley. That is where you would have had to have been standing.
Yeah.
That's deep.
Yes.
So Armitage there, actually, to her credit, has just used that pace with no slip.
Get the dab out.
Yeah. Nicely played, I think, that.
Yeah, for me, that's just a fairly high risk shot for a 1. For a single, obviously she's nicked it and it's gone away for 4, but actually, just hit it. Hit it or leave it.
Yeah.
Hit it or leave it.
Yeah. Well, 12 off that over, 3 boundaries in it. Now, Courtine Coleman's having a long chat with her captain here. So the sweeper's come up from the cover rope, and the long on has gone in. And they're swapping round now. So Danny Gregory's going to go in at the backward point position. Jemima Spencer's gone to just in front of square at cover. Courtine Coleman. Oh,
How's
sweeping. That's got to be tight. Nothing given. Sweeping was Wilson, coming around the wicket, obviously, so on the angle. Don't want that to straighten. Got to be a little careful there as Wilson. First time we've seen the sweep shot. And of course that's coming out because of the field set. She'll work this one down towards long on. And we'll get the single. Almost worked with the field change. Suddenly the sweep comes out. Nicely bowled again by Tilly Coleman.
I'd want to be a really confident sweeper if I was going to sweep the likes of Tilly or Sophie Eccleston with the height that they deliver from.
Quicker this time. Single here, just cut away. Oh no, that's beautifully timed. Oh, that is a very nicely timed shot, because sweeper's out there, but actually got it in front of square. And Armitage suddenly just dealing in boundaries now. But that was very nicely played.
Yeah, that skipped away off the practice wickets and almost picked up speed as it's beaten Jimmy to her right.
Nice response from Coleman. Just talk me through 18 years of age, Tilly Coleman, and I was saying her cricket brain isn't that of an 18-year-old. Forward is Armitage. What's she like as a character?
I've never known someone to ask so many questions.
Right.
But I think that's one of her best traits.
Yeah.
She's not afraid to ask. She's constantly wanting to learn about the game and how other people go about it. Sometimes you're like, Tilly, you know what you're doing.
Yes.
Just crack on with it. But no, she's brilliant. We haven't seen her that much this winter. She's obviously been away on these various England camps. But when she comes back, she brings the energy. She's one of the youngsters, so she's got all this random energy.
Quite calm?
Yeah, pretty calm.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely she's got a wise head on her for an 18-year-old. Don't tell her I said that.
Well, not a bit well. It's been a meteoric rise though, hasn't it, really?
Yeah.
And I suppose your job and coaching staff's job is just to keep feet on the ground as well, because you could look at 18. I'd have been away. I'd have been out on a private jet going. But I suppose keep your feet on the ground as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think one of the good things here at Surrey is when everyone's fit and available, anyone could get into the team. So, no one's guaranteed to get in. Everyone's got to work hard, and that goes to everyone, even the England girls.
Got our first change in bowling. Brought to you, of course, by SSE Energy Solutions. And Alice Monaghan is into the attack from the Vauxhall end and just starts with a wide. So that'll be one more to the total. But yeah, Maitland Brown, her last over, 3 boundaries in that over, but that can happen. And we're out the power play now as well. It's just got a bit cloudier here at the Kira. It's still a lovely day, and I think the forecast is meant to be like this all day. Short ball from Monaghan is cut away out towards the sweeper on the cover rope, and that'll just be a single to Wilson. She's on to 13. But this is an important partnership because, as I say, against Essex on Wednesday wasn't it? 163 these two put on for the second wicket. They've broken the opening pair. Surrey, Marlowe going off Tilly Coleman. Nicely bowled by Monaghan. Hits a good line, hits a good length. But this is an important pair for Durham. But at the moment, I think, I don't think either side will be too perturbed with how that first 10 overs has gone. We've had some boundaries which happened. Surrey have a wicket. Looks a good surface again. Obviously, this was the one that was used on Wednesday. The sun out today as well. Well bowled. That beats the edge.
That's a jaffer.
Absolute beauty. Good luck with that.
Wow.
Not many people hitting that.
That's too good. Oh, it's a lovely piece of bowling. Best thing about that is it didn't do too much.
No,
it just
yeah.
did enough, didn't it? Just sometimes you see a beautiful looking delivery, but it's done far too much, and the batter's never hitting it. That one, just about perfect. Only thing it lacked was the edge. A little wider on this occasion, and that will be signalled wide. So
I think one thing that's impressed me the most this innings so far from Surrey in that power play is actually the number of boundaries that they've managed to restrict. I think there was only maybe four boundaries that came in that power play, which is testament to the lines and the lengths that the bowlers have been bowling, but also Kira Chatley setting her fields and fielders backing up their bowlers.
Catch it.
cracked away. It was a cry of catch it from Bryony Smith to my right, but it was just to the left of backward point and whistles away to the rope for 4, and that brings up the 50 for Durham.
It's a commentator's curse, that, isn't it, for the Surrey bowlers?
Yeah, it was a little short and wide, and no chance there at backward point. And down to the boundary rope for 4. Armitage. 6 boundaries now in this 29 for Armitage. And opening the face, guiding this one for another single. Danny Gregory down there.
Yeah, Armitage is in good form. She picked up 81 off, I think it was 65 deliveries on Wednesday, and she's looking solid here, going over a run of ball. Talia Wilson taking a little bit longer to get into her innings today, which I'm sure Surrey won't mind.
Looks to me a surface that if you get in, you think, right, I am going to be very greedy and I am going to stay out here and score some runs. Oh, that just climbs a touch on Wilson, and into the gloves it goes. So 11 gone. We're talking about that power play. First 10, here's some of the highlights of it, and that was Marlowe getting off the mark, but here's the wicket. Alice Capsey taking a very safe catch. And then, as we were saying, Armitage has played some very nice shots. That's the pick of them, I think. Just straightened a touch. No, that's the pick of them. That was the drive through the covers, and then just played that little open face shot down to the third boundary as well. So it's been an interesting first 11 overs, this, but it looks a good surface. It really does. We've got a change in bowling, brought to you, of course, by SSE Energy Solutions and Kalia Moore, who bowled beautifully on Wednesday, coming into the attack to replace Tilly Courtine Coleman. I spoke to Paige after the game, and I said the other thing is the way the 3 spinners combined.
Yeah.
Perfect. I suppose we'll see a bit of Capsey today as well, perhaps, as this is pushed up the pitch first delivery.
Yeah, our little spin trio, always reliable.
Yeah.
The last few years, you know what you're going to get.
Well, they all complement each other perfectly as well. This is short. This is pulled away by Armitage. I think that will be for it. Will be. Just dropped in a touch, that one. And Kalia Moore, nicely put away by Armitage. Just looking a little ominous at the moment is Armitage. What she's done very well is anything that she thinks she can get those hands through, she's put to the rope.
Yeah, she's moved her feet really well. She's got quickly onto the back foot to get on top of that, because she's still got to beat mid-wicket that's tight in the ring. That's better.
So a good response from Kalia Moore.
I think if I'm Kira Chatley and Kalia Moore, I'm trying to get Talia Wilson on strike. I want to bowl as many deliveries at her as possible. I think she's slightly rocky at the moment. Starve Holly Armitage of the strike.
Yeah, Wilson, as you can see, they're 13 off 25 deliveries.
Last few deliveries that she faced, she just looks a little bit indecisive. Not quite sure if she's coming forward, going back.
Yeah, and the other thing is Wilson will want to get on strike as well, because the worst thing, if you're feeling like that, is being stuck up the other end. I suppose as long as the other player's going all right, then that's okay, but your best way of getting those feet going is actually to be on strike. But again, she's going to go through and over here where she hasn't actually faced a delivery. Wilson, and what's the betting that Armitage nicks a single now? Last ball of the over. And there you go. She nicks the single, and Wilson will be stuck at the non-striker's end again. 12 overs gone then. Interesting start. Lovely to see you, B. Smith.
Thank you very much, guys.
And no, it's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you for coming up and having a chat with us. It's been a real pleasure. So Bryony Smith is going to go and rest those knees, which is which I have to do every morning when I get out of bed, Kirstie.
What, just lay back down?
Yeah, well, just try and get them moving. We're going to have a change as well because Cameron Ponsonby is going to come in and join Kirstie.
So Alice Monaghan continuing from the Vauxhall end. Good start for Surrey still, so run rate just under 5s and over on a wicket that is capable of producing well over 300 runs. I think Surrey would like to have a few more in the wickets column. Holly Armitage is going really well at the moment. That's well fielded off of her own bowling. Good morning, Cam.
Morning, Kirstie.
We're back together.
We are back. I felt sad that our reunion was whilst you were on air, so we're going to have a hug, but we're going to have a hug soon.
Yeah.
I'll go for that. Is Tanya here?
She's having a facial.
Oh my goodness me.
She's having a facial.
Missing one of the biggest dates in the diary. Alice Monaghan with ball in hand. I've been struggling with Monaghan recently.
I've heard. I will say I did notice.
Tucks around the corner. That'll be one run, and it's a new one. I've never struggled with it before. I think it's the GH. Something's happening. Anyway, deepest apologies to the Monaghan clan. The Monaclan.
The Monaclan. Yeah. She's got an excellent scrunchie in the hair today. You probably didn't notice that, Cam, but that's fine.
I was waiting for you to mention it, to be honest.
A good start to the over so far. A few wides in the last set. Beat the bat really nicely, though.
That's a full toss on this occasion. Out into the deep. They will get back for 2. Monaghan, she gets a great match fee out of Surrey these days. She's kind of been promoted to the top of the order, bowling a full allotment of overs. I don't think it'd be quite accurate to describe last year as like a breakout season for Monaghan, but I remember she bowled a spell to Heather Knight, I want to say, at the beginning of the year. And it did really feel like she was kind of going through the gears and her career was advancing as kind of an exciting player on the circuit. Out. Little nick through to the keeper. And Talia Wilson, the Aussie, has to go. And that's a big wicket for Surrey. Wilson in red-hot form. 150 to her name in her previous outing. Well, on this occasion, it's just 15.
Yeah, and I think that's actually the first delivery Talia Wilson, or second delivery Talia Wilson's faced in around 10. She was looking a little bit rocky. We said about targeting her. It's just got a little bit tight, not quite the right angle to play with a square bat. And picking up the reward there for Surrey.
There's a good amount of carry through to Kira Chatley there.
Yeah, she's taken it quite high, just above the waist actually, I think. Yeah.
It wasn't the best delivery that Monaghan will ever bowl. I think Wilson will be feeling she's missed out there.
Yeah, I think it's risen on her more than she was expecting. Monaghan does have sneaky pace. She's an athlete, she's very quick, she's got lots of power behind her. Surrey will be very happy. Take that wicket off the back of Talia Wilson's last innings on Wednesday where she scored, was it 151?
I'll tell you what, it was 152, so you've done her a disservice.
Sorry, Talia. Brings Maddie Villiers to the crease. Maddie Villiers has been doing up her garden and I'm fully invested in the process. I think she's been doing it on her own with some of her teammates. Hard graft too.
What? Talk us through this. What's it looking like?
Oh, it looks fantastic. I'm sure she won't mind me saying. But yeah, I think she's gone full landscape job.
So is this, are we talking like kind of garden furniture coming in? Do we have a kind of patio situation?
Full patio. I think they've erected a pergola.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Some real heavy duty stuff going on the tools.
Well, Villiers in at number 4.
Oh, that's a fantastic first delivery, isn't it?
Well played first up. She hasn't had much time in the middle this season. Got a duck to start her year, which is never a welcome beginning. Or return to cricket, and then just one not out. She didn't really have the opportunity to bat in Durham's last outing because Talia Wilson and Holly Armitage kind of hogged all the deliveries. So she's still yet to find her feet with the bat in hand this season.
Oh, that's a really, really well bowled delivery. Monahan's taken her over to find her stride, but she's looking dangerous now.
Well, 13 overs gone, 62 for 2. Surrey with their second breakthrough of the morning. I imagine we'll continue to see more with her off breaks. Plan will be these two work up towards the 20th over. Then we'll see a bit of Danny Gregory. We'll see Maitland Brown return at some point for the close as well. I feel like Surrey have quite a clear game plan at the moment. On Waterpoint, they have a really nice structured bowling attack where they've got a lot of variety. They've got the left arm spin of Courtine Coleman, right arm spin with Moore, leg spin with Danny Gregory, and then you dot through your seam with Maitland Brown and Monaghan. They're in a pretty strong spot. That's a beautiful ball from Moore. Joy's bowl's very aesthetic. Spin, lots of dip, lots of flight, lots of spin. Bit shorter on that occasion, but Villiers is back and defending into the offside.
Yeah, I find if you look at this Surrey bowling lineup and you're doing a team scouting meeting, you can plan for it, but you can do all the planning in the world. But ultimately, when you've got the quality that you have and the consistency that they bring, you can know what's coming and still not be able to score runs from it. And that is a dream as a bowling unit.
Much fuller, but just a dot ball up to Alice Capsey. It'll be interesting to see. We did see Alice Davidson-Richards with ball in hand earlier in the week, but Surrey has Kira Chatley's able to call upon Capsey and ADR if she wishes. Cut out to that sweeper. 1 run scored. We've seen Capsey's been keeping a bit in the England practice sessions.
Yeah, she grew up keeping and turning her arm over, so she's definitely got the gift for it. So it's always good to have someone that can carry the gloves should you need it. Gives that extra option, doesn't it?
Lovely over from Moore, just the 1 run off it. Perfect line throughout. 1 ball's cut out to the sweeper, but I think you'll be pretty pleased with that if you're Moore. Just to have your ball that goes for a safe single. 14 overs gone, 63 for 2.
Yeah, this phase as well, I think Surrey will be looking to get through as many overs. Obviously Monaghan slightly longer through her over as a seamer. But having the spinners that they do, they can really rattle through overs, and before Durham will know it, there'll be 35 overs through. 15 to go. And that's the luxury of having that spin attack as well, as you can really put the pressure on the batting team.
Short again, this time it's run down to deep third. Well ridden by Villiers, they're just getting on top of the bounce.
Yeah, that slight tinge of green in the wicket, just giving that nice bit of carry through. Bit of lift.
I always remember when Maddie Villiers started kind of playing for England. I think she did an interview with BBC or Wisden. And it was a great interview, it was fun. And also, more to the point, it was a great headline because it was basically like, well, why I chose cricket over Ibiza or something. Full again from Monaghan, but in behind it by Durham skipper Holly Armitage. Yeah, I think she'd been planning to go and do a season out there as a rep. And then people were like, you do realise you're quite good at this cricket thing. You could give this a crack. And she was like, that's way less fun.
Yeah, and especially in April, you'd probably be thinking, I probably would rather be in Ibiza.
Absolutely.
Somewhere warm.
But Ibiza's loss was Durham's gain. She made the move up north. Last season was her first year up north, I believe. Well, we've just been talking about the carry in the wicket, and that's gone underground. It's almost rolled through to Kira Chatley. Bit of a wry smile on the face of Monaghan. Pretty standard field here at the Kier Oval. 4 fielders out on the boundary in their square of the wicket and a fine leg and deep third. Holly Armitage has looked so solid in defence so far. She's still ticking along at the best part of a runner ball. But Monaghan's been honing in on the stumps. Every single time Armitage has been fully behind it. Perfect technique.
Yeah, I'd say Callie Moore and Alice Monaghan have done really well here to Armitage, because she was going at well over a runner ball for a short period, but they've just managed to rein her back in, targeting those stumps, making it really difficult for Armitage to the ball away off the square.
This time tucked away into the leg side. It should just be 1 run. It looks to me, I'm going to commit one of those sins where I'm going to say something I don't actually know is fully true, but I think we're on the same wicket as we were on Wednesday. Okay, so producer George has said the same thing that I've just done. He's gone, I think it looks like the same one. We can't be sure. Well, we can be sure. We'll get in contact with the ground staff. Shaw's again. This time cuts behind square for just 1 run. So 2 tight overs for Surrey. Just 4 runs off the last 12 balls. 15 overs gone, 66 for 2. I was going to say, I don't know if we really got to see the true potential of the wicket on Wednesday. Here's Durham's card so far. Armitage, the skipper, at 3 on 37 not out, looking in very fine form for it. Marlowe went early, well caught by Alice Capsey, backpedaling at mid-on. And the bowlers. Good figures to report for all. Maitland Brown and Monaghan going at 5s, but a bit more pace on the ball occasionally. The ball finding itself flying off down to the sweepers for 1 or 2.
That was almost a really aesthetic bowling card, working in 5s there, but unfortunately Callie Moore had just gone at 6 in her overs. It's a shame that. I like it when the stars align with things like that.
So if this over can go for 9, that'll be, at least for your everything being in order.
I'd rather it went for 3. It'd be an even number. 10.
Well, that was before that ball was bowled. After that ball was bowled.
Yeah, well, yeah. Let's not split hairs, eh?
Always searching for perfection here at the Surrey live stream.
Lots and lots of dot balls being bowled by Surrey in the last 3 overs here, so I think they're going to feel well and truly on top. Dot balls do build a lot of pressure.
Full toss. And Moore gets away with it, finds White Hodge out in the deep. And you're right, with 3.5 overs since our last boundary, which doesn't sound like an enormous amount of time, but in the context of a one-day game, where you're trying to keep a lid on the run rate, all these moments matter. I'll tell you what, we'll up it to 4.2 overs as well.
Oh, there it is. Probably going to come now.
That could be the boundary. Jemima Spence is giving chase, but the ball wins on this occasion. Outside edge from Villiers, so not the most convincing shot, but it helps her move up to 9.
Yeah, Moore won't mind that. Just finding the outside edge as an off spinner shows that there's a little bit more movement, drift in the air.
Driven up to mid-off for no run. End of the 16th over, 72 for 2, so honours even so far. See the partnerships. Talia Wilson and Holly Armitage putting on 48. That was such a big wicket to take for Surrey to get Wilson gone. Because it was only midweek that pair put on, well, 100 and, why am I doing maths slides? 163 together. And Durham had a very attractive batting card of 311 for 3. Talia Wilson got out off the last ball of the innings, which was clean bowled, which I always think is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. And Armitage and Wilson looked like they were going really well together too, prior to Wilson losing her wicket.
And we have a change of bowling, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease, let's bat for sustainability together. We're going to have a look at some leg spin. Danny Gregory from the Vauxhall end. So the shorter leg side boundary is in play here. She starts with a short ball. There's 2 fielders out in the deep, giving protection.
I thought Danny Gregory bowled extremely well on Wednesday.
We noticed, and it was a pedant's point, but in Danny Gregory's load up, occasionally she, just there, you can see it there, she clicks the ball as an off spinner, then bowls as a leg spinner. Short again, but gets away with it on this occasion. I must admit, I kind of mainly noticed it because I do the same thing. You click the ball, and then someone explains to me that you're meant to be like practicing the actual spin you're putting on the ball, and I was like, well, I've wasted all these revolutions for years now. On the money from Gregory. Villiers has been looking to play spin off the back foot as much as possible.
Yeah, I think playing off the back foot to a leg spin is a really solid option. Opens up both sides of the ground for you, gives you a little bit more time, depth in the crease to create some angles.
Come through for a quick single. And I tell you what, if the ball had nestled in Paige Scholefield's hand, I reckon Maddie Villiers would have been in trouble there.
Yeah, you saw the frustration there from Paige Schofield. If she'd managed to pick that up cleanly, she had a clear shy at the stumps there. She probably could have actually just ran it into the stumps. Good foot race there between Schofield and Maddie Villiers. I'd like to see that.
Pulls out to the deep, but again, it's just one run. Surrey's sweepers have been very well placed in the last 4 overs or so.
Yeah, and you've got to get them right here at the Oval. The wicket, the ground's so far square that you have to get those angles right because your sweepers can be beaten so easily. It's definitely a 1 or 4 square of the wicket.
On the money again, Danny Gregory, and another good over for Surrey goes by. Just 3 runs off it, 75 for 2 after 17. As we mentioned the wicket earlier, I don't think we quite saw the true potential of the wicket on Wednesday because Yorkshire had a bit of a batting collapse. Well, I say bit, they went from 130 for 2 to 185 all out. And then Surrey were cruising there, almost kind of rocket speed thanks to Paige Schofield, kind of both batting very well but also capitalising on some loose bowling from Yorkshire. So we will see kind of, I'm not quite sure what a par score here will be. Down the track, and that could be 4. It's a race on for the sweep in the deep, and it's a beautiful shot from Holly Armitage. A couple of skips down the track, wrists breaking through the ball, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, it's actually a very short boundary there at extra cover, but it's not an easy shot to hit there. So a little skip, playing against the spin to break through extra cover, finds that gap really nicely.
This time shorter. Kira Chatley's on the case. Notice a bit of a change of field this over from Moore. We've got kind of deep backward square leg, fine leg in place now, as well as the mid wicket. Square leg is in the ring. Armitage using her feet again. So what would be the reason for Surrey looking to bring in this deep kind of backwards square leg? Would more be looking to bowl straighter as a result? Are they fearful of the sweep, or?
Yeah, it's interesting because I think she's probably going to try and bowl very straight and on the hip, and just that tuck round the corner, or that paddle sweep potentially. I'm not sure Armitage is a great sweeper of the ball. From memory, I can't remember. I don't know if we saw her sweeping much, but we know Maddie Villiers is, and that change comes back in. So deep backwards square just behind, changes over, and 45 in the ring.
That could be 4 again. Not on this occasion. Yes, on this occasion. Poor fielding in the deep from Gregory.
Don't look at the bowler. Do not look at the bowler.
That's a mistake, almost born from the previous boundary. We spoke about the angles and how important they are to get right at the oval. Well, the ball earlier in the over had beaten cover just to her left-hand side, yet still reached the boundary despite there being a sweeper in place. And on this occasion, it's just poor work in the deep. Dot ball to finish the 18th over. It's 84 for 2, and I believe Kirstie White is going to be replaced by Daniel Norcross. Right, we're going to see who's going to be bowling at the Vauxhall end. Well, it's Danny Gregory, so she's going to have to gather her senses after her misfield.
I was thinking about famous Gregorys.
Oh, yeah?
Got your
Lewis?
Sid Gregory, back in the day, the great
yeah.
Australian batter. First man to get double 100 in a test. Mike Gregory, the great slightly porcine dart player. Who did you have?
I went for Lewis Gregory.
Lewis Gregory.
He's not as famous. Plays for Somerset.
Oh, yes.
That one, Daniel.
I was thinking of Lewis Goldsworthy.
Lewis Goldsworthy, whilst also called Lewis,
yes, isn't called Gregory.
Wouldn't be suitable for the game of famous Gregorys.
No, I know, but didn't he play for Somerset and was an LG?
I understand your train of thought.
Yeah. You're going to be like that to me, are you, today?
Hang on, you've already turned it around the other way. Gregory in. She's bowled well so far.
She has a couple of drag downs in the first couple of balls, but I think she's finding her length now.
Leg spinners are allowed to bowl a couple of drag
They
downs in
are.
the first over. If they weren't allowed to do that, they wouldn't exist.
Mm. That is an existential conundrum that you pose there.
I remember I used to dabble in leg spin as a teenager.
Dabble. Yes.
And,
dangerous,
so
that.
I took 6 for 19 against Guildford 4 for 11 one day. It was a very special day.
It's an entry drug into off spin if you're not careful.
That's exactly what happened to me.
Yeah.
Bit shorter on this occasion. Cuts behind square. White Hodge will do the fielding. Bit of a fumble in the deep, and it allows 2, so that's good running from Villiers. But naturally, my 6 for 19 meant I got to go in the third 11. And the captain said something that changed my life. Because he was like, who Johnson fielders on the boundary? And I was like, well, I don't want to set a field for a bad ball. And he went, but you will bowl them.
Yeah.
Full from Gregory.
Yes.
So he presented the idea, you don't set a field for a bad ball, you set a field for a good over. He's like, you bowl bad balls all the time. That's why you're here.
Yeah, that's why you're not at the Oval.
Correct.
Yes.
And so if we know you're going to bowl a bad ball, why don't we
Yes.
protect it? Gregory in and full again. Fielded by Maitland Brown.
It is the greatest skill of the club captain, his self-awareness, I would say.
19 overs gone, 87 for 2.
I say this because when I started my, in inverted commas, career as a club captain, I kind of based myself on Brearley, and I had slips in, and I had a field to basically sort of combination of Mike Hendrick, Chris Old, Ian Botham and Bob Willis. But unfortunately I had Ramon Baker.
Not as good.
Not as good as him. He's a good bowler,
Yeah?
but like you, he'd bowl a couple of filthy balls that would get clattered down to deep third in every over. So I soon learned to have a deep third.
It's one of the great positions on the cricket field.
Oh, massively underrated. Not as necessary to spin, perhaps, although the reverse is on here, isn't it? Because there's a lovely big gap through backward point.
Straight again from Moore. All mix up. Run out chance at the non-striker's end. Appeal, but just about. Maddie Villiers makes it home.
I think she did there. Just a little bit of a slow gather and throw, wasn't it?
Well, Villiers was incredibly keen for the run. I don't even think Holly Armitage had said yes at any point. She never really set off. But looking to drop a single just in front of square on the leg side. That's a loose ball. Maitland Brown has a race on her hands. She wins. 2 runs scored.
Now, you were here the other day,
Yeah.
and I very much enjoyed Cameron Ponsonby off his full run, even as an off-spinner. You extended to 9 or 10 paces, I thought. You came in hard.
Straight again. That just clips the pad on the way through. Kira Chatley's able to gather, so it's no run. Are you referring to the England's...
Yes, the lack of England
preparation
players. Well, I mean, there's plenty of England preparation, isn't there? But the lack of their presence at the game.
Yes.
So you're commensurately happier today.
I am happier
Because
today.
those players are back. Alice Capsey, Danny White-Hodge.
Well, I felt a bit foolish because when England first put out the note about who was going to be available, Capsey and White-Hodge were also listed as unavailable. They said this was a workload management purpose. And so I remained unhappy.
Trenchant and unhappy, yes.
At that point. And then I had to remove myself from my trenchant unhappiness because they went, sorry, they are available. And I went, no, okay. 2 balls left in the over. Appeal for LBW. Armitage has used her feet. We'll wait to see if it's leg buys or there's been a bit of a inside edge. Just the pad. So Armitage remains on 48. We've got 1 ball left before 20 overs have been complete. It was a bit of a mooted appeal. Muted appeal.
But actually, it's not a bad one. The problem is she's so far down the track, isn't she, and being hit possibly outside the line. It's got a long way to travel.
Short, pulls. And that'll land safely in front of long on. So just 1 run scored. 4 runs off the over. After 20 overs, it's 91 for 2.
But the game was played on this surface. It looks like it from... I was watching the live stream intently. It does look like it's the same surface, which was a good one.
Well, it's funny you say that. I was trying to work that out myself because I didn't think we necessarily saw the full potential of the wicket. We've had confirmation it is the same wicket. Because Yorkshire kind of collapsed in a bit of a heap. They were going well with Stair Callis and Lauren Winfield Hill. And then Surrey, similarly, was just kind of riding safely home off the back of Paige Schofields' bat and the front of it.
What a knock.
89 of 42.
Yeah.
And they had their kind of own little wobble as well, so I couldn't quite gauge how true the wicket was playing. Well, that's a beautiful shot. They should get back for 2, almost like a back foot cover drive through the offside. Villiers looking good for her 19.
She is. It feels like she's a couple of places too high. I know she was batting in the same position with Durham the other day, so this is where they put her, but feels a little higher than ideally you might want her, but she's going along pretty nicely so far.
We're just having a little tweak to the field. Danny White-Hodge out on the cover point boundaries, moved a bit further in front of square.
Do you often find that, especially I find in women's cricket, that the deep extra cover is more used?
Yes, you are correct. You can see on the wide shot. So Danny White-Hodge is down on the right-hand side of the screen. She's moved about 10 yards further in front of square, whereas previously she was kind of exactly on square, on the tee line.
Would you say she's there for sort of like slightly 6 of one, half dozen the other? You know, for the ball that is nicely driven. She's not going to get the one that goes to the right of extra. Now, interestingly, cover points coming in. She's sort of there in case there's a drag down wide of off stump.
We've now plugged the gap behind square by putting in a backward point. Well, you're correct in that if if the wicket's faster and you're kind of catching up with a cut shot that might be on a length, then that's going to go squarer because you're playing it later.
Oh, look, another move.
We're now tinkering again, so we've now swapped over. So Danny White-Hodges now, this is very exciting.
Isn't it? It's like
Danny
Brownian
White-Hodges now
motion.
on square. Now we have a cover and an extra cover. Another dot ball. So
We're just getting a slight hint here of Durham wanting to just get on with it a touch. Two batters are both in, they're both set. Looking to get after a bowler.
It's a little bit of dot ball pressure building on Villiers, and it's amazing how quickly that happens. And there you go. You have that Danny White-Hodge position in the deep coming into play. But typically when the sweeper is further in front of square, it means either the wicket is slower or the ball that they're fielding has been much shorter. You have the time to get and play the ball out in front of you, which goes in front of square. I think that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
One ball remaining of the 21st. Alice Davidson-Richards drops out from mid-off to long-off as well. That one just goes on with the arm. Half an appeal. It was never likely to be rewarded with a positive decision from the umpire. 21 overs, gone 94 for 2.
So, going back to the pitch the other day, I know wickets fell in clusters, but I'm not sure that they were sort of pitch related. Whether there was
I think that's fair enough.
A bit of hesitance came in to Yorkshire's batting at the back end. They weren't quite sure whether to stick or twist, and also they were, I think, disbenefited, weren't they, by when you bat first and you bat for really quite a while, and then the rain comes and suddenly you're reduced by 6 overs. Then finding the right tempo can be tricky. But it looked a pretty decent deck to me, and it's always a very quick outfield. The shorter boundary, just about, you'd say, on the Archbishop Tennyson side.
Well, I think this is a good change of bowling from Surrey, and we do have a bowling change powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions.
Now, I was watching intently, and I was listening to your comments about TCC.
Oh yeah,
the other day. You and Yaz very excited that feels that there's a bit more in her action this year, you were saying.
It felt that way just from watching her, especially her opening spell. You saw a bit more action and fizz on the ball. She hasn't provided the perfect example there. Very full delivery.
First ball of a new spell.
Famously allowed to bowl whatever you want on that one.
You are. Well, you are, yes. Oh, I say.
Spin. That beats the outside edge of Villiers. We've got an interesting field here. It's a 4-5. So there's only 4 fielders on the offside, but there's only 2 in the ring on the offside. So TCC's looking to bowl very straight. Well, she's cut away on the offside on that occasion. So protection's on the leg side. I'm not quite sure what the tactics of this field would be, to be honest, because your protection on the boundaries is split evenly. But within the ring, you're having to stay very straight.
Well, she's having to bowl pretty straight, isn't she, with 5 on the leg side. Can't afford width, and there you go. Speared into Midland leg.
And maybe this is a kind of misobservation of my own over time. I feel like I kind of more associated Courtine Coleman with bowling quickly and Coleman sometimes darting the ball into the wicket. Whereas now I'm kind of getting more kind of Sophie Eccleston vibes, where you see that big drop on the ball and very conventional, beautiful finger spin, basically, where you're looking to land the ball on Midland leg and it's drifting in towards the right-hander and then biting and hopefully hitting them on the pad in front. Ugly from Holly Armitage, and she scampers through for a quick single, and that's the dive for her troubles as well. It's the end of the over, 96 for 2, but I think that's a shot as a result of what you were talking about. Bit of dot ball pressure building.
It feels like it, doesn't it? It does feel like it. It feels like there's a little bit of, not yet exasperation. This partnership came together with a score at 61-35 from 56 balls. So that's going at just under 4 and over. You can sort of start to see why they may be getting a little bit agitated.
We have another change of bowling powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. And we've changed the opening bowlers are back in town. Maitland Brown from the Vauxhall end, Tilly Courtine-Coleman from the Pavilion end. And I guess in the sense that Durham are probably getting a bit antsy, where they're wanting to up the run rate, maybe take another couple of risks. Surrey have turned back to their big guns. Tucked away for 1 run, and that'll be a half century for Holly Armitage. A second in a row. She made 80 earlier in the week against Essex. And she raced out of the blocks today, being a bit slower in the last 5 or 6 overs. She's looking well set to potentially push on to 3 figures.
Very handy player to have, Holly Armitage.
Very handy player.
It's one of these ones you
Would you like to be described as a handy player?
Well, yes, I would. I mean, especially handy because it's unlikely that she's going to get selected for England, and yet she's very good.
Level.
Yes, it's exactly what you want in a county side.
Short. That ball hasn't quite got up. And Villiers does well to get back down on it. Pulls it out for 1 run.
Hints in Surrey's men's team of someone like Jordan Clark. You know he's exceptionally good at the level that he's at, but England, for whatever reason, seem destined not to go there.
The best ability is availability. I've always said it.
Oh, that's a brilliant cliche from you. Loving it. Loving your work.
Love your stuff. Maitland Brown in from the Vauxhall end again. Short cut.
Oh.
And that's 4 runs. 100's up for Durham. And while Stanley Whitehodge was briefly in the game, that raced away to the boundary at a rate of knots.
Oh, that was absolutely murderously thumped, wasn't it? Beautiful timing and the placement, because Whitehodge is out there sweeping. She didn't have an enormous amount of ground to make, and she's very quick across that ground, but the power of the shot didn't give her a chance. Too wide, too short.
4 runs.
4 runs.
Short again. This time it's pulled out to the fielder at deep square leg. Jemima Spence does the work. I've become quite a big fan of kind of live, laugh, love twee quotes of late.
Have you?
Yeah.
Joy. Are you going to start stenciling them in your bedroom
Just
back
to
at your
keep-
parents' house?
Get them on a... Hang on, we don't have to keep bringing that one up. I think I found a room, by the way, so it's all good news.
Joy. Just a room?
Just a room. In a friend's
It's a
flat.
start, isn't it? You can move on from that
it
to
is,
maybe
yeah.
a bathroom as well. A sink. Just a sink.
I only need a sink, that's fine.
I didn't like to say. Where are you looking?
I think I'm going to be going back up to Finsbury Park, north of the river.
Really?
I lived up there a couple of years ago and very much enjoyed it.
Yes.
You sound so sad.
Well, you are part of the South London Massive.
I am, that is true.
And we don't like it when we lose some of our own.
I just like the...
Seduced by the... It's a park. In South London we have commons, which is an altogether more
that's very interesting.
inclusive
Is that an
thing.
actual thing?
Yes, it's an actual thing. Down in South London, anybody can get on a common. You can take your sheep. You can do whatever you like. It's called a common for a reason. Up in North London, they have parks, and they only let you in at certain times. It's not free use for all. It's exclusive. You want to be exclusive, Cam? Then go ahead.
I'm very interested in this. 103 for 2s. What's the kind of political, social history of this?
Well, it's lengthy. I mean, we've got 5 or 6 hours. We could get through it.
Perfect. Give me the abridged version. Spark notes.
Well, there are commons in North London. It's not, strictly speaking, that the moment you go over the river you don't get a common. And there are indeed parks in South London, like Dulwich Park, for example.
Well, producer George is just listing them out on the screen in front of us.
Yeah, there are a few. I mean, you'll note Richmond Park is owned by the royal family, which is one of the reasons. Battersea Park is so close to north of the river that I sort of count it as that. But let me give you, for example, Wandsworth Common, Clapham Common, Wimbledon Common.
You're
Tooting
distracting
Bank
from the
Common.
bowling change. We've got another change of bowling. Danny Gregory's changed ends. She's flipped over to the pavilion end, powered by SSE Energy Solutions.
There's no run there.
He's done that a couple of times
Yes.
today, Durham. Searching for an invisible run.
Villiers is the culprit at the moment. I think she's just getting a little agitated. 22 off 36. Plenty of time left. I also have to say that I'm very much enjoying, and I always have done, Danny Gregory's approach.
Oh, yes.
It's the arms to the side, like conducting an orchestra. Alex Hartley used to do it. We should get a little bit further, up and round. But there's the settling at the top of the run, a bit like Farhan Ahmed.
Cut out to the sweeper. Interestingly enough, Danny Gregory is bowling to the exact same field that Tilly Courtine-Coleman had for her 1 over. I'm
Both theoretically taking the ball away from the right-hander, I suppose.
This is true.
Differently, of course.
Now a slight change. With Villiers on strike, long off has come up into the ring. So only 3 fielders out on the boundary, so 1 fewer than Surrey are allowed. That's a little bit slower.
I like that. So I think they're sensing what we are also sensing, which is that Villiers
There's a feeling.
wants to get on with it, and just pressurising her, saying, right, you're going to go over the infield, go up and over, mid-off, mid-on, extra cover.
It's another dot ball. I might just do some statistical analysis with Villiers because I have a suspicion that in the last 5 overs she hasn't really gone anywhere. She was on 19 off 25, which means she scored kind of 3 runs off her last 11 balls.
13, I think.
Well, you say potato, I say potato.
You know what I'm like with numbers.
And that is a run, though. Just 1 run up to mid-on. Alice Davidson-Richards got herself in a bit of a pickle there. She was on the ground for a fair while.
She took the most enchanting catch of the season, I thought, the other day. When
The
she
juggle.
the juggle, and then
Multiple
the brilliant
juggles.
cross of the legs when she'd got it. Cross of the legs with relief. It's a great moment, that.
I think she
'Cause
just...
she did drop one, didn't she? She dropped
Exactly, she-
one up the boundary, and it felt like she was having one of those days, you know.
Handy players sometimes have one
They
of those
do.
days.
But didn't she finish the innings sublimely?
She did indeed.
When there was just that little wobble.
You needed a calm head now there. No, I do remember. I remember commentating on a men's game with you a couple of years ago, and you started testing me on darts checkouts.
Okay.
And it was horrible.
Really?
Well, I think I'm quite good
151.
at
Has that settled in yet?
151. Well, I imagine you go treble 19 there because you've got to
No.
get back to an even. Well, you do have to get back to an even because you
Yeah.
start on 151. So maybe it's treble 17.
That's more like it. Treble
Lovely.
17, treble 20, double top.
Oh, because treble 17 will be 51, which would leave 100, which then you go treble 20 double tops.
He's getting there. He's learning.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. Villiers, 23 or 40 now. She's clipped that. Used her wrist to try and get it over onto the leg side, but almost got a leading edge up to Alice Capsey.
That again, that is a shot of frustration. That could so easily have gone. It could have gone straight to mid-on, or it could even have gone to the hands of mid-wicket. She's a bit becalmed here.
2 boundaries to Villiers' name, one of which was an outside edge. This time she comes down the track and wallops that over mid-on for 4. It was coming. Something had to change. Villiers made a play, and this time succeeded.
Now that reminds me, Maddie Villiers, did she not win the first game of the Women's 100 for the Oval Invincibles with a shot quite similar to that?
You're testing
Things
me.
had got very, very tight, and she came in at about number 8, number 9, and got the Invincibles over the line from memory.
Oh, swing and a miss. That ball's lifted off the surface. We've seen that a couple of times. The Talia Wilson dismissal was very similar from Alice Monaghan. It's just got a little bit of extra bounce, but we had one ball that scooted along the floor as well. So a bit of variable
It's a bit of variable bounce, yeah.
I've decided today is a cliches day.
Super. Shot.
Another beautiful shot. And that'll be another boundary. So things just starting to tick over for Villiers. 2 boundaries in the over. Having only struck 2 boundaries in her previous 42 deliveries.
You just got the feeling that something like this was going to happen, that she was either going to give a wicket away or she was going to get a couple out of the middle of the bat, and it's the latter.
I wonder if the extra pace has actually helped her. Now she's having to just use... Well, I was about to say she can use the pace of the ball, but she walked down the track and hit it over mid-on. One more run. 25 overs gone. 114 for 2. I believe...
It's time for you to...
I'm off, and Mark Church will replace me.
Well, toodle pip. So we're halfway through. Drinks will come onto the field. With Durham 114 for 2. I think 15, 20 runs below where they would like to be, but with only 2 wickets down, they've got a platform, a solid platform to continue from here. The 50 partnership came up in the last over. You can see a couple of wickets to fall today. Marlowe caught by Capsey at mid-on off Courtine, Coleman for 6. Another wicket for TCC. Surrey's leading wicket taker this season. And then Wilson, dangerous Australian, caught behind by Chatley off 100 for 15. But since then, Armitage and Villiers going well. The wickets there you can see for Courtine, Coleman, 6 overs used, 1 for 22. And Monaghan 1 for 15. 5 bowlers in total have been used. There are other possible bowling options. You see those partnerships. This is now the biggest one of the innings, unbroken partnership of 53. After that partnership of 48 for the second wicket between Wilson and Armitage. Mark Church has sat down alongside me. G'day.
Hello, my friend. Yeah, I think Surrey have been good again here. It looks a good pitch. It really does. I was going to ask you, my first question was going to, what have you come as today? It looks like, is there tree felling taking place?
What are you talking about?
Well, I know what your T-shirt is, but you look like a fashionable lumberjack.
Oh, yes. Yes. Well, it's you don't see me often in my winter garb.
Can I just, as we're on that as well, just while I'm looking at you, put my sunglasses on.
Yes,
as
feel
I'm
free.
Dazzled.
Wasn't that name? You just look like Poncherello from Chips. Or the other one.
Viper from Top Gun. Because you do look like a highly fashionable lumberjack.
Well, I am a lumberjack and I'm okay.
Yes. Tree
I
felling.
sleep all night and I work all day.
Tree felling taking place today?
Today I'm taking time off the tree felling, to be honest with
excellent.
you. Yeah, I put in a healthy shift and I'm tired. And
I'm glad to see, though, you're still
out.
in your day-by-day Masters green jacket as
yes.
well.
Well, it's shoulder of the season, isn't it, you see, Churchy? You'll be familiar with this. You naturally gravitate towards your summer garb as soon as humanly possible. I'm a very dear friend called Steve Busfield who does that. He's in shorts at the beginning of March because to him it's technically spring, regardless of how cold it is. Yes. I prefer to avoid pneumonia, and also you don't want a little niggle to start the season. You don't want a tight hammy. So I stick in my winter garb, but I just reduce the number of jumper layers.
But unfortunately, the viewers can't see your trainers and your socks as well, which are, they can now. I didn't mean you to do that. But look at that.
Not bad, eh?
Look at that.
I mean, I think almost coordinated.
Look at that. Do you remember Rainbow?
Far above the streets and houses.
Yeah.
Rainbow climbing high.
There it is.
Yeah. Oh, yes, Jeffrey.
Super trainers as well. Wow. It's
Did you ever watch the episode of Rainbow when Bungle goes swimming?
No, I can't say I remember that.
Well, weirdly enough, Bungle, who spent the entirety of Rainbow stark naked, when he goes swimming, puts on swimming trunks.
Ah, yes, I suppose he was without clothing.
Yes.
It's interesting.
Except when he went swimming.
What was Bungle again? A bear?
A big bear.
A big bear,
yeah.
That's right.
A kindly but slightly stupid bear, I always felt.
That's right.
A bit syrupy.
That's right.
Moderately sentimental.
The good news for everybody is cricket's about to break
Yay.
out again because they've had a drinks break halfway through this Durham innings. And Danny Gregory. He's going to change ends here. So Danny Gregory...
No, she bowled the last one from that end.
Last one from that end.
I really didn't like Bungle.
Yeah. Here is Gregory then. And straight away, it's a good line, good length. Why?
Big fan of George, but I just felt he was just insipid.
Ooh.
You know, moderately timorous.
See,
and always sucking up to Jeffrey.
It was a children's programme, mind, wasn't
well,
it?
I was a child when I was watching it, and I didn't care for
yes,
him.
But you
Teacher's pet.
You thought about it a bit too deeply. As they'll pick up a single.
Well, that is This criticism has been levelled at me quite a lot over the years.
Villiers moves on to 33. And this will bring Armitage, who's played very nicely here for 56. I think Durham here should be looking at 300.
Yes, but for that, they're going to need a
Armitage.
partnership really to get going, aren't they?
Well, I was looking at their partnerships against Essex as this is swept down to short fine. They thought about a single, but there wasn't one there, so it's good work on the edge of the circle. Yeah, those partnerships against Essex, and they broke the opening pair pretty early, but 1-3-7 for the first wicket and 1-6-3 for the second wicket. So Armitage was part of that second wicket partnership. This is swept fine. And the chase is on, but I think the ball will just win. No, the chase is excellent. And Tilly Coleman's done very well there. Flicks the ball back inside the boundary rope, but they're back for 3. 3 more to Armitage. But a good chase that from Tilly Coleman. Not only can she bowl left arm spin quite beautifully, bit of pace about her there to get to that ball. I thought the ball was going to win. He is back on to strike. Shot. In stereo. That is a beautiful shot.
Well, I got a feeling here, Mark, that Villiers and Armitage have had a chat, and it's, Holly, you keep ticking along at a runner ball and anchor it, and now I'm going to try and get into it now, because that's her 3rd boundary in the last, 11 balls bowled in the last sort of 8 or 9 that she's faced.
Proper shot, that.
It is, isn't it?
It's slightly over pitch, but...
Well, use of the feet made it look more over pitched, I think, than it was.
The hands as well. Gorgeous cricket shot from Maddie Villiers. Batting at 4 here. She goes onto the back foot. That just bounced a touch more from Gregory and pushed away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they will pick up a single, and that'll be 1 more to the total. And Villiers keeps the strike. End of the over, so 24 remaining for Durham.
Nice over rate, isn't it?
Yeah, ticking through. Well, I do like in 50 over cricket, and I like it in 20 over cricket as well. A sort of predominantly spin attack.
Yes, it doesn't always work though.
Doesn't always
Dipti
work.
Sharma he's a spinner, can quite literally take 7 minutes over and over, because she'll come in and stop at least 4 times.
But
So, doesn't always work.
I do like that, and it's a typical cricketing cliche where the batter looks up and 15 overs are whipped past, and you just notice. I had spotted that. So we have a change of bowling, brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions, and it's Alice Capsey with her off breaks into the attack from the Vauxhall end, and that's pulled straight down the ground, and they'll pick up a single. Whilst there was the chat about the trip to Loughborough for the inter-squad game on Wednesday.
Oh yes,
which as I said, was a nonsense.
Yes, I think many of us agree with you.
As this one's just pushed down to backward point by Armitage. Just went straight on, I think, that one from Capsey. But it was mentioned that Capsey is doing some wicket keeping.
I saw that, yes.
Now, is that a plan for the World Cup, that she keeps wicket?
Instead of Amy Jones, you'd think there were other more qualified keepers.
Are we overthinking it a touch? As down the pitch comes Armitage and it hits the pad and rolls back up the pitch.
Well, I mean, what other keepers were out there? Because a lot of the the best heaths of this world, Kira Chatley obviously here, Jemima Spence.
I didn't know she...
Neither did I.
Did that?
I've never watched a match in which she has kept wicket.
No. As this is driven, tossed up a touch by Capsey.
And I think you do lose some rather helpful options
Off-spin.
if you,
Yeah, it's good running. Really good running. And they get back for a couple, so Armitage on to 61. Interesting, though. You're seeing that a lot now in the old franchise stuff, aren't you? That there are players, batters, who've done a bit of keeping in their time, who are turning themselves into keepers who bat.
Yes.
Because it's a handy thing to have. Turned into the leg side by
There's a lot
Armitage.
of them about, though, aren't there? a lot of them about. It's quite a congested field.
Yes, it is, and there's some good ones about as well, aren't there? So Capsy in once again. Same picture that we used on Wednesday. We've had a couple that have bounced for Maitland Brown, as that's driven away off a thickish outside edge by Armitage, and they will pick up a couple of runs at the end of a first over for Capsy.
It's just part of the myriad of options that are available to Surrey, aren't there? Because there's still...
Oh, here we are just saying that, but yeah, there's a bit there for Maitland Brown. It's not extravagant, but there have been a couple. That's gone through. But you've got to be quick enough to do it as well.
Oh, and that one's kept very low.
Yeah, I was actually looking at that at the back of the box. I'm just wondering as well whether she may have just rolled her fingers on that one a touch. Perhaps that was the slower one. But it's not extravagant, but you've got to be quick enough to find that. And she has on a couple of occasions. Danny Gregory continues. And this is cut away for a single out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope.
I mean, it's encouraging to see that bounce, because I do think that all forms of cricket, men's cricket, women's cricket, benefit, don't they, from good bounce. We talk about this many, many times, the archetypal perfect pitch. People go back to the Perth Test match of 2013, I want to say. Women's Test, where Kate Cross had great success. And I remember Charlie Dagnall talking about it. It's what the women's game needs. The spinners, a lot of spinners in the women's game, they need bounce to be able to work with. And the quicker bowlers obviously need that as well. And it's encouraging because we did see a pitch here for the men's 4-day game the other day.
That's short, and that's pulled, and that's 4. So Gregory, even with the sweeper out there, just drops that one in. She doesn't bowl many of those, but did drop that one in, and Armitage good enough just to make sure she put the ball away to the boundary rope, despite the sweeper out there, which is Capsy. That was always getting away from her. It's not that short, but
needed to be right on the rope there. She was in about 4 or 5 yards, which meant that the speed at which that was going cut off the angle. She couldn't do it.
My apologies, it's Danny Wyatt Hodge out there, of course.
She likes to patrol in the outfield.
She does. She's very good at it as well. But that was extremely well timed. As Armitage looks to sweep, that hits the pad and rolls away in front of her.
She's very talkative in the outfield. If you go for a little meander, as I have done in the past for England games, she likes a chat. I think she might prefer actually to be in the Archbishop Tennyson side because there's more fans to natter to.
Well, even
quite a chatterbox,
but
Danny.
there are supporters her side of the ground, but they are miles away from her at the moment. She'd have to shout.
They've closed off entry to a fair bit of the stand away to our left, to what is now sort of deep backward square and long leg.
Well, that's well bowled. Just took a bit off that, I think, Danny Gregory, and Armitage was through it a little early. And Gregory, good bit of work off her own bowling there, but that was more inside edgy from Armitage. Nicely bowled by Danny Gregory. She's got terrific control. It's not an easy art, this. As onto the back foot goes Armitage. And won't get a single. So the one boundary and a single, just 5 off that over.
Just that one ball she dragged down a touch short. It wasn't that short, actually, but Armitage is very much in. But that's why I do think that if Durham are going to look for 300, as we see somebody... Oh, I remember that. I remember that pencil case and that.
I had that pencil case.
I had that pencil case, yeah.
In that pencil case.
Did you score? Did you come to games and score?
Oh, yeah, I scored for Dad's team for years.
No, I mean, come to a professional game.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I scored all of Javed Miandad's, was it 270 here in 1987?
Did you have that?
Ball draw.
Because in there you would have got a compass.
A compass,
a protractor.
Yes. And a set square. No one knew what it did.
No one had.
No
one knew. Capsy started the 29th over. And there'll be a single here.
Did you carve your name on your desk at your school with your compass? Because that was basically what you used the compass for.
Surely, wasn't it?
I think so. That or removing small stones from your horse.
Yes. Oh, did you have a horse?
I didn't.
Although you
it's
removed
funny you should
it
say
from
that.
other people's horses, did you?
I was made to horse ride against my will.
You were made to.
Yes,
What,
I was.
Forced.
Yes, I'll explain. I'll explain. It's a tragic tale.
I think you should. Forward is Armitage. It just plays this one back up the pitch.
Tragic tale. I got Osgood-Schlatter's disease. Yeah, exactly.
What's
Show a bit
that?
of respect.
What is that? What is that? Something to do with horses? Driving is Armitage. You'll get a single here as Schofield goes round to her
It
left.
affects the knees, and it's
Oh.
often what happens when you have a growth spurt. So my knees were in terrible pain, and what needed to be done was to beef up the muscles around the knee as it was growing and stretching. So my mother took me to a doctor.
I know where this story's going. As this is turned down the ground by Villiers, and they'll pick up a single.
And my mother, who did occasionally veer towards the hyacinth bouquet, bless her, was told by the doctor that there are 2 very reliable physiotherapies for Osgood-Schlatter's disease.
Right. Just worked down the ground by Armitage for another single.
One is swimming. Yay, mum. Love swimming, because then you get to use the food dispenser thing afterwards. Don't you get a packet of crisps and you get a penguin or a Twix? Other bars are available. That's the best bit.
Yeah.
And there's splashing and there's ducking and
no
there's
bo-
bombing.
no bombing.
No bombing, sorry, or petting. Yeah.
Forward goes Villiers, and there's no run.
And then he said, and there's also horse riding because of the and the use of the knees. To which I said, no. And my mother, who didn't care for public swimming baths and herself was hopeless at swimming, thought that she had some kind of crazy idea that one day I might play polo or something.
Or win the Grand
You know what I
National.
mean? No, she wouldn't have wanted that.
Oh, you're probably
No.
too big for that,
I
weren't
could
you?
be an owner or a trainer, but I couldn't be a jockey.
Right.
But maybe, badminton horse trials or some such
Yeah,
nonsense.
lovely.
And so, poor me was made to pick up a horse at a pub, the Alma, in Tooting Broadway,
Right.
and then ride said horse up to Tooting Beck
Up the
Common,
High Street.
Up the High Street, yeah. And you can imagine I got quite a lot. It was the early 1980s, and Tooting was, let's say, a very mixed community at the time. And the mix veered towards jeering at people in jodhpurs with a silly hat on, going down the High Street on a horse.
I wish I'd been there for that. We got a change in bowling.
You would have done the same as them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sponsored by SSE Solutions as always, and the first ball. And this Moynihan back into the attack. She just drifted onto the legs, and it's tucked away neatly and tidily down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So a bit of a loosener.
Meat and drink, as they say.
Absolutely. And
You
nice-
like it there, don't you?
Yep. And Armitage will move on to 73.
Surrey's bowlers, the first balls of spells have been a little wayward.
I think this has been a pretty good passage of play for Durham now. Since the drinks break at 25, as this is cut away by Armitage for a single.
To get to your 300, though, Mark, we'll need to go at roughly 8s.
I'm sorry, no, I'm just still
Well, horsing.
working out how that does actually help.
Your knees. Well, because you're not like I'm trying to demonstrate, but you put your feet in the stirrups,
Yes, but
don't
you're
you?
not
And
a
you're bobbing
jockey.
up and down.
But surely that's when
But
you're
use your
galloping,
thighs, your
isn't it?
thighs.
Were
It's a
you
lot of thigh
were
work.
you galloping up Tooting?
Look, I tried not to have to do it. I wish you'd been there as my advocate.
Swimming's a cheaper option, surely.
Much cheaper.
Single, one more to the total.
And you get the hula hoop, stroke quavers, stroke discos, stroke whatever you want from the
Did
vending
it
machine.
help though? The knees, I mean.
Oh, well, who knows? I mean, it eventually passed,
Right, good.
but not before I had a lot of hot poultices put on them.
Did you?
Oh yeah, kaolin poultices.
It's like I'm
Agony. Of course, being my mum, olive oil was rubbed on the knee.
Was it? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. As this is right up on the bootstraps from Monaghan. Oh, brilliant from Chatley. There's the shout for the run out, but Villiers was safely home. But great work from Chatley.
Just a little warning, that isn't it?
Yeah.
That single might be tighter than you think.
Yeah. Glove was off very
quick.
quickly.
Yeah.
Well, there we are. That's something I never knew.
Yes.
Olive
You
oil.
ever done horse racing?
Olive oil, olive oil on the knees.
Olive oil. Well, you put the olive oil on, and then you place this kaolin, which is kind of like a kind of clay.
Is this before
Which
you
is-
got on the horse or after?
No, that was just a. That
Because
was
you
that
might
was
have
every
slipped
day.
off.
Bandages on every day.
Oh, damn,
Yeah.
Norcross, this is awful.
That was dreadful. I've suffered.
Yeah. Oh, that's a shot from Villiers. Just opens the face. That's beautifully played. Just let it come to her, open the face, and then guides it down to the short third boundary for four. Lovely bit of batting, that.
Well, they're at that phase in this partnership when they are punishing anything loose. Earlier on in the partnership, occasionally bowlers were getting away with that sort of a ball, but now these two are well and truly set. So if you give width like that, and there is no deep third, it was nicely put away.
That was a lovely shot. Really, we should play a couple now. And the drive as well off Danny Gregory. On the back foot here, times this as
It
well.
was lovely, wasn't it?
And there's a single there. A long single out there to the sweeper on the cover rope.
Why is the back foot drive perfectly timed one of the most...
It's
one of the ones that makes you go, ooh.
But it's also one of the hardest shots to play. It really is.
Why is that?
In front of square. I think because it's going to be against a quicker bowler, isn't it? And
timing is absolutely essential.
Timing's essential, and you've got to be in the
and
right...
The length is that little bit more tricky.
And you've got to be in the right position to play it. Otherwise, you're edging it or dragging it back onto your stumps. I think it is a really hard shot to play well. So when it is played well, people tend to do what we just did and go, ooh. So, Capsey to bowl the 31st over. And push politely back towards her by Villiers.
So they say double, don't they? Double the score after 30. That's getting you to your 300.
Yeah, I think that would be the aim from Durham here. Back up the 300 they made against Essex earlier in the week as well. As this is whipped leg side by Villiers for a single.
There's 150, but the speed at which this run rate has increased. It was 4.35 not too long ago, and you just started to feel Maddie Villiers getting a little bit, I don't know, scratchy, trying to get on with it, and then she got away. She got 2 fours in and over from Brown, and since then she's looked really good.
Armitage tucks this one into the leg side, won't get a run. Nicely bowled by Capsey. So just the single so far off the over with 3 balls to go of the over.
Handy overs, though, that Surrey are getting out of Capsey here. They'd love to get 5 or 6 if they can, if she can keep on being this steady.
Well, as you say, she knows what she's doing. As this is pulled down the ground by Armitage, we'll get a single down to Alice Davison-Richards. 1 more to the total.
Who, if you're wondering when she's going to come on to bowl, it's almost always at the death.
Yeah.
Poor old ADR.
Yeah.
There you go, the slog's on.
on you come. On you come. Villiers waits again and tucks this one into the leg side, and that rolls in there towards short mid-wicket. So 49 from 60 deliveries from Maddie Villiers. Has played very nicely. Batting at 4. Partnership now worth 90. Will this be her 50? Nope. Doesn't time that at all, and Maitland Brown does the fielding. So tidy over that from Capsey. Just the 2 off it.
Would you like news from elsewhere?
I would love some news from
Don't
elsewhere.
forget, we've got 9 teams in the table in Div 1 this year. So somebody's always missing out each week. Lancashire plays Somerset tomorrow at 10:30, but currently at Chelmsford, Fortress Chelmsford. Essex 111 for 5. Grace Scrivens is going well. Raf Nicholson's favourite. 58 not out from 85, but wickets have fallen all around her. Currently, Sophia Smale is in 115 for 5, and they're coming towards the end of the 29th over there, so that feels a little undercooked for Essex against Warwickshire.
Start of the 32nd. And all that goes past the edge as Armitage looks to cut, and then she rehearses what we were just talking about, the back foot punch rather than the cut shot.
Yorkshire are in action against the irksomely named Blaze.
The Blaze.
The Blaze. Stop it. mustn't get onto that hobby horse.
Don't, please. You've mentioned enough about horses
Oh,
already.
I have.
I don't want to get onto your hobbies now either. That's very well played by Armitage. What I like about that shot that goes to the boundary for 4 was that, as I said, in the previous delivery, she tried that and then practiced a back foot punch. With that one, she just let it come to her. It was a bit wide, but she's let it come to her and then just opened the face and just used the pace to get it past backward point and down to that short third boundary again.
I mean, it's wide-ish, but it's
It's
about
not that
fourth,
wide.
fifth stump, isn't
No,
it?
exactly.
You know,
It's
that's
just a
really
very-
nicely played.
Very good shot. She's played a few of those. She played one early in her innings off Maitland Brown that no slip and just took it just outside her off stump and guided it down to the third boundary. Goes short again, and that will be 4 more. That's got through backward point, and this time it just sat up. She's got on top of it and cuts it away. So just beginning to pull the trigger a touch here are Durham.
Poor ball, this one. This is the one that you dream of. Short, sits up nicely. And either Surrey are going to have to make a field change for a poor ball, or Monaghan needs to just get that length fuller and get that line tighter.
Well, the other thing for her is the shortest boundary down to third. There's hardly any distance really if you time it. So she's got to. That is going to be tough to defend. If Armitage beats backward point,
It's a popular place at the Oval, isn't it?
yeah,
Backward point for a batter.
Armitage is solidly forward. That's a better length delivery, and there's no run.
How many times have you seen Ollie Pope access
Yes,
that backward
yes.
point? The other day when we were here for the 4-day match, and there was quite a short boundary down the backward point on the other side of the square. And that's devilishly difficult to defend.
It certainly is.
After this ball, I'll give you the news of Yorkshire.
Yes, please, against the Blaze. It's pushed away by Armitage. Will get a single, nicely placed, and she moves on to 84.
Well, Blackwell made a 60-ball 17 opening the batting in partnership with Lauren Winfield Hill, who is still there, unbeaten on 70 from 78. Jess Jonathan, 23, 125 for 1 in the 29th over. And since we're mentioning Lauren Winfield Hill, what did you make of...
Oh, we discussed this.
incident
We
the
did,
other day.
when
Did you- have you-
when
have you-
Bryony was up here as well, we
Oh, yes.
discussed it.
Oh, yes.
It wasn't out. It came off
No,
the head. As
but
this is down the leg side, that'll bring up the 100 partnership that wide. So it's been a good one between Villiers and Armitage. And yes,
But these umpiring decisions that aren't always 100% perfect do happen.
yes, they do. And I was saying as well, I feel for the umps as well, because it was a shocker. The ump would know it was a shocker when they see it again. Problem
Yes.
is now it goes round the world in like that,
Yes.
and there's no there was no third umpire. There was no but Lauren Winfield Hill's reaction as driving is Villiers.
Was passionate.
It was, and we've all done it. I said that we've all done it. Anyone who's ever played cricket at the end of the over, whatever the standard, you get a rough decision, and there will be occasion where you do slightly overreact. Yes, and then about half an hour, 40 minutes later, when you calm down,
Yes.
you think, oh dear, probably
Let myself
I've
down
got to
there,
be. I have let myself down. So yeah, I was saying that it happens, and yes, the reaction was a bit over the top. But at the end of the day, it's done. It's gone. That's why she's batting in a floppy sun hat today. No, I'm joking. As here is Capsy, and this is driven down the ground to long on.
Well, as you say, it can happen to anybody.
Yes.
And Ebony Rainford Brent, I believe, is still banned from cricket because in her last game...
You see, one of the nicest, most mild-mannered people you could wish to see.
Well, yeah, I love her.
Yes.
But yeah.
As this one, look at the flick leg side, hits the pad.
I can imagine there was a bit of white line fever with
Yeah.
our Ebs.
Yeah, definitely.
And quite right too.
Quite right too.
So, yeah, so you want that passion.
Yep.
But I think in her last game, she was given out, caught at slip. The ball was nowhere near her bat and should have been a wide. And
Cut away. Nicely played by Villiers. This will be her 50. It's been a very nice innings, this. So she moves to 51. And
It
they're
has.
just ticking along. That run rate now, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, 5.05, but very nicely played. 51 off 64 deliveries.
She's going through the gears here because she's caught up. She's going to run a ball in her last 30 balls, which is exactly what they needed. Just a little over a runner ball.
I'm waiting for the ebony dismissal here, as this is turned.
Well, she wouldn't move.
Oh, good for
No,
her.
no.
not going
She had
anywhere.
to be
The old
prized
WG
off.
Grace.
Prized off, and then there were disciplinary hearings
Was
of all
there?
sorts. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
And I think it was her last game, so she's still
That's
banned.
a ban. If she ever wants to make a comeback,
That's right.
she has to go in front of a committee, does she? This is a full toss, which is swung leg side by Villiers. Oh, and there's a missed field as well, and they'll get back for 2. There was all going on there with a full toss.
Yeah, I think that was sort of. Let's gloss over that bit of cricket really, because it wasn't a great ball, and having got to it on the full, she really had a pick. Did Maddie Villiers of where to hit it? She's hit it to the fielder, who has then not taken it cleanly and allowed a second run.
She will feel she's missed out there, I think.
Yeah.
It's better from Capsey and cut away by Villiers out towards Wyatt Hodge. And actually leaves it for Paige Schofield to do the fielding. So single off the last ball of the over, 17 remaining. The 300 is on here
Very much
for
is.
Durham.
We've seen some good scores in this year's competition.
Yes.
And I'm thinking back to when Surrey played at Beckenham last year, and
What a game that was.
the tie.
Yes.
That was a good one.
What was it? 320 odd plays, 320 odd.
It was an absolute stalker.
It's a nice
Stormer,
way,
wasn't it?
a nice way to spend the day, isn't it?
And also in the T20, I mean, Kira Chatley getting a 97 in 40 odd balls, which has sort of catapulted her forward. This is what professionalism has done for her.
We saw it with Paige Schofield on Wednesday. What was it? 89 off 42 deliveries. Got a change in
Spectacular
bowling. Brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. Kalia Moore comes back into the attack. Ball her 6th over, and the reverse sweep is straight out. That's the perfect way to play the reverse sweep, because that's gone straight under the keeper. Oh no, didn't get anything on it.
Oh, well, that'll
Buys.
do.
That'll do. 4 buys. So not quite how Maddie Villiers intended it to come off, but straight away the reverse sweeps out, and it's gone straight through the legs of Kira Chatley. And away for 4 buys. So nice start to the over again. As down the pitch comes Villiers. Wasn't quite there, so has to throw the bottom hand into this, and will pick up a single.
I think this passage of play could be a bit tasty now. You can see it from the way Maddie Villiers is approaching it. We've had the reverse sweep. Great show of intent. There is no deep backward point, so she's trying to get it either up and over or to the left or right, a backward point. And now she's gone on the charge.
Armitage is down the pitch as well. That's nicely bowled by Kalia Moore. Wasn't quite there, and can only push that into the leg side. I do apologise everybody, but I've still just got a vision of you on a horse.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
No, I
No.
can imagine. Poor horse is sweeping.
Yeah.
Is Armitage. They'll get a single. How was the
we
horse's
didn't get on.
knees?
We did not get on.
We didn't ask how the horse was after this.
Well, I was only 12, so I didn't weigh a great deal.
Coated in olive oil.
Yeah. There was a bit of that.
Handy for baking.
Very well,
Yes.
yeah, and I fry my eggs in them as well.
Exactly. Well, I'm just saying.
Great Mediterranean diet.
Copious amounts of that for your knees.
I didn't
of a
rub
mo-
any on the horse,
Of a morning where you do fancy a fried egg,
which is many a morning.
you know you've got enough olive oil. As down the pitch goes Villiers again. Now this is brilliantly taken. What a great catch from Alice Capsey. Down there at long on, she had to judge that and then judge the dive, and has taken it inches off the grass. That is a great time for Surrey to pick up that wicket. Villiers goes for a very well made 55. It's Kalia Moore with the wicket, but that is top class catch from Alice Capsey.
Well, you sensed something was going to happen here because Villiers is on the charge. She's actually slightly misjudged it initially. She stopped and then she realised she wasn't going to get there, so she's hurtled forward and taken it very well just off the ground. And this is the new look Alice Capsey. The last couple of years, been very important fielder for Surrey at long on and long off. She's very nimble, agile now out there, and when she gets to the ball, her hands are safe.
Well, you can easily get that wrong. You've got to judge.
There's
how
been a bit
far
of
you've got to
drag,
come
doesn't it,
in,
as
yeah.
well? So you've got that slightly dipping issue.
And you often see there that a fielder will take a step back and then come forward and won't quite get there. The key thing she's done there is seen Villiers coming down the ground and has already started moving forward as Villiers has hit it. Because you often see, don't you, you'll see a fielder go step back and then come forward, and that's often when they dive head first and it bounces just in front of them. So Emily Windsor,
our colleague,
indeed, makes her way out there.
I love it when Emily Windsor bats, because she hit the winning runs in the 100.
She certainly did.
Some years ago.
She certainly did. Very good player, Emily Windsor, as well.
Very good commentator, very good player.
Well, this
got a lot.
This situation's sort of tailor-made for Emily Windsor in the fact that she'll knock it around for a little bit, and I've seen her so many times be at the end of an innings 50 odd not out. She's very good in these situations. Her first delivery, and she's on the back foot, just works this into the leg side and then rehearses a pull shot. But a good over from Kalia Moore, the breakthrough. Villiers gone for 55, and Capsey looking as if she's going to continue down below us, is she?
Just a little bit of an opportunity now here for Surrey, just to put the squeeze on for 3 or 4 overs, having picked up a wicket, and see if that in itself can bring another.
We are getting in the change
straight away.
Tilly Courtine Coleman.
I like this.
Yeah, I do as well. New batter in. And Tilly Courtine Coleman. So change in bowling from the Vauxhall End, brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. And it's Tilly Courtine Coleman back into the attack. She's got 4 remaining in her 10. It's Tilly Courtine Coleman.
Because Surrey have taken wickets in clusters in this tournament so far.
Yeah, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22 so far for Tilly Courtine Coleman. Picked up the first wicket of the day. But yes, and I think as well with the new batter in, bring Tilly Courtine Coleman into the attack. Armitage 14 away from 100. Very good move this from Kira Chatley. Behind the stumps. Well, the sun's still out. You can just see there as well, there is a little heat haze, which is what we've been dreaming of. First ball from Tilly Courtine Coleman. That's the perfect delivery for a left arm spinner around the wicket, drifts in and then either holds its line or goes away. That is a perfect piece of bowling.
I'll tell you what, if she gets Armitage and 2 set batters are out.
Armitage looks to cut here, hits the fielder in at short extra, and there's no run. But that first delivery, that is
it's a beauty, isn't it?
Perfect left arm spinner to a right hander, coming around the wicket, drifts it in and takes it away from the bat. Beautiful bowling. As Armitage will just cut this one out towards the sweeper on the cover rope, get a single.
Well, this is what they did so well the other day, wasn't it? It's an established partnership between Winfield Hill and Callis. 2 of them went, and that completely dried the runs up. So,
well, I think you'll if you look back at this game, that dismissal of Villiers there could be absolutely crucial. And it took a very good catch from Alice Capsey. But there you can see at the feet of Tilly Courtine Coleman and the boundary rope there is a heat shimmer. Oh, that's excellent.
You've been waiting for that, haven't you, for about 8 months?
Well, no, we had a couple of days, didn't we?
We did,
when there was no
right.
cricket,
when there was no cricket,
obviously,
that's right, yeah.
That it was
I went down to Deal.
It was absolutely... Did you? Yes, you had your day in Deal. As driving his Windsor.
I discovered some amazing things. Charles Hawtrey used to live in Deal.
Did he really?
Yes, and he was universally despised by everybody because he used to wander into pubs very, very drunk and be incredibly rude to the locals, describing them as peasants.
Oh dear.
And then
As nicely bowled again, but Windsor will get off the mark here, just pushing it to the right of backward point.
We stayed in the hotel where he collapsed and died, actually.
This is a
Yes.
really good story. So it sounds like a joyous day at Deal.
It was lovely. And then we went
Yes.
to Margate the next day.
Oh, lovely
And
Margate.
Blow me down if we didn't find the house where John Le Mesurier and Hattie Jakes lived together.
What a
Oh,
tour
I
this
tell ya.
was. Did you go to the
Bernard Bresslaw Museum.
Did you go to the Chas and Dave Museum
I
in
did.
Margate? A single here.
I did.
Armitage,
You
'cause-
recommended that, didn't you?
Well, it's one of their great songs, of course. End of the over, and Daniel Norcross is leaving us to go and ride his horse. And there are 15 overs remaining. Even as I say that, Kirstie White is giggling as she sits down, because I think the vision of Norcross on a horse has possibly just entered Kirstie's head as well.
It hadn't until you said that. Now it has.
Well, it was due to his bad knees as a child. His mother took the option of he can either go swimming or ride a horse to strengthen his knees, and Daniel's mother decided the horse riding was the better option. It's going to be Kalia Moore continuing. What a big wicket that was, though, in Moore's last over, getting rid of Villiers when they did, as Armitage wants a quick single. Oh, Emily Windsor! I thought she was going to have to put the dive in, but the throw was on the half volley, and it gave her just enough time to get home.
Yeah, I have to admit, I missed the wicket, but potentially that I maybe caused the wicket by going to the toilet. I did that, the classic don't get up. But yeah, I wonder if that could be a big turning point in the game here.
Because she was really beginning to push the button a touch as Windsor's down the pitch driving.
It was a
out
faultless
towards the sweeper.
innings. Faultless innings
Yes,
from Maddie
it was.
Villiers up until that point as well. She was looking really good.
It took a terrific catch from Alice Capsey as well, down long on. Because I was saying that those ones down there, at times, your initial reaction, if you're fielding down there, as Armitage won't get a single here, is if you see a player come down and as they hit it, you step back. And then that's often the time you don't quite get there. But I think if you watch it again, as she hits it, she anticipates she hasn't quite got hold of that and starts moving forward, so she got there. As timed the dive to perfection as well. That's nicely bowled by Kalia Moore as well, because Holly Armitage just trying to get down the pitch to her.
She's looking a bit twitchy
She
here,
is.
isn't she?
Well,
I think Kalia Moore's a really good matchup for this, because she's going to vary her pace and her length. Holly Armitage needs to be careful not to run past one here.
Well, her game plan's probably changed now with Villiers going, because Villiers was just allowing Armitage to play her way. Now she's got a bit of extra weight on the shoulders. Down the pitch she comes again. She has almost walked straight past that one. Gets an edge on it. There's a misfield at short third. They're coming back for the second, and they'll make it. Yeah, it's pretty good running from Armitage on the misfield. Gets back for the second. But yet, just getting back to the Villiers dismissal, it was a really well judged catch from Alice Capsey, and they're not easy, those. Sometimes you can end up visiting the dentist on those, as this is tucked away for a single, so at the end of the over. But yeah, Villiers played beautifully, played absolutely beautifully.
It was really challenging fielding at the oval here as well, because when the ground's full, it's actually easier to pick the ball out, but when the seats are empty and they're white and you're playing with a white ball, it can be really difficult to pick out.
Well, coming out of the Peter May stand and the SSE Energy Solutions stand, as you say, it's a white ball coming out of a white background, and that can be really tough. It's going to be Tilly Coulson-Coleman to continue, but all Surrey are trying to do now is put the squeeze on.
Yeah, there's double pressure here really for Holly Armitage. Pressure to get to her personal landmark of 100. But run rate currently just around 5 and over. I don't feel if they continue at this rate, it's going to be enough runs. So added pressure there.
So first delivery is tossed up by Kirstie Coleman, driven down the ground for a long single. What I would love to see at some point again today, if at all possible, is the first ball of Kirstie Coleman's last over to Armitage, which was the perfect left arm spinner's delivery. This is a paddle sweep from Wilson, and she'll pick up a single. One more to the total.
Bess Heath still to come as well, so plenty of power hitting in the Durham lineup.
Armitage 93 not out. Driving, and it's well fielded by Paige Schofield in there at short extra cover. Even just little things like that at the moment. Armitage is thinking, I might get two here to the left of long off. And as it is, she doesn't get anything. And very, very good fielding that by Schofield. It doesn't look a lot, but actually it is, as it's cut away by Armitage. Boundaries have now dried up completely. Villiers was finding the boundary regularly, as was Armitage. Now the boundaries have dried up, and that run rate's dropping.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, I think if Surrey can keep them under 200 going into the 40th and the last 10, it really does put a lot of pressure on that batting to come. Durham with 7 wickets still in hand. But runs aren't easy to come by here. I think there's some really intelligent field placing here.
It is.
To put Armitage under a bit of pressure and really make her work for every run whilst accumulating more dots and building that pressure.
And Surrey at the moment are happy with singles. They're quite happy with this because that they looked on for 300 Durham, and that run rate had got up to 5.35 from memory at one stage. Now it's dropping. It's almost down to 5s now. Slight change in the field again here. Last ball of the over. And Armitage will get a single down towards long off, but they'll be happy with that. Sorry, it's another very tidy over. 5 from it, end of it. Now, as I said, Maddie Villiers played quite beautifully for her 55. Played some wonderful shots all around the ground. And it was a fabulous innings from her. 55 from 70 deliveries. 6 fours in that innings, but yep. Then Alice Capsey takes a very good catch, and since then boundaries have dried up. Just 1 second, I've got to put my glasses on. I've hit that age, Kirstie.
Sorry, I was just showing you some of the scores from the other games
Thank
going
you.
round.
Yes,
in
indeed.
the
We'll run through. We'll run through these now. We did a bit of that with Mr. Norcross, as this one's driven away out into the offside, rolls out there towards short extra cover, and there'll be one more. Armitage now 5 runs away from what would be a very good 100, but she cannot at the moment get Kalia Moore away. That's 2 dots from the first 2 deliveries in the over, so it's very good this from Kalia Moore and from Surrey at the moment. Armitage down the pitch again, can't find a run. So all of a sudden for Armitage, the pressure builds and builds and builds. There is a chance here that she may do something rash, just to try and get something going again. She's going to reverse sweep, plays it very nicely. That's a good option actually, and she's played it very nicely indeed. Controlled, she'll get a couple of runs.
Yeah, nervous 90s. You could see the tension building in her shoulders as well. So just to pick up a couple there, I'm sure she would have liked for that to have gone for 4, but I'll just release the valve a little bit from her. Although closer you get to the big 3 digits, the tenser your grip gets.
She's 97 not out. Ooh, that's nice, because she can
gift.
pull this away, and that will be her 100. And it's been a very good innings this, and it was a short ball from Kalia Moore, and Holly Armitage has moved to her 100, pulls it away down to the boundary rope. Fine innings this, has been there since the start. And Kirstie, very, very good innings.
Yeah, I think from ball one, she's absolutely looked well at home here. I think that'll, building on her last innings in the last game on Wednesday, she's really settled in nicely.
Final ball of the over, and pulls it straight back up the pitch. Does Armitage, and more does the fielding. So, Armitage 100, Emily Windsor's on 4, and here is that moment. Oh, and on 97, Kirstie.
Yeah.
That is the ball you're dreaming of. I am going to leave you in the very, very fine hands and capable speech of Cameron Ponsonby.
Yeah, I think that is an absolute gift on 97. If there's a delivery you'd like to get you over the line, then it's certainly that. And that will be a real confidence boost for Holly Armitage, who during the 100 this year has moved to My London as well. So this will be a home ground. So that will give her some confidence moving forward through the season to have that under her belt there. But from start to finish, well, I say finish, it's ongoing. She's looked really, really confident.
Change of bowling powered by SSE Energy Solutions, and Maitland Brown has very kindly had a false start to a run-up, so I can tell you that to stay ahead of the game and implement a winning sustainability strategy. Driven and well fielded at cover. They are able to get through for one. I'm going to have to tell you off. You said My London.
MI London.
MI London.
Well, yeah, I can never really sure. I wanted to
Oh, the other
say
way
MI
round.
London.
No, I've done it the wrong way round.
Sit down. Sit down, please.
I mean,
well, and I only said it that way. I thought it was the other way, but I think on air, someone said it on Wednesday and was corrected to My London.
it was me.
It was you.
And in my defence, pulled out. That should just be one. In my defence, I remembered I got it wrong. I just couldn't remember which way round I got it wrong. Oh well.
Going down fighting, that's what. Just trying to drag everyone down with you.
Quite right. It's good to see Emily Windsor back playing. She's quite a significant injury last year, if I recall correctly. Or she was out for a while. I remember she was commentating with us at Guildford. Decides against Iran, but she's now back out playing again.
Yeah, she's struggled a little bit with injury over the last few years. She's had a hip surgery a fair few times, I think. I know in the 2022 100, when we were teammates, she was struggling with her hip, and I think she had surgery. Has been in and out of the game, managing that. Oh, big swing.
And a miss. Trying to work out what Durham could get up to here. I think dreams of 300 are probably a bit too optimistic. A couple of changes to the field here. Deep third is coming up into the ring, and mid-wicket is dropping out.
I think 300's par, but they do have Bess Heath to come, we mentioned earlier. Still a few batters in the hatch. Lauren Filer can certainly swing about every now and then.
Out. Simple as you like. Windsor looking to give herself some space. Gets a healthy edge on the ball, and it floats to Tilly Courtine-Coleman at point. And Maitland Brown has her first of the afternoon.
Yeah, Windsor's been looking to inject a little bit of impetus into the innings. I think where Holly Armitage had slightly been dabbing around a little bit and trying to rebuild from that loss of Maddie Villiers. Didn't quite find any rhythm. That's probably not quite short enough for that shot, and it's just hit the shoulder of the bat. And carried to backward point for a nice easy catch there. And we'll see Bess Heath next, I believe.
I wonder if Kira Chatley or Maitland Brown will be giving themselves an extra pat on the back for that wicket, because they had just changed the field where they brought short third up. And so Windsor, it might have been in the back of her mind, well, if I can give myself some room and slash this ball away,
Up and over, yeah.
I'll get a boundary, but
Not quite enough width on that delivery. Certainly enough pace, just not the width. Lift it up and over.
And here is Bess Heath coming in at number 4.
Very powerful batter, Bess Heath. Lots of shots in her armoury as well.
She's kind of had a slightly bizarre England career. She's only played 8 matches across formats, 4 ODIs, 4 T20s, but she was the backup keeper for a very long period of time. She's not been part of the... well, she wasn't part of the training camp on Tuesday, I believe. I'll need to check that because, as we were saying, Alice Capsey... Well, Kira Chatley seems to have leapfrogged her in that position as potentially a backup to Amy Jones. That's wide, but inside the blue line, so a dot ball.
Yeah, Kira Chatley's done incredibly well to sit here and think that she could be playing second fiddle to Amy Jones in a home World Cup. Must be a real pinch me moment. She's certainly not the kind of player to kind of get ahead of herself and think that's on her radar at the moment. She'll be focused solely on her job here as the Surrey skipper.
We're going to have another change of bowling as well. Danny Gregory coming back into the attack from the pavilion end, so we're going to have some more leg spin. Kira Chatley been chopping and changing her bowlers this afternoon. We've even seen a little bit of Alice Capsey, which we by no means were guaranteed to. One last fiddle of the field.
Yeah.
So we are going to change. We had that 4-5 field, which both Gregory and Courtine Coleman were bowling to, but now short fine leg is scampering over to plug a gap at cover. Change of bowling. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Climate change won't wait. It's time to hit the ground running with sustainable energy solutions. Well, that's short. And that's a great one. Danny Gregory will be very pleased. They've only conceded 1 run off that delivery. It brings Bess Heath back on strike.
I do like that change in the field. I think that extra cover protection is definitely needed. Probably a little bit too late in the game. There's been quite a few runs conceded through that extra cover region.
Well, interestingly, for Bess Heath, they're now changing back. So the extra protection at cover has now come back to short fine, essentially to plug the gap for a little paddle sweep. And we're also seeing long off coming up and long on going out. So Danny Gregory, she's got her plans for Bess Heath, that's for sure. Heath looking to pull, but kind of getting a bit cramped for room, so skewing it off to mid-off.
Yeah, I think she was expecting that to turn. It's kind of just carried straight on. A bit more top spin on that delivery than expected.
It's down the leg side. Should just be 1 run. Fielded by Brown.
She can't quite find her length yet, Gregory, but she's got the protection for it.
She had a quiet year with the bat last year, Bess Heath, in this competition. Average 16. She's got time to make an impact today. Armitage on strike for now. Back into her crease. I think Durham might be frustrated that they've had 2 kind of long hops delivered this over. Only scored 2 runs off it. Not quite punishing when Surrey do make a mistake. And Kira Chatley, more movement in the field. With mid-wicket scampering down to short, fine leg. So Durham, if they do wish to, can drop the ball into the leg side and it will be 1. And at this point in the over, with only 2 balls to go, at this stage of the innings, it's a good result for them. Down the ground from Armitage, using her feet again. This time without any reward.
Yeah, good decision here from skipper and bowler just to protect that over. If they can come out of this gone at only 3, I think they'll be more than happy.
And there is that extra protection in at cover, serving its purpose. 40 overs gone here at the Kia Oval, just 10 overs to go, 196 for 4. And here are the highlights of Holly Armitage's century, which is still ongoing. She's still going to be able to lead this charge for Durham and get them up to 260 and beyond. We've seen her use her feet against spin a lot throughout the innings, both getting deep in her crease and on occasion scampering down the wicket. And that was the gimme at the very end to bring up 3 figures.
Yeah, I think for me, her footwork has been exceptional from ball one, really. Either using her feet and coming down the ground or sitting deep in her crease, but she's moved exceptionally well. Head, hands, shoulder, all moved beautifully towards the ball.
Ooh.
Oh!
That has missed off stump by a matter of centimetres. A tiny bit of seam movement there from Brown, even at this stage of the innings. I think Bess Heath did just play inside the line as well. The difference between having faced 4 deliveries and 117 there between Heath and Armitage.
Oh, that's a really nice delivery.
Just beating for pace a little bit there as well.
Oh.
And again, Bess Heath needs to take a deep breath here. Maitland Brown has got a number at the moment.
Caught a little bit on the crease there as well. She's batting just 1 foot either side. She has got the luxury of using her crease and batting outside of it. Keeper standing back or batting deep in her crease to create a bit of elevation underneath to get it up and over.
In behind it on this occasion. So we're into the last 10 overs now. Durham do probably need to get a bit of a wiggle on at some point.
Yeah, I agree. I think you can't be leaving runs out there with wickets in hand, so a decision does need to be made here. You know, we've hit personal milestones. There's a little bit of batting to come, not massively deep, all the way down in the batting lineup, but you can't be wondering what if.
No run again. We've had that same change in the field that Brown used against Emily Windsor, where deep third has come into the ring and deep mid wicket has dropped out. Now typically suggests the option of some pace off deliveries, or maybe with those dot balls early on in the over. She knows that the emphasis is on Bess Heath to try and do something, and she is going to try and attack. She's likely to be looking to hit down the ground. So protect deep mid-wicket, protect long on. So 45 now comes into the ring. Will we see a scoop from Bess Heath? Slower ball.
This is a really, really good over here for Surrey. Bess Heath 1 from 8. That's 5 dots. What's your next delivery here, Cam?
I don't think I'm changing from whatever's working. I think so far, if Brown is bowling at pace on off stump, Bess Heath hasn't come up with an answer.
Yeah, well bowled.
Maiden from Maitland Brown. 41 overs gone, 196 for 4. And at this stage of the innings, that's worth its weight in gold for Surrey. The first maiden of the innings, and here is the Durham batting card. So a star performer standing out there, Holly Armitage, 103 not out and still going. Maddie Villiers made 55. She's kind of growing into that extra responsibility she's been given at Durham over the last couple of years and providing with the bat. And Surrey with the ball. 1 wicket apiece for Maitland Brown, Tilly Courting-Coleman, Alice Monaghan and Kalia Moore. It's not so much the wickets that are where Surrey have been so excellent. It's been those economy rates. You can see Courting-Coleman at going below 4 and over. Danny Gregory going at below 4 and over. And the result has been these partnerships that have been running throughout. But don't necessarily concentrate on the number in the middle. Kind of add up those balls faced figures on the side. Durham have been failing to get away from Surrey here, as they still have work to do to post a competitive total. Danny Gregory in. Holly Armitage immediately goes for the reverse paddle. Only gets 1 run, but a pretty good option given there's no protection behind square on the offside. So an understandable piece of shot selection from the Durham skipper. And now, Kirstie, we have a bit of a pressure because Bess Heath is 1 off 9.
Yeah, and Durham have scored 5 runs in the last 3 overs. So coming into the back end of...
Say again.
5 runs in the last 3 overs.
Well, they've got 6 now and 3.2, but that's a remarkable statistic at this stage of the innings. And to be honest, at any stage of a one-day match.
Yeah, and when you play a 50-over game, you break it down into phases, and I think you look at the partnerships that they've scored, and they don't reflect how many runs are on the board and just how many dots have been conceded. I think Surrey are certainly winning the phases so far. Oh, gosh,
goodness me.
Real calamity.
Missed opportunity from Kira Chatley. We saw Holly Armitage using her feet again. She's so often come down the track today to the spinners. It snuck between bat and pad. Then Armitage gave up.
I think she was walking, wasn't she? She was halfway to the pavilion.
Kira Chatley had the ball in her hands and somehow, in going to break the stumps, has missed the opportunity. Big moment for Durham and Surrey there. Armitage still at the crease.
Yeah, if there was ever a sign from the cricketing gods to say it's time to get on with it, I think that might have been it.
Well, she was trying. She was running down the wicket.
She was trying, yeah, not for want of trying, but...
So we have that slightly different field here for Bess Heath against the leg spinner. Still 4-5, 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Well, as I say that, they're now having a tinker.
Oh, is it? And just... Anna Smallhan has just run a 3, I think, actually, up and down the...
I think she was trying to take an executive action there. And Danny Gregory said, get back to mid-wicket. Bess Heath goes for that reverse.
Fielder there, though. I think that's a... She's going to go for the reverse. She's got to actually really, not reverse paddle, but actually hit it because she's got protection there. So if you're just rotating the strike for a 1, I think you want Holly Armitage back on strike at the end of the over, so... That's a win for Surrey.
I think you're correct. Surrey will be very content with that. And here is that missed stumping. It's not going to be pretty viewing for anyone, to be honest. Well, maybe Danny Gregory. You see the ball sneaks through bat and pad. And Chatley, on her way to the stumps, has almost managed to lose it at the last second.
It's kind of fallen out of her fingertips, hasn't it? It's not an easy take. It's beaten. It's gone between, bat and pad. It's not an easy take to start with. I think it must have just got caught in fingertips. And as Kira Chatley's moved hands to try and break the stumps, it's just fallen out between the gloves. But very messy.
Well, we're going to have Maitland Brown versus Bess Heath, episode 2. We've got 4 fielders out in the deep. 2 fielders out square of the wicket. Deep third and fine leg. And Bess Heath rises to the occasion this time round. It's the beginning of the over, so Maitland Brown chooses to have mid-on and mid-wicket in the ring, and Bess Heath knows she has to take the aggressive option. She goes up and over mid-on.
Yeah, and it certainly needed to happen, and it was fair delivery to take on at the start of the over, so that will take a little bit of pressure off Bess Heath. She's got 5 more deliveries.
Short. Oh. You know what? I feel like we should have been able to guess that.
I think we've seen that delivery before.
Well, a few days ago,
yeah.
A different batter was walking off the pitch after that.
But that was a fast bouncer.
So we do have another change in the field now. We've got to that, we've only 2 balls in, so deep third has come in, deep mid-wicket has dropped out.
Catch that. Oh, that's very well picked up. Down at third by Danny Gregory. Reached her on the half volley.
It ends up being a very fine bit of fielding. It's a loose delivery from Maitland Brown, helped around the corner by Bess Heath.
Was that a drop? I can't quite tell from
Well, it's
the camera.
Jemima Spence.
Oh, it was Jemima Spence.
And I think she's just reached it on the half volley. Didn't carry, so good work from Spence in the deep. She's now in the ring to our Holly Armitage. No run. I think Brown would have fancied she'd have left this spell with Bess Heath's wicket.
2 more deliveries. She might get 1 more crack at it. think Surrey must have an excellent dental plan, because Jemima Spence has absolutely flung herself at that attempt.
Quick single to ADR at mid-off. They do make it through. Spence is in the action again, this time backing up. And so Brown will have one ball left at Bess Heath. That was a good commitment from the teenager.
I was just more impressed with that underarm she's just sent to Paige Schofield from square leg.
Good weight to it, good distance.
God, I don't like underarms. They could go anywhere.
Slur ball to end and cut out to the sweeper for 1 run. So that'll be the end of Maitland Brown's afternoon with ball in hand. And you'll be very pleased. It's a neat and tidy end to her figures. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 50.
Yeah, you can work out the runs per over quite simply with that.
So 8 overs to go, 7 overs to go even. After 43, it's 207 for 4. I'm Cameron Ponsonby, joined by Kirstie White here in the studio. Here's some spectators in on a sunny Saturday afternoon. I'm trying to work out what that chocolate bar is.
That's
that
an
Twix?
extra large salted caramel Twix can. I've been to many a service station. I could spot those from a mile off. Not my particular choice.
What is your go-to chocolate bar?
I don't know. I do like a Twix though, but I'd probably say I actually just keep it quite simple, either with a Mars bar or a Snickers.
I think I associate a Twix with a train journey. Cup of tea and a
I
Twix.
feel like you're getting bang for your buck with a Twix, you know.
Liam Moore has come into the attack. And we see that reverse paddle from Bess Heath again. So it's a Surrey bowling change. Kira Chatley has continued to chop and change. All bowling changes. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions, a game changer for businesses. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants. I think it was Surrey against Durham last year in the T20, where Holly Armitage made a bowling change every single over.
She did, yes, you're correct. I do remember that game.
This time Armitage gives herself space, but finds the hands of cover. So an excellent innings comes to an end. Moore gets her second wicket of the innings. And that's a big moment in this match, because if Durham were going to press on to 250 and beyond, well, Armitage was going to be the woman to do it. But she has to go for 106.
Yeah, Surrey players just shaking Holly's hand as she departs for her 106. It was a really solid innings from her. Crowd, very loud applause from her.
Well, a captain's innings. She made a century in last year's Metro Bank as well. She started the season in very fine form. 80 on Wednesday, 106 today.
Just holes out, trying to either lift that over extra cover or just find the gap between. It's been quite a fruitful area for Holly Armitage today. On the ground, but no success in the air. Trying to inject a bit of impetus into this run chase. Not run chase, sorry. Setting of runs. Sorry, but run rate continues to drop down into 4.8. It was coasting around the 5 mark, but big pressure now on this new pair at the crease.
Catherine Fraser, the new batter for Durham. Scottish cricketer. She's only 21 years old, but she played 67 internationals for Scotland.
She's an excellent spinner of the ball, is Catherine Fraser. I haven't seen her much with the bat. Bess Heath here with the weight of the world on her shoulders. Any hopes of getting near to 300 are looking pretty far stretched now.
I think those are gone. Those ones are gone.
There's always hope. A little bit of entertainment for the crowd, but yeah, I think if they can get up above 250 to 280, Surrey will be happy with anything below 250. That's that extra cover region that Holly Armitage just fell to.
This time splits the field. So 4 runs for Bess Heath. He's just about finding some rhythm now. She found it tough going to begin with. She was 2 off 11 after facing a maiden from Maitland Brown. That's a beautiful shot. Sorry, packing the offside ring. But Heath finding the gap nonetheless.
Yeah, done really well to create the angle. Bess Heath to pierce that gap through those two covers. Slight change of plan here and changing the field from Callion, where I imagine she's going to come a little bit straighter now.
Bit quicker from Moore to close out the over. 44 overs gone, 213 for 5. So Catherine Fraser hasn't quite done it with the bat for Durham so far. In 15 matches, a high score of 43. She has got a half century for Scotland in the international game, however. She's still a 21, incredibly young cricketer. I've always thought this is an injustice in cricket. It's always left to the batters lower down the order to just up the rate and score at a faster rate than the better players.
Yeah, they've not had a lot of time at the crease either. The last game.
Another change of bowling by Kira Chatley and Surrey. Tilly, Courtine Coleman back into the attack. Get more or less optimise your operations with energy efficient solutions. All bowling changes. Sorry, powered by SSE Energy Solutions.
Yeah, I like this change of bowling here. Just another sign of aggression. Turning the screws from Surrey just to put some pressure on that run rate.
And it's this same field again, 4-5. Only 2 fielders in the ring on the offside. It's been a real favourite of Surrey across the afternoon. Two overs left for Courtine Coleman. She bowled that 1 over just in isolation from the pavilion end. Around about 20 or so overs ago, which was an interesting tactical quirk. See her figures there, 1 for 31 so far.
Packing this extra cover area again. An area of strength for Bess Heath.
Top ball on that occasion. Well, think about a single and that will be out.
Throw, but wow.
Big mix-up in the middle and Bess Heath has to go. She dabbed the ball behind square. She wanted the run. Catherine Fraser was never interested. And I think with good reason. Because Bess Heath got sent back and didn't make it anywhere near the frame.
Yeah, I think a slight glare from the umpire towards Danny Gregory for throwing that in on the bounce within the ring. Fortunately, it wasn't a half volley at Kira Chatley's feet, so you can take and break. So I don't think there was ever really a run there, but yes, no wait, sorry.
It's a mess.
Yeah.
I think both people, I said to begin with that Fraser was never interested in a run. I think there was one moment where she set off and that sparked Heath to start sprinting towards the other end. But it's to your point earlier, there is a short third in place. And so that dab to the fielder there isn't much reward on offer. Maybe if you can, if Gregory really is sitting on the ring. But it's a difference between the women's game and the men's game. The women's ring is 25 yards rather than 30. And so whilst you might associate the cricket you've seen historically, if you're watching the men's game, if someone's on the ring, there's time for a one. That's not really the case in the women's game. Oh, spin and a miss.
It's really well bowled. Yeah, and I think perhaps the conversation hadn't taken place at the start of the over between the batters to say, you know, we do need to pick up every run that we can. Had there been that agreement and the nod before the start of the over that, you know, we can run one if they're sitting on the ring. Perhaps not been communicated.
Well, end of the over for Surrey. 45 gone, just 3 runs conceded from the 45th. So it's 216 for 6. The very highly thought of Grace Thompson is the new batter for Durham. A tall seamer, as opposed to being particularly known for her batting. I believe she's only 18, so still plenty of time.
She's incredibly tall, isn't she?
have to find out. Well, maybe Catherine Fraser's particularly short. Never know. Still the distance.
No, she looks very low. I'd say she's taller than Tilly Courtine Coleman. And Tilly's tall.
Beautifully bowled from Moore. Very aesthetic off spin. I sometimes feel like she bowls off spin almost like a leg spinner. She loses a bit of control because of the rev she puts on the ball. But when she gets it right, it really is a very aesthetic bowl. That's 1 run. And Surrey are just in complete control here at the moment. Durham aren't finding a way to get away in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, I think Durham will be disappointed. They got off to a good start. They built some good partnerships. It's kind of fallen by the wayside. Just goes to show the impact that dot balls can have on an innings.
Thompson off the mark. One of my earliest cricketing memories was coming here to the Kia Oval, being sat with my friend. It was Surrey versus Kent. That will be 4. Thick outside edge from Fraser. And Moore, unfortunately, goes for 4 there, which didn't really deserve it. And a very inebriated man from Kent kept on chanting, "We are Kent, we are from Kent, and we love dot balls." And that was it.
Well, I think there are a lot of facts in that statement, isn't there?
What are your earliest cricketing memories? If you do have any you wish to share, do get in touch. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Down the track, and it's a beautiful shot for no run. 2 balls left of Moore's 10 overs. You got any that come to mind, Kirstie?
I think one of my earliest ones is playing one of my very first games, and I was out in the field. I put my hands in my pocket and got told off outrageously. I just thought, well, what are their pockets for in these trousers if not to put your hands in? Anyway, I'd never put my hands in my pockets then after that, I don't think.
Big full toss. It's clothed out to deep mid wicket for 1. But it didn't curb your enthusiasm for the game. You still... I feel like you're getting told off. I don't know. I'm sad that one of your earliest memories is getting told off.
Well, I think it was a very cold day. It was in the ages where you used to play a club game after school. So you get picked up from the ground and go to your away game and play somehow 20 overs. It doesn't really compute that you could fit a whole T20 in after school and still get home for your dinner, really. But yeah, some of my earliest memories, for sure.
46 overs gone here. 2-2-3 for 6, Durham. I do remember that. I remember, you play... I remember my age group cricket, a lot of it was 24 overs. That was the amount we played. You'd get off after school on a Friday. Change of bowling. Return for Alice Capsey, who's becoming a bit of a 4D cricketer. With bat in hand, her premier skill. A very useful off-spin. She's now been training as a wicket-keeper, which we mentioned earlier. And then, well, you saw a very fine catch she took out in the deep earlier on in this innings. They will get through for 1 there.
Do you know one of my other earliest cricketing memories? And I think it may have even been the same game. Obviously, you had all the chat. It was like walking in.
Oh, yeah.
Walking in on your toes. And
Nice.
I took that very literally. Walking in on my tiptoes. Oof.
Did you think that was actually what
Yeah.
the idea was? You were meant to actually physically be on your toes?
Be on your toes. Yeah, I was a kid. I took things very literally. Yeah, so I stood on my toes in the field for a long time. Maybe that's why I've got such defined calves. Oh, that
Big
has
appeal.
to be,
Gotta be,
surely.
yes. Alice Capsey bowling wicket to wicket. Thompson on the sweep. And it was an appeal, but it was also a confirmation. And Surrey have their 7th wicket. And things are just getting better for the home side. It's almost a similar pattern of game to their fixture against Yorkshire on Wednesday, where the visitors were well placed. Here today, they're 170 for 2. You see the replay there. That is out, I'm afraid, Grace Thompson. Now, 224 for 7, so they've lost 5 for 50. And those 50 runs also haven't come particularly quickly.
Yeah, Grace Thompson's a very tall batter, so it's a long way to get into that sweep position, and unfortunately doesn't quite execute the shot. Hit on the back thigh, dead in front.
See Phoebe Turner, Sophia Turner even, is the new batter. She's off the mark immediately.
That's a nice punch through the leg side.
More runs. It's been very sedate, close to the innings.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, there's 18 deliveries remaining. I'd like to see a little bit of maybe some fireworks. Wouldn't mind a couple of boundaries. We haven't had a 6.
So 47 overs gone, 226 for 7. I don't think 250 is anywhere near guaranteed for Durham here.
No, I don't at all.
I've got more good news for your desire for neat and tidy scorecards.
Oh, go for it.
It wasn't just Maitland Brown who conceded exactly 50 runs of her 10 overs. It was also Kalia Moore. She was 2 for 50 as well. And we're going to have a change of bowling. Danny Gregory coming back into the attack. Bowling changes powered by SSE Energy Solutions, powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farms. It's a bit of leg spin to finish off. And that's short, pulled into the leg side. A very simple field here from Surrey.
So it doesn't really feel as though Maitland Brown and Kalia Moore have actually gone at 5s and over.
I agree.
I don't think the scorecard reflects it, and I don't think the energy in the game has reflected those figures either.
I think Surrey is shaking hands on going at a run of ball here to the end, because there's no fielders in the ring on the leg side, so you've got a packed offside ring on the offside, and then on the leg side everyone's on the boundaries. You have a vast expanse free for Durham to dab the ball into and run one, but no more.
Yeah, and that's the delivery that Danny Gregory absolutely cannot bowl to that field set there. She has been dragging her length a fair bit today, but that's fine. She's got the protection on the leg side, but while that is a genuine leg spinner's delivery, she hasn't quite got the protection to one of the shortest boundaries. But that's really well driven there for 4.
Beautiful shot from Catherine Fraser. Bit of width on offer, capitalised.
Oh.
Gets straighter. It's an inside edge, scooped up by Tilly Courtine-Coleman, so it's just 1 run.
Gregory has to bowl straight. She can drag her length, she can bowl full, but she must bowl straight.
Down the track is a beautiful shot. Turner will only get 1 run for her troubles. I'd have given her 4 for the aesthetics.
Yeah, it's a high risk shot there, so Danny Gregory is a leg spinner, so she's coming down trying to create the angle and get that through that gap. So if she does miss, she's in peril.
Down the track again, and 1 more run again. So a better over for Durham. 9 runs scored there on 235 for 7 after 48. 2 overs to go. 250 will absolutely be the target. Have a quick scoot around the grounds as well. Essex all out for 157 against Warwickshire. They had a real dramatic collapse at the end. They were 125 for 5 and 157 all out.
Yeah, they've just not managed to get going yet this season, have they? They put in a good fight against Durham last week. Couldn't get themselves over the line. I think they fell around 30 runs short.
Courtney Coleman continues, and it's a big sweep from Fraser into the leg side. But again, just the 1 run scored. So this is the Courtney Coleman's final over. And the final over from the Vauxhall end as well. So Kira Chatley's got her counting correct. Yorkshire, elsewhere in the country, up at Heading. There are 201 for 5 after 41 overs. Lauren Winfield Hill was dismissed for 90. We see Turner trying to be a bit inventive. We have basically the same field that Danny Gregory was bowling to again. On this occasion, there is a mid-wicket in place in the ring. But all the boundary protection is from long off all the way round to deep backward square leg. That's a full toss lofted over cover, but it'll just be 1 run. Alice Capsey does the work in the deep.
Yeah, you could see what she was trying to do the ball before. There was a massive gap just down behind fine legs. So you're trying to get inside the line.
Big sweep. She might have found a gap here, actually. Davison Richards, who hasn't had masses of work to do in the field today, sweeps around, and it's a couple. And now the last 2 balls of the over, with a slight change of field where Alice Monaghan goes from mid-wicket to short 45, kind of preventing a potential paddle sweep. And deep square leg is now in place as well. Big sweep, up in the air. Fielder waits. Fielder catches it. Catherine Fraser has to go. Well held by Clear Moore, who in the very kind of aesthetic, fingers pointing up, but conventional cup to take that catch and made it look very simple.
Yeah, it went a long way up. That front leg's been cleared well out of the way, but doesn't quite get hold of it all the way up. And actually, or ends up taking it almost behind her then. It's just drifted. She's watched it well. Parts for 21 from 20 deliveries.
I wonder if that's Moore's preferred method of taking a catch, or whether it just got a little bit big on her at the end there.
Yeah, I wonder if she's just maybe misjudged the line.
Now we have England international Lauren Filer out to the middle for the last 7 balls of the innings. Tilly Courtine Coleman's more excellent figures for her in this competition. I wonder if she's got time to maybe even... Well, the question is, and the running joke at the moment is if you're England, how many left-arm spinners do you need to win a World Cup?
Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh, that was...
Do not miss that.
Very straight from Courtine Coleman. They've come back for 2. That's really well run. Well, just about. Could have been poorly run, but Danny Gregory failed just to take the bells off at the end there. So that is the end of Courtine Coleman's 10 overs. Another really impressive showing from the 18-year-old, who is currently the leading wicket taker in this competition. She has 8 wickets, an average of 13. Economy rate of below 4 as well. So with 1 over to go here at the Kia Oval, it's 241 for 8. And it'll be Danny Gregory to wrap things up for us. To give credit where it's due, joint second for most wickets in the competition. Kalia Moore with 5.
That is good. Yeah, I think you've got a really good point there with England and how many left-arm spinners. Lindsay Smith, Sophie Eccleston, Tilly Courtine Coleman.
Down the track. That's a beautiful shot. 1 bounce, 2, and then over the rope. Really powerful striking from Turner. Using her feet against Gregory. I don't think there was anything wrong with that delivery from Gregory.
No, not at all. It's just spikes are changing the field. Deep extra cover has gone out. Square legs come up.
I'm a bit confused what the line dictates here, because your boundary riders are split You saw Kira Chatley just gesturing to almost hang it out outside off stump. And that's an amazing cricket shot. Turner's given herself room there and square driven it over the fielder at point.
Yeah, for me, I think Danny Gregory just needs to... I'm not sure that is the length of the line to be bowling. I would be bowling, keep bowling straight. You've got the protection down the ground. And then if she's going to try and come inside the line of it, she misses, it hits the stumps or it's taken by the wicket keeper.
It'll be 3 and 3. Only half a hand from Kirstie Coleman.
That's well played.
And well, Gregory listened to you. She went straighter.
She did.
But Turner guessed what Gregory was going to do next. Walked across the stumps and got that sweep out behind square. It was almost a good piece of fielding by Kirstie Coleman, but she couldn't get enough of a hand on it to prevent it from going to the boundary. 3 boundaries and 3 balls. Durham might be wondering where was this before?
Yeah, it's the most boundaries we've seen in the last 10 overs, I think.
So a good little bit of impetus at the tail end of Durham's innings here.
Turner doesn't plan on leaving anything out there. However, I think Durham won't be enthusiastic about what they'll be defending. It's going to take a lot of discipline from their bowling unit to try to restrict Surrey and take wickets. Wickets early on are going to be key for Durham, certainly.
They've got an exciting bowling attack. The 2 seamers in Grace Thompson and Lauren Filer, supported by Katie Levick. That's just 1 down the ground from Filer. So last ball of the innings coming up. Where's your money? Is Turner going for a sweep? Is she running down the track and bringing out that drive again?
Does she want to finish glamorously or effectively? That's the question. I think that getting outside off stump and sweeping might be a good option. Yep.
She goes for it. And it'll just be 1 run. Well fielded, well placed by Kirstie Coleman. And that is the end of Durham's innings. 256 for 8 at the close here. So 257 it will be to win for Surrey. And let's have a look at the 8 wickets that we've seen across this innings. Kirstie Coleman, the pick of the bowlers. You'd argue that was her first of the day. Well held by Alice Capsey. And a loose delivery from Alice Monaghan. Got a little bit of extra lift, went through to Kira Chatley. And that was a very smart catch by Alice Capsey as well. We then had Maitland Brown. And Surrey's bowlers really coming to the fore at the tail end of the innings. They didn't give Durham anything. And Holly Armitage, who played brilliantly well for her 106, she had to go. It was a mix-up in the middle to see the back of Bess Heath. And Alice Capsey got in on the party. In on the party? I don't think that makes sense. Kirstie Coleman there with the final wicket of the innings, well held in the deep by Kalia Moore. And Surrey will be very pleased with their afternoon's work. 256, par, below par. What are your thoughts, Kirstie White?
I'm inclined to say below par. I think on a wicket of this quality, 300 would be par. Let's have a run through some of the scores on the doors. Holly Armitage, the pick of the batters today, 106 from 123, a classy captain's innings throughout. Maddie Villiers, 55 from 70 balls. Armitage had an exceptional partnership with Talia Wilson, although she only came away with 15. They had a 48-run partnership that looked like it was filled with promise before departing, and Armitage and Villiers having an over 100-run stand.
With the ball. Wickets for everyone apart from Danny Gregory today. It's a real shared workload from Surrey's bowlers, who'll be very pleased with the discipline of their performance. I think it's no surprise that the kind of 2 heavy hitters at the top of the card there, Maitland Brown and Kirstie Coleman, again the stars of the show. But a word for Kalia Moore, who's very quietly putting together a very strong start to the season. And if you have a look at the bottom, the fall of wickets, it was 173 for 2. Durham were very well placed, but again, Surrey were able to just rope back in their opponents and not let them get away from them in very similar fashion to the Yorkshire game earlier this week. The defining partnership of the innings, Holly Armitage and Maddie Villiers, they put on over 100 together. And it looked so good for Durham at that stage, but Sorry, we're able to turn this around. That is all from me, Cameron Ponsonby and Kirstie White for now. Restart will be at 2:05, so we'll be back with you, I reckon, about 2:03.
Club shop here at the Kier Oval, that's located beneath the SSE Energy Solutions stand. Full range of Surrey merchandise on offer in there, including the new 2026 kit and training range. And don't forget, members receive a 10% discount on any purchase in the Kier Oval Club shop, which of course is located beneath the SSE Energy Solutions stand. So let's get you very welcome onto the outfield at the pavilion end of the ground. Whilst you enjoy your stroll, please just stay away from the square and follow any instructions from the stewards. Just before we resume here today, a reminder that the next action here at the Kier Oval will be the Ross Day Cup Championship match between Surrey and Essex. That starts on Friday, the 24th of April. You can get your tickets as well as full details of the fixture from kieroval.com.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kier Oval here on the Surrey live stream, and the lunch break and the interval is all over, and as you can see on your screen, Durham winning the toss, having a bat 256 for 8. Holly Armitage really holding the whole Durham innings together with a fine century. Armitage making 106 of 123 deliveries with 14 fours, and Maddie Villiers made 55. But when Surrey broke that partnership with Maddie Villiers going 455, they really strangled the entire innings. Villiers going with the score on 173 in the 34th over and getting to 256 for 8. So I think Surrey will be very pleased with that. And we've seen that the power that Surrey have up top in the batting order, and they bat a long way down. Norcross is alongside. I thought the spinners were excellent. I thought they tied that innings up very, very well.
Well, I think you had thought that 300 was on, and I tended to agree when they had that nice platform. But it was the key wicket of Maddie Villiers, and then nobody else could quite get going quickly enough, put too much pressure onto Holly Armitage, and she had played a steady knock, hadn't she? It was it was one around which she needed people to come and do the biffing. But when they were trying to do the biffing and they failed to do the biffing, that then put pressure back on her. She looked a little tired, I've got to say, towards the back end of what was a very long and very skillful knock. But I thought Surrey's bowlers were exceptional, as they were the other day against Yorkshire, when they just tied them in knots at the back end. They've got very good death bowling. Interesting opening partnership, this. Schofield and Monaghan.
Yep, and we saw
lots of big guns out there. And
yep, Well, we saw what Schofield did at the top of the order on Wednesday. She'll be on strike here. Lauren Filer to get us started from the Vauxhall end. Oh, hello. Well, that'll be 4 no balls. And Filer's also fallen over in her follow-through. So that wakes everybody up.
Well, do you know what? It's a bit like the other day when Surrey started with 5 penalty runs, isn't it?
Yes.
We start all over again, and they're 5 on the board.
Yeah, well, this will be a free hit as well. So, Filer there, I think, lost her footing. Ooh, and it flew away down the leg side. So it's not the most neat and tidy start, but as Dan Norcross says, sorry, much like Wednesday, have 5 on the board. I suppose the difference between today and Wednesday was they didn't even have to walk out there to bat.
No, actually they've got a sighter now.
Yes, they have
and a free hit.
hit.
So it's slightly improved situation, although they do need more runs.
They don't want Schofield to nail this over long on for 6 because that might get her going again. And, well bowled. It's backed away to try and run that down to third man. It bounced on her from Filer. So good response.
There are plenty of very useful bowlers in this Durham lineup, but you do get the feeling, don't you, that Lauren Filer is the point of difference, and her opening spell is going to be very important. They're going to want a few quick wickets. They're going to want to get into Surrey's middle order. They want to try and get the sight of the likes of Capsey, Alice Davidson, Richards early. They don't want them.
Well, we were talking about it with Maitland Brown as short again. Oh, she's tumbled over again here as Lauren Filer. I don't know if she's going to have to change her boots and get longer studs because the ground staff have been obviously filling in all the footholds.
Well, it's English fast bowlers. When they try to reach for their maximum capacity, your likes of your Mark Woods, your Steve Finns and your Lauren Filers fall over.
Sounds like a quiet afternoon with you, Dan Norcross. When you reach for your maximum capacity, you fall over.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing for her there is she'll now be in the back of her mind every time she lands her feet. Look at that heat haze again, just under the gate there. Lovely. Schofield waits. Schofield swings and misses. Full length delivery, bit of shape. Schofield just indicates that back down to Monaghan. I always enjoy it when a batter does that because they always indicate it to the other batter, but actually they're doing it to themselves.
That's right.
Aren't they? But
there's intent there, though, isn't there?
Oh, well, there is.
There's a lot of intent.
This is what she did on Wednesday, and it paid off. 89 of 42 deliveries on Wednesday. As Filer over the wicket. Short again. Clever. That's what she was trying to do to 2 previous deliveries. Just backs away and then deliberately helping it up and over the top of the solitary slip. And first runs off the bat. 4 of them to Schofield, and very well played.
What I like about that is that she didn't telegraph it early, did she? You don't see her move until she knows she has to. So, if it was premeditated, then Filer could think of slipping in the full straight one here.
2 to go in this first over. Forward length and bowled. Now, well, Schofield's given herself some room there to drive through the covers. And Filer's interesting first over has a big wicket, that of Paige Schofield, who made that brilliant 89 on Wednesday, but she's gone in the first over for 4. And Surrey lose their first with the score on 9.
It's a little bit naive, that, perhaps, from Schofield, because, I think we could see that ball was coming. She tried a couple of back-of-length balls, and Schofield has twice tried to go up and over the slips. But her foot's gone nowhere near the pitch of the ball. It's gone away. It's gone out towards the leg side. She's opened herself up. 9 runs had already come in the first over. Filer is Durham's main threat, and I think that's just a little bit loose, a little bit naive.
It's always as well. The lovely gentleman, he's a lovely man who's down doing the gate today. I always think as you turn to walk back, he's opened that gate immediately for you. Hang on, I've still got 45 yards till I get back.
In you come.
In you come. So, Alice Capsey out there in the first over.
It's exactly what Durham wanted, that breakthrough. Big wicket as Schofield first up.
And it's good from Filer. First ball then for the right-handed Capsey. And Capsey, good-looking shot, good-sounding shot, good work at backward point. Timed that beautifully.
this is a lovely matchup, isn't it? Because with all due respect to all the other bowlers we've seen today, including Maitland Brown, Filer is a yard and a half quicker.
Yes.
And you could sort of see by the way Schofield was setting herself up, just staying a bit leg side of the ball. Capsey is a bit different gravy, and I can imagine she'd like it coming on to Filer herself. You know, they both play for England. There's going to be a bit of bragging rights involved there. You can see her just bending her back. It is good. I mean, it is faster than anything we've seen today.
And the bounce as well. But Capsey there, right on top of that. Look at her at the non-striker's edge. And the other thing you'll see with Capsey is she'll keep rehearsing playing it as late as she can. That's the other thing. That's what the quality players really do. They play the ball so late. It's going to be Grace Thompson with the second over. That slip is really at a third slip. Thompson then from the pavilion end of the ground. And first ball for Monaghan, and she is off the mark straight away. Just nudges this quietly into the leg side.
And you can just see there, can't you, the difference in pace. Now she's going to, therefore, her control of line and length is going to have to be that much better. With Filer, she's got a little bit of room for manoeuvre because her pace allows her a bit of wiggle room. But with Thompson, she's going to kind of shape it, trying to get the ball to move a bit. Nice new ball.
Capsey's face, just the one delivery so far. She's onto the back foot here and just opens up the face of the bat. Guides it away for a single.
Playing late.
Well, I was just looking at what guard she takes as well here.
I was rather enjoying it when Alice Monaghan was waiting an inordinate amount of time for the umpire to turn round. We've all done that. You put your bat there and the umpire's not looking.
Yeah.
And at what point do you shout,
Ump, please. Please.
Any chance?
Well, she's all set for her second delivery here. And she's opening the face as well, playing that off the back foot. And we'll pick up another single. Down there to deep third. I always like a number who is very particular.
Oh, yes.
Keep coming. Just a
couple. Too far. Too far.
Come back. Oh, you've gone too far again. Forget
now
it.
hold your bat up straight.
Oh, forget it. Forget it.
Were you one of these people? And I'm always staggered by these people. Who?
Capsey, pulling this. And that's just Capsey seeing right. And that is just back of her length. At that pace, I can just stand here and pull this through the leg side for 4.
Yeah, you cannot be bowling short at that pace, nor to Alice Capsey. That is exactly where she likes it. It's got no more than mid-thigh height, which is the height of boots I try to get my wife to wear, and she never does.
Well,
Ever. No, for 30 years I've dropped hints. Never.
Bowling boots? Are we talking
No.
Oh,
So,
just
leather
normal.
ones.
Oh, right.
Mid-thigh.
I'm not sure you can get those.
Anymore?
Although there's a number of the men's cricketers, fast bowlers, I can imagine, would enjoy those. As this is pulled away, 4-4. And again, she's just dropped too short there to Capsey. And Capsey all the time in the world just to pull it behind square and down to the boundary rope for 4.
This is what I mean about that lack of margin for error at that pace. If that's Filer's pace, that's going to hurry on to the batter. But if you're at Thompson's pace, well, a batter like Capsey's just going to put that away, especially inside the first power play when you don't have the protection out the back. No, I was going to ask, and it happened a lot more in the 70s and 80s, from what I remember.
Yes.
But did you ever take guard with your bat face facing?
Yes.
As opposed to...
When I took 2, I used to do it that way. Don't know why. As forward goes, Capsey, and it's a diving stop by Thompson off her own bowling. It's the end of the second over. Surrey off to a good start, despite that loss of Schofield. They're going at 10s, 20 for 1 after 2.
So what I could never understand with that was it the umpire supposed to line it up with the outside edge of your bat, or the middle of your bat, or the inside edge of your bat?
I always thought, right, because in my younger days, and I used to just basically follow what Tim Robinson did for a long time.
Yeah.
But I saw somebody do it on
Did you
the
have a
telly.
perm then?
No, but I had a great love of Tim Robinson.
I can tell.
And I always thought it was that my bat face had to cover both middle and leg.
Oh.
So when I put the bat like that, as
Right.
long as the umpire could only see off, if you think about the logic, in
Yes,
this, it was disastrous.
Yes.
And then I thought I was on middle of the leg.
So, but then you've got to.
Yes.
Right. So
That's
which
why I
scratch do you scratch?
That's why I kept having my off stump knocked out of the ground. As started the third over, Filer to Monaghan. He's pushing this one away out towards cover point. Just swung back at her a touch.
As is it's a big match-up, this, Filer to Monaghan. 'Cause this is what they want her to do. They want her to be the strike bowler in the power play. They want a couple of wickets. They want both openers gone. They want to get into Surrey's middle order. Filer's going to be key, and how Surrey play her is going to be key.
Nice approach that Filer has. And pushed away again. Oh, bit of a mix-up. Monaghan's got to go to the danger end, but she's safely home. They almost
And it was
ended up.
Capsey's call, wasn't it?
It was, but they almost ended up sort of standing next to each other mid-pitch there.
Yes,
It's
more
not ideal.
decisiveness might be.
But it's
Order, yeah.
another single for Monaghan. So that was the way I
Yeah, but you see,
operated.
the thing is, I could never understand where you're supposed to scratch, you see, if you turn. Because you know, like when you
Well,
turn it side on,
Yes,
it's obvious.
That's my whole point.
Mm.
Capsey, that's short, that's cut by Capsey. That is going to whistle off to the boundary rope for 4. And again, Capsey on her tiptoes there, even though she hasn't tried to really get on top of that, but she's up on her tiptoes and absolutely hammered that away.
I mean, it was aerial, wasn't it? So she had to make sure she got the spot absolutely right. 'Cause there's a backward point and a cover. But she has found that spot between the two.
So then what I used to do was,
Yeah.
ridiculously,
Yes.
mark middle and mark leg, because it was covering that, and then stand between them. So that was middle and leg.
Mark middle mile. So you used to mark where your outside edge was
and
and
mark
where
the
your
other
inside edge
so
was.
and then I go
And then
in the
you'd
middle.
go somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Then
Yes.
someone pointed out to me,
You could just
you
turn
could
your
just
back
turn
round.
your back round, and that's middle of the leg.
Yes.
So I went with that after a while.
Yes.
Yes.
But lots of professional cricketers did do it that
No,
way.
they did. They did.
And I just never quite understood what the rationale was.
I just, as I say, I used to be one of those. I'd watch somebody on the telly, think that
Mm.
looks good. I'm going to give that a go.
I understand. Jeff Armitage. Yep.
Yep. I can't say I ever followed him.
Really?
Out in the middle, I mean, and modelled myself on him. That's wide and taken low down.
Oh.
Fine keeper batter though he was.
There was something deliciously relatable about Jeff Armitage. I mean, the name alone was enough to make you giggle.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the massive size of his wicket-keeping pads. Do you remember?
Yes, they
They
were
used to
big.
go up to his ears when he
Yeah, that's right.
when he crouched.
They did. Yeah, they did actually. You couldn't see him.
No.
Yes. Driving outside edge. What a catch
Wow.
behind the sticks that is. Oh, that is brilliant. And it's a big outside edge from Capsey. And Wilson has flung herself to her right because there is no first slip. Said there's a third slip, so there's a big gap, and has come up with it one-handed. Capsey goes for 13. Filer has 2. And we were just talking about keepers, 26 for 2.
Well, degree of difficulty on this is as high as it gets because she's bowling as quick as a bowler in the women's game can bowl. It's deviated a long way. It's gone pretty low. It's gone fast to the keeper's right. She's taken it one-handed. Absolutely spectacular catch. And Lauren Filer is doing exactly what Durham needed her to do. She's picked up 2 wickets early on. Surrey, have they been a bit guilty of being overly aggressive against Durham's major threat? Or you could argue, well, they're getting the runs off her. It's a very Baz Ball approach. Run to the danger.
The thing for Wilson there as well is that has gone straight in the webbing.
Yep.
Straight in the webbing. And for any keeper, they'll tell you that feels lovely. Straight into the webbing.
Great reactions
Oh,
as well, because
what
that
a
is
catch.
quick.
What a catch.
I'd love to know if our speed gun is operating. I'd love to get an idea of Filer's speeds at the moment.
Well, Alice Davison-Richards is out there early. Oh, my goodness. And she's looking to work a ball into the leg side. And it's a little leading edge that balloons away. Well, what an over that was from Filer. And,
I want 5 from her at the top.
Well, that's exactly
Through
what
the
they're
power
looking.
play, do you
That's
think?
what they're looking for.
Mm.
But that was a brilliant catch. Because it's no first slip, no second slip really, third slip. There's a big gap there. So Wilson was the only one. Wilson was the only one who was going to get anywhere near that. And as I say, if you watch it again, that ball has gone straight in the webbing. Between
Wonderful.
her thumb and forefinger. Brilliant catch.
Yeah, so 2 big guns gone, Schofield and now Capsey. We'll see exactly what you're talking about here. Churchy,
Look at
lovely,
where it
isn't it?
is.
Just between thumb and forefinger.
Perfect for any keeper. That start of the fourth, it's a wide down the leg side from Thompson.
Yeah, now Thompson just needs to support Filer here, because otherwise it won't be very long before Surrey, despite that ultra aggressive approach, you're going to be thinking about playing out Filer from one end. If Thompson's a little leaky at the other end, then it doesn't put any pressure on them at all to go after Filer.
Yeah, Thompson's first over went for 11. Monaghan
That's
drives,
more like it.
good length, and won't get a single. It's just got to stay there, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't
Just
go off that
plonk
length.
on that spot.
That looked lovely. Look at that, the weather today.
Oh.
Everybody sat there in the
You've had your heat
pavilion.
haze, you've got your
Oh.
sun.
We've been waiting for this.
We have,
This is proper cricket weather now.
isn't it?
Look at that as well. There's
You've
the
been out of it yet? You had a little...
Oh yeah, there's
bask.
there's the gasometer being wrapped up. It looks like an enormous Christmas present that you haven't quite finished as yet. As this is very wide outside the off stump, that will be signalled wide. But yes, the gasometer looks extraordinary at the moment. Of course, that's the new super duper flats, isn't it? Inside the
tempted.
gasometer. Well, if I had a bit of extra cash,
Yeah,
I
could
would
you
be
sell your
tempted.
mum perhaps or something?
Well, I could try. I could try. She'd be
She'd
very
fetch a bob or
willing.
two.
She'd be very willing, I'm sure. But that does look a little like I'm like this on Christmas Eve, and you've only got halfway through wrapping your presents.
Yes.
It's pretty obvious what you're getting. That's on leg stump, just tucked away by Monaghan, and we'll get a single. So Monaghan moves on to 4, and Davison Richards comes on to strike, yet to get off the mark. Schofield gone, Capsey gone. Inside the first 4 overs. So Davison Richards taking her guard. She's on middle as well. There's already a big sort of trough there where everybody's been taking their guards. I always love that. I think when you see she's batting out of her crease here to Thompson. Here's Davison Richards. That's a nice way to get your innings started. Batting out of her crease, then took a step out and drives that away beautifully to the boundary rope for 4.
This is what I'm talking about though here, isn't it? 7 runs have come off this over. Now look, I think you'd say Durham are still a happier side with the start they've made because they've got those 2 wickets, but they can't afford for one end to be leaky because she's a threat, is Filer, but if you don't have to get after her.
Yes, if you can score your runs from the other end, that's well bowled.
Yes.
And respectfully played by Alice Davison Richards, just playing that quietly straight back up the pitch.
Lovely player to watch when she's on song. Holder of a test century, of course.
On debut.
On debut.
At Taunton.
I think one of the more unlucky players
Yeah,
in the England setup.
absolutely. You know, if you do get 100 like that on debut, you expect a bit of a run in the side, don't you? That one just nips back a touch, and cry of no, and sticking her bat up in the air there was Alice Davison Richards, just in case Monaghan hadn't heard the call. But yes, these last couple of deliveries been good from Thompson, and then Filer will come in again from the Vauxhall end. Just a little walk to square leg there for Alice Davison Richards. Driving again.
Oh.
It's a nice looking shot once more, but they've got the sweeper out there now. Bit of protection for Thompson. Single for Davison Richards. She'll keep the strike. So Surrey ticking along at 8.5, but have lost 2 wickets.
Yes, yes. I think you would definitely say it's been Durham's first 4 overs, but let's see where we're at the end of the power play. I would think Surrey would have started this perfectly happy to be 60 odd for 2. So that kind of does mean that they can sit in a bit against Violet, who's been a definite point of difference, you'd have to say.
Yeah, she certainly has. 2 for 11. And it's worth remembering her first ball, of course.
Yes.
She fell over and slung it down the leg side. So that was 5 off her first ball before she'd actually bowled a ball, because it was a no ball. Let's look at the bounce and carry on that.
I know where the keeper's standing.
Yeah.
I mean, she's 5 yards or so, if that, away from the discs. And those discs are 25, are they, for women's games? 25 yards back. So she's standing nigh on a pitch length back.
And that's
Not far off that.
And that's what made that catch so good as well. Davison Richards, that's down the leg side. Davison Richards shaped to help that down towards finding. They decided against it, just let it go.
But they did the thing with the hand.
Everybody does it.
Everybody does.
Everybody does
I mean,
it.
if you're Steve Smith, you do it even more elaborately, don't you?
You certainly do.
You bounce around, your eyes go wide open.
Well, he does everything.
Yes.
In a ridiculous manner.
Yes.
But he's very watchable.
Yes. Well.
Unless you're the bowler.
Oh,
bowled! Middle stump out the ground. Oh, look at that. The middle stump plucked out the ground. And this is brilliant from Filer. Now, she's got all 3. Davison Richards goes for 5. And 35 for 3.
This is exactly what they wanted her to do. She's thrown in a few unusual deliveries, some wayward ones down the leg side, but in the middle of that, there are some absolute beauties. That one out. Davison Richards will look at that again and say she didn't move towards the ball. Again, she stayed 2 leg side of the ball, just as Paige Schofield did. In part, that could be the extra pace of Filer, because it makes you kind of address the ball from slightly too far away from it. But, I mean, it was an immaculate looking forward defence. Unfortunately, the ball was down a completely different line.
Yeah, well, it's a spectacular dismissal. That middle stump knocked out the ground, and for any fast bowler, that's the dream sight, isn't it?
It really is.
Oh, now hang on. Chatley's come out, and well, let's see what happens first. They're seeing if it gets through the back gauge.
Oh.
And I'm not sure it has. So this is it. This is the back gauge.
Is that bat too big?
Well, it might be. Well, there we are.
She's not the biggest person.
No,
Kira.
I know.
Whose bat has she picked up
I
there?
don't know.
Is that Lee's?
But I don't think it's got through the gauge. So they're going
what
to have
happens
to
now?
change that. Well,
It'll be a points deduction or a fine. Can she not just use a different bat?
Oh, yeah. Well, I do worry about things like this sometimes with cricket, because now the entire game's ground to a halt.
So what happens now?
Well, she has to have another bat. So, Emily Windsor's quite likes the look of that bat, I think.
I think she does.
Yeah.
Well, I quite like the look of that bat.
I do as well.
They are. It's the same standard size, is it? I don't know. I should know this, but I've never thought to ask.
Another
size of bat. Is it the
size
same?
Of bat. Well, the thing is, though, the back of the bats are bigger now, aren't they? They plough the back of the bats. So she's had to have another bat brought out. That's
you can have that
through.
one.
You can have that one. So
you see, I don't see why it would be should be rather a fine or a points deduction. Because if you come out and say, well, would you mind testing this in my...
My point being is, if she just batted for 20 overs with it, but she's walked out there, they've done the back gauge, they've said it's too big, and she's but he'd been, I'm just having in my ears, Essex, but he'd been batting for, they only measured it after he walked off.
Yes.
She hasn't faced a ball yet.
Faced a ball, no.
So she's not going to get any advantage if that bat doesn't fit through the gauge.
And also, can I ask another question, Judge?
Yes.
But why doesn't each dressing room
have a bat
gauge? And then before you go out,
and
you
I'd
pass
ask
your
another
bat
question.
through the bat gauge.
Are all the bat gauges the same size?
Well, exactly.
Thank you.
Could it have shrunk in the wash?
It might have done. But my point being, right, with the Essex one last year for the men, and I can't remember who
He'd batted with a faulty bat.
Yeah, and they did him afterwards.
Whereas Chatley
and he'd really made a huge impact on the game in that he'd sort of clothed his way to
20
off about 56 deliveries. But here, Chatley's not faced a ball. So, right, okay, fair enough. Bat's too big, doesn't go through the bat gauge. Get another bat, that goes through.
Yeah.
Get on with it.
Should just have a back gauge in
Just
the changing
get
room,
on
though,
with
shouldn't you?
it.
Should just have a back gauge.
Yeah, just get on
Just
with it.
as a matter of course, before you go out.
Yes.
Does it go?
Yes,
Lovely.
yes, very good.
Or actually, even better than that, when you arrive at the ground, take your bats out
Yeah, and then measure them.
and then measure
Yeah.
them. Yes.
It's good from you. It's good from you. Oh, for goodness sake.
Now the
Right,
que-
let's
Yeah.
get on with the cricket, shall we? Because she has a bat now that got through the bat gauge.
Which is good news, isn't it?
Super.
What has it done to her
Let's-
concentration,
can we-
though, Churchy?
Shall we just play a bit of cricket now, everybody? Yes, excellent. It's threatening to break out again. Filer over the wicket and forward goes
Great
Chatley.
stuff. This is great stuff.
Well, this is an exceptional spell of bowling.
This is why England are so desperately keen to get Filer into their lineup, because there are precious few women in the world game that can bowl at this pace. There's Shabnim Ismail, of course, but it's a bit shorter. Filer has got height and pace. She sort of don't like to compare the men's and women's game, but it's a bit like the point of difference as Stephen Finn used to be. He could bowl 90 miles an hour.
This has been an exceptional spell so far. Driving is Chatley up towards mid-off.
Tall. When she has it on a string and when she has her rhythm going, there are very few bowlers that these batters will have faced.
Okay, well,
that
I
can
did
do that.
Sorry, just to get back to the back gauge thing.
Yes.
I did see Rohit Sharma in an IPL game. Back gauge man.
Come back here.
I don't think it got through,
Yeah.
and Rohit said it's fine. and out he went with it. Short ball.
Oh,
That's well
yes.
played by Chatley. Just sways inside it. This is good
Oh, I'm loving
again
this.
from Filer. And Chatley goes for a little wander towards square leg. He's played this really well. Look at that.
Oh.
Just watching it all the way and then just swaying inside it.
Have we seen a bouncer of that pace and venom today?
No, and the other thing with that is it's the direction. It kept following Chatley. Full length one now. No, goes short again and just pushed away by Chatley and will get off the mark. Down towards backward point. And Chatley off the mark with a single. 5 gone. And again, Filer, wicket in each of her overs. Now 36 for 3.
You know who's played Filer best of all? It's Monaghan,
Yep.
who's done that from the non-striker's
Yep,
end.
that's the best place to play a
Yes.
really good bowler from. Sit up the other end and watch. There we are. There's all the
Women's
tall
cricket
buildings
blog.
of London.
Women's Cricket Blog's been in touch.
Oh, lovely.
There should be a bat letterbox slot in the dressing room wall through which you have to pass your bat. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think they should just be built into them now. And before you go out, you go zoop, zoop. A little bit like back in the day when people had jobs and they used to punch cards
Yes,
when they came in to work.
or
like,
the
you know,
sort
at
of
Shigley or
hotel
Camberwick
that
Green.
you would stay in, where you
Yep.
put your key card in and pull it out.
Pull it
and
out,
the green
yeah.
light.
That's
goes
right.
on. Yep.
Yeah.
Or you've got to have a green light on top of the back gauge thing
Yes.
in the dressing room, haven't
Yes.
you? Just to make it more spectacular. Start of the 6th. Oh, that's an interesting bit of cricket. Thompson's banged that in, and Chatley sort of waited and waited for it, and then held the bat out there. It's at the toe end of a bat, and one bounce to slip.
I think you could do all sorts of things. That you could have a kind of like a rubberized toy in the background just behind it, and so if you got it all the way through, it pressed against its nose and created a squeak. You know?
It reminds me of
Uh-huh.
when my daughter was very little, and we had the shaped cubes that when she had to put it with the right shape to go into.
Shot.
Has driven away this by Chatley. That's
Oh.
nicely timed, and away through backward point it goes for 4.
Yes, sorry. So these rubberized. That's a brilliant shot, by the way. But I'm trying to get to the bottom of your rubberized brick
No,
things.
it was a round plastic thing with a triangle shape,
Oh,
square
yes.
shape, and a
Yes,
circle shape.
yes.
And then,
Oh, yes.
And then my little one had to find the circle and put it into the circle hole.
Yeah.
So I'm saying with the back gauge, you could have it a bit like that as well. Chatley, slower ball, I think, there from Thompson.
I think
and
I'd like my one
Chatley's
to-
pushing this one out to off the offside.
I'd like my one to squeak. I'd like it to be interactive or something. Say, perfect size, madam, or something like that. Once you could activate, it goes all the way through and it activates a little pressure pad. You may pass.
I like that, and I also like a siren going off
Yes.
and a big green flashing light.
I'd like that. I'd
Yes.
like that.
And possibly some smoke, as this is wide outside the off stump, and wide will be the signal.
I've always thought, in football, for example, if every player had got little chips in their boots, then every time they struck the ball, it said their name in their accent, you know, Ian Giggs, that sort of thing, right? Then the referee would know who got the first touch on the ball.
Ah, interesting.
You see, they wouldn't have to speculate.
That is a very interesting theory. As driving is Chatley. And we'll get a single here,
I like
out
it.
to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So would it
I
be...
think it's got legs, if you pardon the pun.
Yes. But surely that would be into the earpiece of the referee.
Now I'd like it to just be boomed out
But you
across the
wouldn't
stadium.
hear it over the crowd, would you?
Nah, you're right. Maybe it has to go into the referee. Yeah, but we should have the listener at home should get the same feed. You know, the whole time.
Well, the way things are going, it won't
Steve
be.
McMahon.
It won't.
sort of thing.
It won't be long. It will not be long until this happens. As
I'd like
that
to hope
nips
not.
back
Yeah.
and turned by Monaghan into the leg side.
Interactive footballs.
Well, I think there's all this new technology, ref cam, isn't there? Now we've got the umpires with the cameras on as well, so you
Yeah,
can see.
it's orienting.
It is,
isn't it,
because
always?
it's
Yeah,
a
it's a
bit
bit shaky,
wobbly.
it's wobbly, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you need a very still umpire, like umpire Goff.
Yes, or
Yeah.
a tripod.
Yeah.
As this one's turned nicely, wristily by Monaghan into the leg side. We'll look for two, and we'll pick up two.
Yes, and you know where Monaghan finds herself at the end of that over?
At the non-strikers.
The
end.
non-strikers end, yes.
For Filer. Well, this is outstanding from Filer. 3 for 13 for 3. Off her 3, and there are the wickets she's taken. Schofield for 4. Capsey for 13. Davidson Richards for 5.
I think there'll be a couple of players there who are a little disappointed with their shots. You see there, Filer, the only wicket taker, 3 for 13. Thompson at the other end, a lot more expensive. Plenty of extras in that total as well. 10 in the first 6 overs, but you'd probably say Davidson Richards playing down the wrong line. Schofield perhaps a bit of a sucker punch, a couple of short balls and then the full one.
Filer starts her 4th, and this is just helped off her hip by Chatley down towards long leg. They'll get a single. The other thing is when you look at a scorecard and you see bowled, caught behind, bowled,
nice,
you
isn't it?
know whoever that
quality.
is bowling very nicely. Throw in an LBW and it's just about perfect.
Now I'll be interested here because Filer, this is her 4th over, and we've seen how England keep a close watch on their players.
You wanted to keep bowling here, don't you? It's a good looking shot from Monaghan. Filer's fallen over again. And down to 3rd it goes. She spent a good deal of this spell sort of lying on the pitch as well. But
If I was Durham, I'd want her to be bowling.
England,
But for England, you know, they know what an important bowler she can be.
but
so-
in a match situation like this, as a captain, you're stood there thinking, well, if she takes another one in this over, you're thinking...
Well, even if she doesn't, aren't you thinking I want her to bowl
Oh,
through the
yeah,
power play?
Definitely.
Want to get a 5th
Well, if
over.
she's taking one and over, you give her all 10. And she comes again. Oh, looking to pull his Chatley. It's just over the top of her stumps there. That's where the extra bounce didn't really help her, because that's gone straight over the top of Chatley's stumps.
That was not far away, that.
No.
But again, is it a bit of an ambitious shot? I mean, extra pace makes you do things, but from a purely Surrey point of view here, you've got to be thinking to yourself, there may be 3 more balls in this spell, there may be 9, that's
Just
it.
see her off.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think.
Shot.
That's pulled away by Chatley. And that answers the question from down Norcross, because that has whistled over the boundary rope and away for 4. And that brings up the 50. Chatley's on to 11. And 50 coming up for Surrey.
I don't mind this because it's
No,
angled down the
yeah.
leg side, so that's not really threatening the stumps, and it's almost a free hit as long as you don't top edge it. It's if it's a little bit straighter than that, you just want to be, you know, nice, vertical, back foot defence.
Good effort there from Emily Windsor to get to that. It's Fuller. Oh, that's hit hard as well by Chatley. This could run away for 4 more. That's a great shot because Filer's gone Fuller of length and Chatley's just checked that. No follow through on this shot, just using the pace of Filer.
Yeah, that is a super shot because she's going to be camped a little bit on the back foot. She's had a couple of short ones from Filer, but she has moved into that, and her foot hasn't come perfectly towards the pitch of the ball, but it's come forward, which is important. A couple of batters today have just moved a little bit to the leg side.
You can't take your eyes off this for a second. There's either boundaries, wickets. That's crunched away off the back foot this time from Chatley. Short and wide, and Chatley has jumped all over that.
Well, this is terrific stuff from Chatley. She's not following my advice at all, which would be to have left that.
Very wise.
She's climbed all over it. Now you do just wonder a little bit. She's bowled 4 overs, and her last over's gone 4-4-4. They're going to try and... I would still be tempted. I would be tempted because I would think a 4th wicket in the power play.
Yeah.
Surrey have got Wyatt, Hodge and Spence, and then you are sort of into the bowlers.
And also, look, 1 more in the power play. Even if she doesn't get a wicket and might go for a couple of boundaries, it's worth a gamble.
Yeah,
it really is. You know, it's not a huge gamble. Maddie Villiers is into the attack. She batted beautifully today for her 55. It was her dismissal that was really the turning point of the Durham innings. And it was a terrific catch from Alice Capsey, wasn't it? So
it was.
Maddie Villiers.
We've seen some good catches today.
Yeah, we have. It's been a fantastic game so far. And sweeping is Monaghan off the stumps. That's a great shot. That was off middle stump. Don't be missing that, but she absolutely middled this.
This is a brave shot first up when you've not had much sight. It's the first ball that Villiers has bowled, and also should point out that we had 7 overs and Monaghan's only faced 9 balls before that, so it's not like she's really had the chance to get fluent and get going, but she's taken that off the stumps and given a fine old whack.
Scattered the pigeons. Oh, that's out. That as she's gone onto the back foot and it's just skipped onto her, and it's a brilliant response from Maddie Villiers, and unfortunately for Monaghan, she was virtually sitting on the stumps there, and that will be the easiest LBW you will ever see. So Monaghan goes as well, and yeah, just a good bit of bowling. Just skidded on. She's rocked onto the back foot. She's thinking, I'll whip this through the leg side, and it's got onto her. And
she's walked.
Yeah, well, I think she knew. But as I say, when you're sitting on all 3, and good bit of bowling from Maddie Villiers.
She won't really want to see that again because she did a couple of things wrong. First one, which might have been that she needed to get forward. Second of which is when you're on the back foot, play it with a straight bat. She's gone across the line of the ball. It's kept a bit low, I'll give her that, but it probably looks like it's kept a bit lower than it has because she stayed on the back foot rather than come to the ball. Now, with Wyatt Hodge coming out to bat, you've got to have one more from Filer, haven't you?
Here we go. So, what a first 7.2 overs.
It's been exciting, hasn't it?
A bit of everything, hasn't it? We have had wickets, runs, bat gauges, and free hits.
Free hit for the very first ball.
We've had everything so
We've
far.
had the stumps flying.
We've
had an incredible catch behind the stumps.
We've got Danny Wyatt Hodge making her way out to the middle. Now, of course, Wyatt Hodge did play in the opening game at Edgbaston, made a big 100.
Surrey needs something like that now, because although that target's not massive and the run rate required is very manageable, you've lost 4 very, very significant wickets.
Yeah, a big partnership this for Surrey. These two need to sort of stick around here for the next 15 overs. If they do, the scoreboard will go round as well, but I don't think Surrey can afford to lose another one in the power play. That'd be 5 in the power play. Difficult to recover from that. So Maddie Villiers just waiting for Danny Wyatt-Hodge to settle down over her bat. And Wyatt-Hodge very nicely forward and just plays her first ball from Maddie Villiers straight back up the pitch.
Filer on now, Skip?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, and I'm giving Chatley a single and getting Wyatt-Hodge on strike. If Chatley's on strike. Because if they could knock over Wyatt-Hodge, as this one's just pushed away by Wyatt-Hodge to backward point. Does look nice, isn't it, with the sun out and the arch roof of the JM Fin stand.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And the big buildings in the distance. Very nice indeed. Nicely bowled again by Maddie Villiers. Just giving the ball a bit of air and loop. Respectfully played by Wyatt-Hodge. Be a lot of people down by the river today. A lot of people out on walks.
Yeah.
As onto the back foot goes Wyatt-Hodge, off the mark in nice fashion. Beats the dive at backward point, and that'll run away over the boundary rope for 4. So, a couple of boundaries in the over, but the wicket as well of Monaghan.
Well, what that shows you is you have to get your length absolutely right on this. It's a perfectly decent wicket, and Wyatt-Hodge giving herself a bit of room, uses the fact it's a trifle shorter. She cuts so well. It's an area that's been very fruitful for her for decades. But whilst the runs are coming, yes, so we're not going to turn down runs, but they're looking at that wicket column, and I think you would assume that this would be Filer's last in the spell. Doesn't have to be. Nope. She bowled a 6th, she bowled a 7th. I could go on.
Well, she is going to bowl the 9th over of the innings, and Chatley drives. That's off a thick edge. It was upish.
That's what they want, though, isn't it?
Yep, that's the single I was talking about. Now they get Wyatt-Hodge on strike. This is going to be fascinating. And what's the field going to be?
Well, I think that, yes, the deep third is going wider to sort of deep backward point, because that's very much where Wyatt-Hodge likes to go. If I were Filer and I know Wyatt-Hodge the way I do, yeah, look at this. We got a sort of deep gully, because that's very much one of her areas. I'll be banging it in, back of her length, outside the off stump, and saying, Danielle, would you like to have a thwack?
I tell you what would be as well. She's probably expecting that. If she could just put one up on her toes.
Yes.
Because she's going to be sat on that back foot hit, I would have thought. Filer is into it.
Well,
there you go. It is short, and she sort of ducks and sways inside it. Then it bounces once in front of. Well,
that's
all
not
that build
what they
up.
wanted. No.
That was a bit of an anticlimax.
I was about to say
really.
she's got 5 balls to work her over.
Well, there we
and a
are.
rather scrappy bye.
It was a bye, and it means that Wyatt-Hodge is down at the non-striker's end.
The best laid plans of mice and men,
know.
Churchy.
I know. Chatley comes
They let
back
us
onto
down.
Strike. Wow. It's been an exceptional spell, this,
Right.
from Filer. Now they're having a little chat about the field.
Change of field here now. Yeah. See that
Chatley.
deep gully's gone to backward point on the edge of the circle. And then the deep third, or was a deep backward point, has now come to a pretty fine deep third.
You're surprised looking flats away there in the distance.
All the
over
owls.
there, yeah.
Yes.
Look at them.
The Oliver Hannon Dolbys.
As Chatley's forward. Nice looking shot again. Quick single up towards a wideish mid-off. Wyatt-Hodge responds.
Do you find that? Look, every time I see them, I think of Oliver Hannon Dolby, those flats.
Because they're very tall.
Partly tall, but they've also got the slightly quizzical look of OHD. Lovely man.
Oh. Well,
Who always, when he runs into bowl like a man who's got a small pet dog yapping at his heels.
Never
He's trying
seen.
to push him
I
down.
must say, never seen him and Justin Rose in the same room.
Justin Rose.
Wyatt-Hodge, there you go. That's
Oof.
the shot you were talking about. It was uppish, but it has flashed away past Maddie Villiers. That was the plan.
She's not going to mind that.
Nope.
If that's a foot further to the right of the deep point, it's a sharp, difficult, painful chance, but it's a chance, and that's what they're after. They're trying to prize her out before she gets going.
It's not far away, though, is it?
No.
You'd almost be tempted to get a second one in there.
Yes.
Wouldn't you?
Well, I'm sort of wondering what the point of short mid-wicket almost is here, in a way.
Or mid-on.
Yeah. You can put the
You
leg
could
side
put-
field
you-
down a bit
you
because she's
see
not
that
really.
again. You know, you could have two and another one on
Yeah.
the fielding disc. It's just pushed away off the back foot this time by Wyatt Hodge. Just be a single out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary
You know
rope.
what? That could be quite a significant shot in the context of this match because there's one ball remaining in Filer's 5th over. As I say, she might well bowl a 6th. But if she does bowl a 6th and she doesn't make a breakthrough, then you've got a lot less to play with, and Surrey have got off to a flyer. Yes, they've lost 4 wickets, but run rate is not an issue. So you feel they're going to have to take the wickets to win, don't you?
Yeah, bowl Surrey out.
Ooh,
That
nice.
beats the edge. Beautifully bowled again, because again there Chatley is trying to, she's staying on that back foot, and that has just nipped away and bounced. You see it from this angle. It's a lovely
yes.
delivery. It really is. And if that is the end of that spell from Filer, she's gone for a few, but she's also picked up wickets. It's been a scintillating opening spell.
It's been fun.
Oh, great game. This.
Oh, sunshine, pace bowling,
I know.
4s,
I
no
know.
6s, but plenty of 4s,
I know.
wickets,
And
an engaged crowd.
yes, it's ideal, isn't it?
It's lovely, and it's not even 3 o'clock yet.
Not even 3 o'clock. And
And there's your half-wrapped Christmas present.
wrap gasometer.
I mean, I've never purchased a present as large as that.
No,
for
you'd
anyone,
struggle
really.
now, I tell
Yeah.
you. Cool. Dear.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was all part of the Oval Village, of course. It's lovely down there.
Mm.
Very nice. Very nice. So it's not just the gasometer that's been wrapped. It looks like
Yes.
some of the new flats have been wrapped up as well.
Lovely.
You
You're,
don't-
you're tempted to just pretend that you're going to buy one and have a little sneak around? Surely.
Yeah, well, you could go for a viewing, I suppose.
That's what I
couldn't you?
mean.
Yeah. So, Katie Levick is into the
Ooh.
attack. And
Interesting.
First delivery. Outside the off stump, just chopped away by Wyatt Hodge.
What do you make of this? Is this to swap Maddie Villiers' end, perhaps, and bring her on at Filer's end? I mean, Villiers bowled 1 over there. Got a wicket.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And off she
Just
goes.
I'm just wondering why you would do that, really. She's got the long leg side boundary to work with here as Levick.
Is there just a little bit of temptation? Because Levick, fine bowler though she is a leggy. And you're sort of saying, I'm bowling in the power play. Do you want to have a go?
Yeah.
Do you?
it's a
If you
lot-
think you're hard enough.
Yeah, it's a long old carry leg side. As that one just goes on to Chatley, turns it into the leg side. With her leg breaks, if you're going to go leg side, you're obviously going against any turn and fetching it. She's cutting here. Here's Chatley out to the sweeper. Emily Windsor out there doing the fielding. And Chatley on to 22. Wyatt Hodge comes back onto strike on 10. But yet it seems like gasometer's half wrapped. Some of the flats are half wrapped. Need to put a big bow on the top. Oh, straight down the ground goes Wyatt Hodge. Good bit of batting this. Mid on, mid off up in the power play, and has just put it straight back over the top and down to the long off boundary rope.
Well, that, my friend, is fearless at 76 for 4. But she said, look, it's the last over of the power play. The next time Levick bowls, there's almost certainly going to be somebody out there who won't be able to play that shot. If it's up there.
It's going. 12 odd. Nicely played by Wyatt Hodge. That is infuriating for any bowler. Good delivery, and off a good ball you picked up a single. Very good running. And 10 gone into the power play, so it's been eventful. We've had 4 wickets, we've had 80 runs, and it's been terrific, really. Filer there, 3 for 34 with 3 of them, and Maddie Villiers just the solitary over, and 1 for 8. And just seeing who's coming into the attack, I think it will be Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah,
Swapping
is it?
ends.
Is it? No, I don't think it is, actually. I thought it was, but no, I don't think it is.
Look at that, though. Schofield, Monaghan, Capsey, Davidson, Richards. To be getting rid of those 4 in the power play is something else. No partnerships really got going. Monaghan, Chatley, one of 27. The most. I mean, it's 27 off 18 balls. It's been helter-skelter stuff.
Very entertaining.
But you do think the next couple of wickets are very important. If Surrey had been 81 for 2 at the end of this power play, you'd say they were bang on top. 81 for 4, I think you'd say Durham are on top. The key now, and it's massively important for Durham, is that for the next 15, 20 overs, they don't let Surrey go and score 80 for none. Because if they do, if they're 160 for 4 after 25 overs, or 30 overs even, then look, they're going to need 90 odd off 20 with 2 set batters, and it's going to be tricky.
Well, Sophia Turner is into the attack to bowl the 11th with keeper up. That swung.
Oh,
that did swing.
well, it
Not
swung
signalled wide.
very wide indeed.
Yeah.
That looked. I wonder if we can get a replay of that.
So
Looked.
Talia Wilson is up to the stumps here.
One thing that I do find has happened since the wide line was put in, since we see this again. Actually, no, good decision that by the umpire, just inside line. But it's about what I'm going to talk about.
Well, that one definitely swung. That swings as well, but it also goes just swinging off the bat of Wyatt Hodge out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope for a single.
Now, when we were young, the assumption was that the umpire decided where the wide line was on the basis of the height of the person. So, because it's about where you can reach the ball in your natural stance, isn't it? So Harry Pilling of Lancashire, he'd have a very different wide line from Clive Lloyd,
Yes.
also of Lancashire,
Yes.
who was 6'6".
Yes. Chatley picks this up, flicks it leg side. It's aerial. It's a couple of bounces down towards long on, and they'll take a single.
Lucky that didn't carry all the way. But point being,
Yes.
that since they put this wide line in, it doesn't really matter whether Lauren Filer's facing or Danny Wyatt. Danny Wyatt a little bit shorter. And so what looks like it is a wide because you're looking at Danny Wyatt turns out not to be a wide. And I think...
Well, the next thing, it will be a movable wide line for the height of the batter. Is this on
Well, that's yes.
to the leg side?
Yes.
There's no run.
You see, you mock, but in the IPL, they do exactly that, don't they? They measure everybody to get, for different purposes, to get the above waist height and the above head height.
Yes.
They don't do it for the width, but they do move the wide line if you move before the ball's bowled.
As that's down the leg side, it's just swept away by Wyatt Hodge. And how casual was that by Levick? Just comes sprinting round, bends down one-handed, and then launches the ball back into the gloves of Wilson.
It's one of those ones where when you're watching and you're a fan, you go, leave it, because you might get 5 wides. But I promise you, if you play cricket and the ball's down there,
you want to get after it.
You can't resist.
No.
It's like a moth to a flame.
Yes. Oh, that's left alone outside the off stump. And again, not wide because it was swinging away late. Good leave that by Chatley. I like that. Just a bit of
something
shape.
happening, isn't there?
Bit of shape. So 11 gone. There's a few clouds up there today, but we do have the blue sky.
They're benign, aren't they?
Oh, yes. Well, look, the old JM Finstand now, it's 21 years old.
No.
2005, wasn't it?
Well,
Before
I never.
the Ashes, yeah. Great view from up the top.
Oh, the very
isn't
top.
it? Oh, not just down the ground, but if you turn round at the top, obviously.
What's it called again? Up the very
Corinthian Roof
Corinthians,
Terrace.
that's right.
The Corinthian Roof Terrace.
Do you feel Corinthian?
Not really.
You don't take your
Feel
spear
quite
and
high
your
up.
shield and
No,
a metal helmet?
I haven't taken I haven't taken any of that out for quite some
Not for a
time. I
while.
have to say,
No.
Daniel. Yeah.
Well, I always put the gear on a Friday.
I know you do. You like to dress up as Russell Crowe.
Yes, and shout at imaginary
Yes.
oarsmen in the trireme.
Yeah, absolutely. It's driving is Wyatt Hodge, and she'll get a single. And good running again.
Bang a drum.
I will see you again, but not yet. Not yet. I am Daniel Norcross Emilius. Commentator on test matches. As this one looking to sweep. Oh, I thought there might have been a little bit of sort of glove on that. From Kira Chatley. Wilson was coming dashing out from behind the stumps. And Chatley just trying to get those feet moving. She's got a start here, 23 off 22. The captain, of course, that's going down the leg side. Half a shout. Rolls away into the covers.
Again, this is a handy bowler to have, isn't
Yeah.
it? Katie Levick, my word. The experience.
Yep, that's the point.
She's done this 1,000 times before.
You're not going to, get it to turn square, but that experience and her control. There's slog sweep. More inside edgy that from Chatley, but he'll get a single. And one more to the total.
Well, she forces the batter to do stuff.
Yeah.
You're not just going to be able to nudge it around for a single.
And where
And
she's
yes.
clever, she's tempting as well,
Yes.
because she does give it, a bit of
Bit
air.
of air. There's not a
So
lot
you
of pace
are-
to play
yep,
with.
you are tempted. As onto the back foot goes Wyatt Hodge, cuts this to backward point, and there's no
But again,
rush.
it's a harder shot for Wyatt to play with that pace, isn't it? And to get the gap. There are two fielders who are there precisely for the shot. They know Wyatt Hodge well enough.
Final ball of the 12th. She's almost dragged it on. Bottom edge on the cut, straight down into the turf, and almost came off Wilson's pads back onto the stump. So tidy over.
Long old stint this, isn't it? We came out at 2:05.
What time are we now?
2 minutes past 3.
Ah.
Well, those wickets that made a bit of
Wickets.
difference.
But look, here we are, the power play. So wickets and
Ooh.
runs. That was Schofield bowled by Levick. And then Capsey got herself off the mark with that shot. But then outside edge. What a catch that was from Wilson.
Highlight of the day for me, that.
Absolutely. That was Alice Davison-Rich getting off straight and then had her middle stump knocked out the ground by Levick. That was Kira Chatley finding the boundary and then cutting one through cover point. And that's the LBW of Alice Monaghan, which was definitely out off Maddie Villiers. And that's Wyatt Hodge getting off the mark. So it's been action-packed. Start of the 13th, a short-arm jab, really, by Kira Chatley. Out towards deep mid-wicket. The work is very good there by Emily Windsor. Came sprinting round, sliding.
Key passage of play, this, isn't it? As I said a moment ago, I think the next 10 overs, 4 and over, Surrey will absolutely take that.
Oh, yeah. It's nicely set up, this. I'd say it's still, from a Surrey point of view, on a knife edge.
Oh,
as this is
definitely.
outside edgy from Wyatt Hodge down towards deep third. They'll pick up a single. Wyatt Hodge moves on to 19.
Where do you think Cam goes between stints? I never really know where he goes and hides.
Cam has his own area.
Does he?
Now, yeah. ECB,
He's been here long enough, hasn't he?
ECB
I can't get an ashtray. He has a whole
ECB
area.
Young Journalist of the Year.
That's right, of course.
He can go wherever he wants now. He's probably been sat in the chief exec's office or the committee room.
We do
There's-
venerate youth, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially when they're like Cameron.
Yeah, I suppose.
Another single here. Wyatt Hodge comes back on to strike.
He was only wearing white during the county championship. He's adopted. He's got a different one today. He's got a blue T-shirt with grease stains on it, which
Yeah.
is more in.
Looks like he spelled
Or
a
in
bit
my
of his
wheelhouse.
lunch down, but you're a fine one to talk because this is turned out towards deep backward square by Wyatt Hodge. I just caught a glimpse of the
Yeah.
great Philip Brown.
Is he here?
I think he might be
he
down by
popped in?
the. I think he might be down by the.
Oh, if we can
the
find
old
him.
dugout down there.
Oh, one of the finest photographers
Yeah.
in world cricket, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. He's sat down there in front of the dugout. Turner's in, and that's driven by Chatley up towards mid-off. So good tidy over this from Turner. 4 singles in it.
That's the thing, you see. Surrey haven't had to do a great deal to get those 4 singles, and their required run rate's 4.5. There he is.
There he is.
Oh,
So-
with hair like a 1970s bathroom mat.
Yes. He's sending photos off at the moment. Either that or doing his internet shop, as this one's turned into the leg side and there's no run. I'm going to leave you, Daniel.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Cameron Ponsonby is going to join you, but there he is, the great Philip Brown.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the photos
Do you know-
that man has taken are extraordinarily good.
And he's an incredible photographer. He's done a beautiful one with sun glinting off a bat that's parallel with the ground. But I can't help it. He always reminds me facially, and especially with that haircut, of Pam Ayres. I knew that would finish Churchy off.
As the young Journalist of the Year. I don't know who Pamez is.
Really?
That's fine.
But as a journalist, as a young journalist, you can find out.
Exactly correct. Once my Wi-Fi kicks in. 90 for 4 here at the Kier Oval. Katie Levick with ball in hand.
Must be very exciting when you got that. I mean, I've never, as I told you, I've never won an award apart from Worst Dressed Man at Money Extra 2001.
Money Extra 2001.
2001, Money Extra Limited 2001, Worst Dressed Employee. I got a little cup for it.
That's not. You didn't even get any clothes.
No, or indeed an allowance. Obviously, they weren't going to give me any money to buy the clothes because they'd seen my judgment hitherto.
Was your dress sense different to what it is now? Or has it been consistent over decades?
Some more greens and maroons, I suppose. A lovely pair of green velvet shoes that I got in Venice. Yeah,
and now you've turned them into a jacket.
Shirt. No, it was a much lighter green, grass green. Oh,
wow! I was just going for the little lap sweep there.
There's not a lot of value in that shot against a bowler of Levick's pace, I might suggest, Cameron.
It did kind of fly very gracefully, float gracefully through the air when she did play the shots. They didn't go very far.
It wouldn't go very far, I don't think, no.
I always get in a muddle between my scoops and my laps.
I know
and
what
my
you
ramps.
Yeah.
Full again from Levick. It's been a good over so far, just the 1 run of the first 5 balls.
That's what they need. They just need a few overs where Surrey don't go at more than 3 or so and over, just to start to apply the pressure.
On edge. That may well make it all the way to the boundary. And does. So Kira Chatley is rattling along here. She's on a runnable 30. Surrey are 95 for 4. As Churchy said, the game is on a knife edge for the home team.
That is very unlucky for Katie Levick. She's done not a lot wrong there, if indeed anything. And it's the nature of the game. She's a cruel mistress. She brings tears to your eyes and blood to your shoulders.
I remember you introduced that phrase to me a couple of years ago, and I still don't really understand it, but a number of fans in this afternoon. It's a great Sunday afternoon? Saturday afternoon.
It's Saturday. Don't get ahead of yourself. Yeah.
There are lots of wavings on the big screen. Or it wasn't on the big screen, so I don't know where they saw themselves. I was keeping an eye out, though. You must have been given some sort of accolade by the BBC at some point.
No, never.
Not even a nomination, not even a second best to Simon Mann.
No, I know you'd think, wouldn't you? No, I think the reasoning is completely understandably. The reasoning is that if they tell you you're good, then it gives you leverage in contract negotiations.
That's a good point.
So it's better to just make you feel constantly like you're inadequate.
And how does that make you feel?
Inadequate.
Ah.
How would it make you feel?
Motivated. That's why I win awards.
Motivated, you see, yes. But you reach an age where you lose motivation. You just accept it. You know, you go, I'm 57 years old. I've never won anything except Worst Dressed Man at Money Extra Limited 2001. And maybe there's a reason for that.
Well, you're the worst dressed.
Yeah.
How are your newly 57? How's that feeling?
Gotta say, fractionally worse than 56.
One more run to the total.
I mean, it's all right, isn't it?
I guess so.
It's treble 19, as I said. It's 57 varieties,
good point,
Heinz
yeah.
varieties, you know. There are worse ages.
58.
I don't like an even number.
Are you one of these people who has to have the TV on a certain number? Turner in again. Change up. Oh, I thought there was just a little noise through our headphones. I think it was a bit of an off-cutter from Turner.
No, my TV doesn't have numbers for the volume. It just has a bar.
Oh, that's
It
okay.
goes up. It's better for me, that, actually. Because I do have certain weird OCDs about numbers.
Please
I
indulge
missed
me.
a tube once. Because just as I was about to get on it, the doors were closing. The time, the digits of the time added up to the number 13. So I was convinced that train was going to be subject to a terrible accident.
So that would
So
be
wait for the next one.
it was 8 minutes past 5.
Yeah, like 9:04 or something like that, or 8:05. Yeah.
And is that something you've held on to for a long time?
Yeah,
or did it strike you in that moment?
No. It hangs over me like a black cloud of numerical dysphoria. Yeah.
That's the worst type of dysmorphia there is.
Well,
Numerical.
Numerical, yeah, because you've got so little control over it.
Well, the numbers have the control over you. I guess that's the
problem.
whole issue. Yeah.
That is the issue. Yeah. Coming through loud and clear, that issue.
So even the presence of seconds ticking away doesn't.
No, they
you.
get added up.
They can't be added.
sometimes. Well, okay, I've got a different one with seconds. I don't like it when there's. If I see a 3, so it's like 8:05 and 30 seconds, I have to wait till I've seen 3 more 3s to make it to 4 3s. I know.
It's 99 for 4. We're going to keep talking about this. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
So you have to
I mean,
wait for 3 more 3s to appear.
Yeah.
So it'd be 43, 53, 03.
Oh, that's a disaster. If you get them in the 30 seconds, then at least you can just wait 4 seconds, then get on the train. But if it's at 30, if it's at 43,
Yeah. Then you have to wait
Then-
30 seconds.
well,
I
it depends if I'm in a massive rush. Sometimes
think I
risk
believe
it.
you.
Sometimes I risk it,
yeah.
but I try not to. I don't like it.
Well, Katie Levick's going to continue. White Hodge uses her feet, gets a big full toss. It's just the one run.
Well, this is a superpower of Levick as the 100 comes up, is that she makes you think you've got to do something differently, because if you just stay put, she's not giving you a lot of pace to work with. She's, for the most part, very accurate. But, of course, there is risk. There is risk in hurtling yourself at the leggy.
And the 100 is up for Surrey. Run rate not a problem here. They're cruising along at more than a run a ball. That's probably to their advantage against the leg spin of Levick. Because as you say, leg spin makes people do funny things.
It does, doesn't it?
You sense opportunities where they do not exist.
Yes. You certainly do. So that change of field. Deep squares come up now inside the ring. Oh dear.
That goes to 4. Square leg came up. And Katie Levick pushed the ball down the leg side. And Chatley was able to just help it on its way.
Why does that happen so much? And it really does.
I think you have it in your mind of something you absolutely should
Mustn't
not do.
Yeah, negative suggestion is going on there, and that is exactly what's happened. Nicely played. But this is just going to start getting a little concerning for Durham here. Nothing to get too worried about just yet, because they've got those 4 wickets in the bank. But we were saying, for Surrey, with there being such little run rate pressure, if they could just push the ball around for 10 overs and go at 4 and over, then it starts to put the pressure back on Durham, and then they've got to think about, do we bring Filer back in? When do we bring her back in? Try to take that wicket, make that breakthrough.
Oh, lifted. Deep mid wicket in the game? No. 6 runs from Kira Chatley. She's added that power to her game over the last year, because that's a long hit out towards the gas holder side. And she's cleared Grace Thompson at Cow Corner by some distance for the first 6 of the game.
That's a wonderful shot. Risky because it was straight at the fielder, but straight over the fielder. She's cleared her by a fair way. And I think last year was the breakthrough season for Kira Chatley. I saw her get I think you would be, weren't you? When she got a 97 in 47 balls.
I wasn't there. That was at Beckenham in the
Beckenham.
County
She
Cup,
can't
wasn't
make
it?
No. It was startling. Brilliant, brilliant innings. And I'd seen plenty of Kira Chatley, but never seen her with that amount of power. And that power is now very much coming into her game. And it's telling, isn't it? She's 41 off 38, and the more storied Wyatt Hodge at the other end going perfectly fine, 24 off 27.
This is a new type of pressure that Chatley's facing this season, of kind of expectation.
Yeah.
She's now the skipper.
The money from the 100. and all
Got a
that.
bit of cash in her pocket from the 100.
Yeah.
Getting sniffing around international honours.
Yes.
And so it's no longer a case of last year.
England's wicket-keeper slot is not set in stone, some might say.
Well, Bess Heath, who previously was the backup wicket-keeper, she's out there in the middle, not with the gloves on. Talia Wilson is keeping wicket for Durham.
Exactly. And the spotlight is very much on Amy Jones at the moment, because her best performances have tended to come against the West Indies.
Cuts
Always
for another run.
shows plenty of promise. Very good hands, but not quite got the consistency with the bat.
50 partnership up for this pair. It's come from just 55 balls, so they're ticking along. And they do just want to get Surrey into position where I always like to call it, where you can win by accident.
Ah,
You can do your best to muck it up, but you're still able to get over the line. That's very full. White Hodge drops the bat on it. They think about two, decide against it.
I like that, win by accident. At what point would they need to get to have achieved their job
I
of
think
setting the side up to win by
if
accident?
you're 4 down and you lose a wicket and there's still 80 to go in this
Yeah.
context, you can win that by accident.
Provided you got lots of overs. Oh,
Beautiful shot. Very well fielded at cover, so no run will be scored.
it's rather lovely cricket, that.
We'll see this on the replay. Diving stop at cover. It was so crisp off the bat of Chatley. So I'd posit
Yes.
that on Wednesday, Surrey's 3-wicket win, that almost became a bit of a win by accident.
Okay.
Chatley drops it into the offside and they scamper through for a quick single because they were so dominant with Paige Schofield and they lost that series of wickets in the middle. And so they were in the position where they were able to win by accident.
Right.
The more I think about it, the more it's the perfect
But
example.
then they were sort of 35 away, weren't they? Not 80.
Well, it's not a hard and fast rule where
No,
the,
right,
where
it's
the
not
accident
hard.
line begins.
Isn't it?
114 for 4 after 17. Having invented and only just introduced you to the win by accident system.
Okay, well, I think it needs a bit of reforming.
Here we go.
Oh, look at that one.
Here's the accident line. Where
Yes.
you can track when it can begin. But you can absolutely see Surrey, the brown line there, cruising above
But look at those
what,
circles,
Durham.
Cam.
Oh, my goodness
There
me.
weren't 4 of those circles until, what, the 37th over of the Durham innings. That's a long way away.
That is a remarkable, dramatic graph. You can see Surrey's run rate fly almost through the top of the chart to start their chase. Change of bowling. Maddie Villiers back into attack, and that is short. And goodness me, Kira Chatley looks aghast with herself, and right she should, because she almost got bowled by a genuine long hop there.
Yes. It was, as they say, there to be hit. And she's just connected with fresh air.
Bit of flight from Maddie Villiers. Being reminded, just remembered there, one of my favourite worst wicket.
Oh, yeah.
So I remember it was the last ball of my spell. I'm playing leg side wides, and the batter bowling right arm off spin around the wicket. That's a lovely, delicate touch from Chatley. Might not get 4 for him, should just get hauled in. It doesn't. Flicks back and then just drops onto the rope. It's unfortunate for Fraser in the deep. But Chatley moves on to 47. Here just adding precision to her power.
Yep, like that shot a lot. Because there is a little bit more pace to work with Maddie Villiers than you'll get from Katie Levick.
Oh, one more
Should
look at it.
probably have been hauled back. It's a tight one. She goes to the left hand here, perhaps. Just sort of run round that a bit.
No run. You know, so bowled around
Yeah.
the wicket,
Yeah, yeah.
and the batter thought it was going down the leg side for a wide, so he swayed his
Oh,
bottom
lovely.
inside the line and just hit leg stump.
Oh, that's a beauty. You must
It
have
was
loved
lovely.
that.
I went, that was really bad from you. As a batter. I was like, you should not have done that.
Yes. I don't think he probably needed you to tell him, did he? At that point.
I did it very politely, I think.
Did you? Yeah. I imagine
I
you
think
always.
he-
Imagine you're the politest sledger in the Surrey Championship.
I do my best. Last ball of the 18th over. It's a lovely shot by Chatley, just for 1 run. She moves on to 48 after 18 overs. Surrey are 119 for 4, and Daniel Norcross is going to make way for Kirstie White. And it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling here at the Vauxhall end. Looks like Thompson is going to return to the attack. Or actually, no, Lauren Filer is coming back. So Durham have sensed an opportunity, a moment in the game. They feel like they need wickets, and they're turning back to their big gun.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Lauren Filer bowling from this angle. I've been sat just under the big screen by the gas
Lovely,
holder.
so square of the wicket.
And she looks like she's been bowling a fast, excellent carry through to the keeper. Talia Wilson at points almost back right on the edge of the 25-yard circle. So really excited to see from this angle what's been happening for Lauren Filer.
4 fielders out on the boundary square and behind the wicket. Chatley turns it around the corner. She moves on to 49.
Yeah, it's interesting to see if there's much movement left in the ball. Was she getting much movement off the seam, Cam? Do you know? Did you see from this angle?
was
or
actually-
it just
I-
genuine pace?
I perched up downstairs with a cup of tea and settled into the Lauren Filer show. She was genuinely beating people for pace. It was Paige Schofield and Davidson Richards. Clean bowled middle stump, beating the outside edge.
Yeah, I've got to say, it was a nice piece of bowling, wasn't it? She had Paige Schofield on the back foot, on the back foot, on the back foot, and then full and straight and cleans out middle stumps. That is pace bowling 101, isn't it? Don't let them guess your next move.
There's a little bit of a change up there. That previous delivery made a bit of an off-cutter. We also have the lingering drama of bat gauge gate.
Yes.
Now that could be a bit of a worry for Surrey, because historically that has led to points being deducted or points deductions being suspended. So I'll be intrigued to see what the latest iteration of the situation spits out.
Yeah, I was speaking with Ailish Cranston, who's in the crowd watching, and also has the same bat sponsor, and she said, oh gosh, I hope it's not ideal if it's your match bat either and you haven't even been out to face a ball with it yet. And there was a delay, so it's been a couple of minutes of delay before Kira Chatley actually managed to face her first delivery as well. With Lauren Filer bowling really nicely as it is, it just unsettles the batter a little bit more, that off-putting of the rhythm. So yeah, I think it would be really interesting to see if there's any docking of points or if it's a warning or how that plays out. Watch this space.
It'd feel harsh if points are deducted when Chatley didn't even use the bat. Anyway, Filer running in now. Short. White Hodge looks to run it down to deep third. But given that run rate is not an issue for Surrey, these 4.1 remaining overs of Lauren Filer, if she wasn't going to concede a single more run but didn't take any more wickets, that would be a win for Surrey.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
They're front loading their star bowler here, Durham. That's short and wide. The umpire decides not wide enough for it to be bowled again. So a 6th over ticks by from Lauren Filer. 19 gone, 120 for 4. So just to give you an example of how Durham are putting their eggs in Lauren Filer's basket, as it were. Thompson's bowled 3 overs. Villiers has bowled 2 overs. Levick and Turner 4 apiece. Filer has bowled 6 of the 19 overs. So we'll expect, given that we think this game won't go the distance to the final over of the allocated 50, Lauren Filer will be bowling a lot up front and trying to rip through the middle order of Surrey.
Yeah, I think that will be the plan, won't it? And I think she might have to play a little bit dirty in terms of bowling a little bit of body line. As the ball gets older and a little bit softer, she has got genuine pace, but let's remember it is April, so yeah.
Maddie Villiers from the pavilion end. Oh, big full toss was just dropped at the last moment, and that is Kira Chatley's 50. A half century off 49 balls and her first of the season. The skipper's knock with her second choice bat.
I was going to say, yeah, second choice bat. Might now be the first choice bat, though.
Might have to be. She might not have a choice.
No. Well, yeah, true. True. It's been a fantastic innings so far from Kira Chatley. She's settled in really quickly, not forced anything. Seen away bad balls and capitalised. Found the gaps nicely as well.
That's 4. Just a bit too short from Villiers. And it's such a distinctive shot from Whitehodge where she clears that front leg out of the way and pretty much cuts the ball out of the wicket-keeper's gloves.
Yeah, it's such a profitable area that for Danny Whitehodge. You almost want to kind of base your field around that that area. If you're going to bowl back of a length, you need to think about protecting that area.
It's prompted a change of angle. Villiers has come round the wicket now. Big sweep, and it might be in the gap there. No, well dealt with in the deep. So Whitehodge ticking along as well. This pair have now put on 65. And they're ticking along quite comfortably. One wicket absolutely changes the game for Durham, however. And that's smacked down the ground just for 1. Would you have... So Chatley had a quiet start to the year. She had scores of 5 and 0. How quickly does... I don't know if panic's too strong a word, but would the nerves of I haven't had a contribution yet be kicking in? Especially with the fact that she is now the skipper of the team.
Yeah, and I think maybe a couple of years ago that probably would have started weighing on her shoulders, but I think she's experienced enough now, and she's had a couple of really good seasons under her belt. Shot.
Lifted up and over cover. It's plugged a little bit, but it doesn't matter anyway. 4 more runs for Kira Chatley, and she's cruising now.
She's had enough kind of really solid performances over the last 2 seasons. Let's just look this back over again. Really nice place from the crease there. Just lets her hands go through the ball up and over extra cover. So she's seeing the ball really well. Just from a different angle. Yeah, I think she'll probably have just been relaxing. You know, she's got a lot more on her plate at the moment. So actually, you know, if you're captaining and you're winning games, yeah, it's nice to contribute with the bat. But she's got the backing of, she's been, you know, doing a really good job from a leadership perspective. Her keeping's been faultless as well. So, you know, she would have known that it would be coming, just to settle in and relax and trust herself.
Well, 20 overs gone here, 132 for 4. These are the crucial overs of this match. Lauren Filer running in again. Oh, goodness me. And Filer almost strikes. Whitehodge caught on the crease. Inside edge. Could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, I think Surrey need to be careful not to kind of fall into a trap of almost trying to see Lauren Filer away or just let her bowl at them. Because that is where you just will lapse in concentration. Trying to maybe just be a little bit too clever and access that area that she likes so well. It's kept a little bit lower on her, I suppose.
That pace is going back up. I'm really enjoying this from Durham, Filer and Holly Armitage. I feel like it's quite rare across a one-day game where you're able to identify this moment or a moment in the game where you go, right, Durham are trying to win it now. These are the overs that really matter. They're putting the chips in the middle. And it's up to Surrey and the experienced Whitehodge and this captain Chatley see them through the passage of play.
Yeah, I think it would be really easy as a bowling unit.
Well, that's
Oh,
a
that's a
really
shame.
bizarre overthrow. Chatley kind of shuffled down the track when she drove the ball to the fielder at cover. And they had a shot at the stumps. You can't blame the wicketkeeper, Tylee Wilson. There was no chance for her to back up. Through Whitehodge, throwing her hands through the ball, and that's what that extra pace can do. It's the other side of the sword for Durham, where just a flash of the hands and that's 4 runs. And Fowler might be thinking, well, skipper, Whitehodge wasn't meant to be on strike. I was bowling at Shakira Chatley.
That's the experience of Whitehodge as well, knowing that she can flash her hands through that and be safe if it goes up and over that backward point region. He's very, very backward of point. Ooh.
Swing and a miss. Good contest out in the middle here at the Kia Oval.
I think tall, fast bowlers in the women's game are few and far between. And I think that's what makes them so difficult to play at times, because the angle of release and the carry is not something that actually you're that well prepared for.
Oh, mix up in the middle, but they'll get through for a comfortable single in the end. 7 of Lauren Filer's overs and now complete. 21 overs gone. Scores 139 for 4. We'll just have a little look at Kira Chatley's half century. Some of the best bits from her knock this afternoon. We saw her take on the big leg side boundary over towards the gas holder side. A couple of sweeps in the process. And there is that 6. Out and a long way. Cleared Grace Thompson at deep mid-wicket, who was looked for all money to be in the game. The ball kept going, kept travelling. The first half century of the season.
I think the thing I've liked about this passage of play from Kira Chatley is just how still her head has been at contact with every shot. No movement whatsoever. She's got a really solid base. Her head and eyes are level and still.
Beautiful touch from Whitehodge, but no run.
Really trying to manipulate the field here and get the fielders where they want them.
So mid-on is in the circle, so that is one option for Whitehodge if she wishes to attack Levick. Uses her feet and sends back an eager Kira Chatley, who's keen for a quick run.
I think Levick's just trying to tempt Whitehodge into playing over mid-on. Ball is spinning away from her, so it's a little bit more challenging.
Down the track and nailed up to long off for a single. Katie Levick was shortlisted to be, well, let me get this phrasing right. She was put on the shortlist of potential inductees into the Vitality Blast Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And there's an on-running vote that's happening at the moment where fans can choose alongside a kind of panel made up of former players, coaches, journalists and the like. She described it as arguably the highlight of her career to have been acknowledged.
Yeah, I think acknowledgement of achievement and contribution is never something any player kind of will shy away from and will feel real pride in. So yeah, that's just really nice that she's been nominated. She's been pretty pivotal in the women's game. She's played a long part in Yorkshire's history before moving across to Durham.
Sweep.
Oh well,
and goodness me. Kirstie White, you mentioned what Surrey's dental plan was like earlier. Bess Heath doing her best work to promote Durham's. Because that was 10 out of 10 for effort there from Bess Heath, and 10 out of 10 for danger as well.
Well, when in the big smoke, Harley Street, just down the road.
Oh, goodness me.
Fantastic commitment, Bess Heath, usually behind the stumps. Made an early decision that she was going to attack and attempt to take the catch.
A few more fans in. Lad on the left side, he's had enough. Having a little snooze.
No, no, I'm not.
Oh,
he's
he's
not
back
sleeping.
awake.
No, he was just
Beg
checking
your
the inside
pardon.
of his eyelids. Oh yeah, lady on the white, in the white on the right is. I think she's gone.
I don't know how I'd feel about that if I was
Big
Kira
lunch.
Chatley.
Big lunch.
Well, skipper and fast bowler deep in discussion here. You imagine that this will be the last of Filer's mini set here. She bowled 5 up top. Now she's going to have at least 3 now. I'd be surprised if Holly Armitage wanted to spend all her credits at once right now. All pulled, and it just beats the ring. Chatley was late on that, rushed by the extra pace of Filer.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, had a little look around the field. So we've got a deep cover, third man on the rope, fine leg and square leg, pretty much bang on in line. So Filer's plan isn't going to be to bowl full and straight. It's going to be to bowl back of a length or shorter. Aggressive.
I do wonder if, as you mentioned, the field is set for Filer to be able to bowl back of a length and then at the body of the 2 batters. Does that prevent her from keeping the stumps in play? Not on that occasion.
Not on that occasion, no. But I think the overall plan might be just to maybe top of off, maybe angle in at the hip, force a leading edge, a bit of indecision around a pull. You don't have much time with Lauren Filer to decide if you're playing or you're leaving. So if you're going to pull, you have to fully commit to the shot.
Armitage is just having one change, and we are going to see not a slip go in, a short third, and now we have a very wide, deep third and a cover point out.
Yeah, I think that conversation is, we've been a bit whippy off the outside of the opening the face, so just approach with caution.
In comes Filer again. Pulled out, that's a remarkable shot, but found the woman in the deep. It was the cleanest of connections, but it couldn't have been better placed for Windsor in the deep to take what could be a very, very crucial catch.
Yeah, Emily Windsor didn't need to move there, but if she wasn't there, that was going to be a hard flat 6. She's made a full connection. She's picked it up beautifully, but straight to the fielder.
Cricket's a funny game at times because that is a remarkable shot from Kira Chatley. That really isn't very short from Filer at all. And she's just flicks with her wrist the ball perfectly out to deep square leg region, but Windsor in place. And the plans worked. So Chatley will have, Filer will have 3 balls at the new batter. I imagine it'll be Jemima Spence who's coming out. And then what do you do, Kirstie White? New batter at the crease. Do you go Filer again?
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough decision to make here. One more. Has she got one more in her? Can she continue to produce that quality? Is she operating under any restrictions? Can she bowl 10 today? Do we know?
Goodness me.
If I was Holly Armitage, I'd be completely ignoring any guidance from above. And
You're bowling 10.
full allocation today, Lauren.
I always remember the insight into the life of a professional bowler. There you see Kira Chatley. 2 skippers chatting away. Chatley and Bryony Smith. Smith not involved today. I remember I stayed on the sofa of a friend who was a professional bowler, and he'd wake up in the morning. He's like, right, I've got to go and bowl my 4 overs, and I'll come back and we go play tennis. I went, you've got this made. This is such a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Right, 3 crucial balls in the context of this match. Surrey still over 100 runs away. Durham are halfway. 5 wickets taken, 5 to go. Spence just about gets in behind it. We have a slip in place now, so you see the change of plan with a new batter at the crease. It's bowl much straighter, more conventional dismissals, keep the stumps in play. There aren't those 2 fielders out wide in the deep, where you're looking to kind of bang halfway down the track.
Just trying to place who's fielding at slip, actually.
Well played by Spence. Might be a frustrating single for Durham. Because it means... Lots of good noises about Jemima Spence coming out of Surrey at the moment. Feels like they're very excited about the young teenage keeper batter. Not keeping currently, of course, because Kira Chatley's in possession there. Here we go. Last ball, potentially, of this Lauren Filer spell. That's short. And White Hodge has a fiddle with it outside off stump. And thankfully for the home team, doesn't get anywhere near it. 23 overs gone. We're not even halfway through the innings. 23 overs gone. Surrey are 146 for 5. Would you bowl Lauren Filer another one?
Yes, I would.
Would you bowl her 2 more?
I'd bowl her another one and I'd see.
Just to wait for 1 more. You can have 6 balls to win us the game later, please, Lauren. So we're doing a canvas. We're doing a canvas of the room. We've got our director said he'd bowl her out. Goodness me. We've got fantastic news here at the Kiro. We've had 600 people through the door today. The slight problem is half of them look to be asleep. So we're kind of... It's a long afternoon.
It's a long afternoon. The sun's been out.
111 more to win for Surrey.
I think this is a really good opportunity here for Jemima Spence to, one, spend some time in the middle with Danny White Hodge. His breadth of experience is only ever going to rub off positively on her. There's a lot of excitement around her, and I think we probably would have seen her a little bit more last year had she not picked up another injury.
There are just 2 fielders out on the boundary here to Spence. That's 1 dot ball. Durham sensing an opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's a positive move as well from Durham. I think they could have come out and had Lauren Filer not picked up those early wickets, had to go on the defence quite quickly. Like this attitude from Holly Armitage.
Big sweep. And that gets out in front of square. Spence should be able to come back for 2. They turn and go, makes it home comfortably.
Yeah, Jemima Spence had a couple of years ago she injured her ACL, so she missed the full season. I think it must have been 2024. And was on her return last season, but had a bit of a meniscus tear which delayed her return.
Full again, just over mid-on. Spence.
If there's anyone that's going to take that catch, it's Maddie Villiers.
Maddie Villiers felt in the game there as it just snuck over mid-on. You saw all of Durham's fielders jumping in the air with Maddie Villiers. But I like that from Spence. She's taking the risk. She's taking the aggressive option early.
Yeah, and that's the kind of player she is. She's an attacking player. She's dynamic.
She's earned a field change immediately.
She's not intimidated by who's in front of her, who's got the ball in hand. She's just going to play a natural game. It's the ignorance of youth, I suppose, and the innocence, of course.
Immediately goes to the paddle. Should get hauled in before the rope. It does indeed. So Durham had just fiddled with the field there, where they responded to the sweep by dropping a fielder out in the deep, which meant a gap appeared. behind square, and she immediately took on the option. A really positive start to her innings here from Spence. She goes again, gets it again. Will only be one on this occasion. We can see why, in the space of 7 deliveries, why Surrey are so excited about Jemima Spence. In behind and defending and driving Lauren Filer from one end. And then faced with Katie Levick, arguably the most successful leg spinner of the last decade or more in the domestic game. And she's gone 2-4-2-1.
This takes a lot of pressure off of Danny White-Hodge as well. Not that she really would be feeling pressure, but just means that she can continue to bat the way that she has been. Oof.
Goodness me.
Knowing Jemima Spence is holding up her end as well. That was a very, very tight call, I think. Direct hit would have been interesting to watch.
Well, everyone set off when they were asked to. White-Hodge called it early. Jemima Spence went. I think it was Catherine Fraser at points who swooped and had one stump to aim at and missed. But we have important information to update you with. Lauren Filer is not with ball in hand and handing her cap over to the umpire. So a return of Turner from the Vauxhall end. So Filer's job done, and my job's done as well. I'm changing over right now. Filer got her wicket. 5 down, 4 of the 5 wickets fallen to her. And now we enter the next stage of the game. And Mark Church is going to come in for me. And in the meantime, Kirstie White will keep you entertained.
So 101 to win. Jemima Spencer's come in and had a really positive impact for the 7 balls that she's faced so far. Welcome back, Churchy. Thoughts?
Thoughts are that was a gamble to keep Filer going, but it paid off. And it was a fine innings from Kira Chatley. Start of the 26th. Turner into the attack and pulled away by White-Hodge off her hip for a single. It's fascinating this at the moment. Surrey are way ahead of where they need to be in terms of runs. Problem is they've lost 5 wickets, but 4 of those have been to Filer. Now, Filer's got 2 remaining. 4 for 45. So they must, in the back of their heads, Surrey, be thinking, well, she's only got 2 more to go here. Fascinatingly poised. Great partnership between White-Hodge and Chatley. As Spence will get a single. Started very nicely. And that's 1 more to the total. So that target now is below 100. It's down to 99 more required, and they're only in the 25th.
Yeah, and I think the approach here will be just to keep chipping away and not worry about how quickly we do it. They've got plenty of overs to get it done, but every over just to be taking a little bit off that total.
White-Hodge plays this so late. Taking that from the top of her off stump. It was nicely bowled by Turner, the off cutter, and White-Hodge waited for it and then took it off the top of her off stump and picks up a single.
It's always a sign of someone that's seeing the ball well, that can just pick that ball up off the top of off and just guide it down to where a long stop or a backstop would end up fielding, if it was such a thing.
It's not often though that you have a game like this where there is one bowler and that is Filer with her at 4 for, but they've got through 8 overs of her now. Understandably, Durham want to keep a couple up their sleeve in case it goes really deep this game, but they may get to a point, if this partnership starts developing, they may have to take a gamble bringing her back again to break that partnership. It's nicely played by Spence, driven out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll get back for 2. I tell you what, it was a good catch from Emily Windsor as well, because I was sat outside the sound from Kira Chatley's bat, I thought that's in the stand.
Yeah.
She didn't have a lot of room to work with, and it was travelling.
Yeah, it was flat, hard,
Yeah.
and it was coming out the white seats towards the SSE Energy Solutions area of the ground.
She made it look really straightforward, actually. There was no fuss or bother, as this is tucked away by Spence off her stumps. And there is Emily Windsor doing the fielding, and they'll pick up a single.
Yeah, it was almost goalkeeper-esque gathering the ball, wasn't it? As long as I've got something and I've got it under control, then it's absolutely fine.
The way I'd describe it is it was eminently droppable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because as I say, I was sat upstairs. There'll be a little bit of a drinks break here as we hit halfway. And just from the noise of the bat from Kira Chatley, I thought that's 6. Flat,
Well,
hit hard.
Yeah, and it knocked her backwards. She
It
fell
did.
backwards with it, so she could quite easily have nudged the rope on the way back, but she just had a little bit of space behind her.
Well, that's the card so far. Filer there with Schofield, Capsey, Davison, Richards, then Monaghan going to Villiers, and then Chatley going for 58, caught by Emily Windsor. And it's Filer's figures that stand out. 4 for 45 off 8. Villiers 3 overs, 1 for 25. So actually, if you look at it, other than Turner, 9, 8.33, 6.5. So the big partnership here you'll see is the 83 between Chatley and Wyatt Hodge. But then that catch by Windsor breaks that partnership. And I still think this is in the balance. I really do. I think it's going to finish early, either way.
Yeah,
So that's where we are at the moment. 95 required by Surrey off 25 overs with 5 wickets remaining. I did spot in the crowd the Durham supporters. One gentleman had brought his own flag. He sat in the JM Fin stand near the big scoreboard. It says Durham CCC from the banks of the River Wear.
Wow.
Isn't that lovely? I lost a very nice puffer jacket of the River Wear once when I was at university at Durham. I decided to see whether it would float, and it did, but it floated off down the river. Never saw it again. So if anybody is listening in the Durham area, we're talking 35 years ago, if you do come across a blue puffer jacket, that's probably seen better days.
I've got a lot of questions.
Yeah, so have I, really.
Yeah.
I did after I did it. Why was I persuaded? Was the first of the... There it is. Thank you very much. There it is. There you see, from the banks of the River Wear, and it's got the Durham flag and Durham crest, and I think that's the Sunderland crest as well. I don't know what it looks like his registration number of his car in the middle. I'm not quite sure what that is, but that's one gentleman who's come all the way down with his flag. Lovely flag, that, isn't it?
Die-hard Northerners.
Yeah.
They're cut from a different cloth, aren't they?
And
Far more passion.
There's the half-wrapped gasometer.
There it is.
And also, I've
Gosh,
noticed...
it's mammoth now,
is
isn't it?
huge.
Look at it.
Look at it. And look at the wrapped flats next to it as well.
Can you tell what it's going to be yet?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think they should put a big bow on the top.
Yes.
And maybe some ribbon round it.
Yeah.
But that is going to be spectacular, isn't it?
It
Living
is.
in a gasometer. Oh, look, they're having champagne
Bolly
there.
Stolly?
They are having champagne. They look quite wrapped up for champagne.
I walked past these ladies in the stand on my way to meet a couple of friends. And they looked like they were absolutely having the best day ever.
Well, they do.
Soaking up the sun, watching the game.
Soaking up the champagne and the sun.
Absolutely.
A nice way to spend your Saturday afternoon.
Well, I think it beats sitting on Clapham Common, doesn't it?
Well, it certainly does. Certainly does. Yes, that jacket, I was just sort of wandering back after a slightly late night, I have to say, and decided to see whether it would float. Don't know why I wanted to see if it would float. And it did float, but then it sort of got caught in the river flow
Current.
and disappeared. Never to be seen again. Very sad. So, we're about to get cricket again. We're at the halfway point.
I don't even know what to say.
Wow.
Were you with anyone? Were you on your own?
No, I was with a couple of people.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what we've been watching, if you really want to know. We've been watching England's one-day series in South Africa. Back there in the 90s. It was a 7-match series. We managed to watch every game from start to finish in a public house, as you do. So, Levick. is going to get us started again after the break from the pavilion end. Spence on strike on 14, so there are 25 overs to go. As I say, Surrey are well ahead of where they need to be in terms of runs, and there is a single off the first ball of this, the 26th over, and Danny Wyatt-Hodge will come back onto strike on 45. But yes, well done to that gentleman for bringing his flag with him.
Cracking flags.
Yeah, it's a great flag. All on his own, but's brought his flag. As I say, it looks like it's his car registration number in the middle. There's a quick single here for Wyatt-Hodge, nicely played. Just pushing it out into the offside. Keeps that scoreboard moving round.
I'm just checking some scores elsewhere. Warwickshire about to win at Essex. They require 2 runs inside the 40th over.
Fraser is in, and this is pulled away by Spence out towards deep backwards square. Another single. So yeah, Fraser, her first over of the piece. Quite a tough time to come in and bowl. Down the pitch comes Danny Wyatt-Hodge, lofted away, 2 bounces for 4. And it was the footwork that made that. And that's 50 for Danny Wyatt-Hodge. So backing up the 100 at Edgbaston. The first game, didn't play midweek, of course. Was away with England. But here she's on to 50. Ooh, she almost took out Philip Brown there. But look at the feet there. Perfect.
Yeah, really well struck. You can see the dust kicking up off the outfield.
Flatter from Fraser this time, unsurprisingly, just turned into the leg side by Wyatt-Hodge. Oh, she looks in prime nick again, doesn't she? She really does. Down the pitch again. Got a bit more of this. It's gone straighter. 1 bounce, and that's well fielded by Maddie Villiers. Got round very quickly there from long on. Hit that perfectly straight. Did Danny Wyatt-Hodge. Picks up a couple. Positive stuff as always from Danny Wyatt-Hodge. And the end of the over.
Maddie Villiers has covered some serious ground there to, 1, prevent that from becoming a boundary. I did get back for 2, but she's almost anticipated that. She's watched the release from the bowler's arm, seen that initial movement from Wyatt-Hodge towards the ball, and almost set off immediately knowing exactly where that is. The awareness that Maddie Villiers presents in the field is worth her weight in gold.
It's what we were saying about the catch from Alice Capsey, ironically, to get rid of Maddie Villiers. She anticipated the shot from Villiers and started moving. Villiers did exactly the same thing there in the field. Brilliant from her. It really was. Turner it will be from the Vauxhall end. Oh, and that's a good shot. It's just drifted onto leg stump, and Spence has almost swept that away. Behind square on the leg side. It's a very good innings this from Spence so far. And yep, picked it up from outside the leg stump and just helped it on its way. And that has whistled off to the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, she's picked that up beautifully. She's got her head over the top of it. Flick of the wrists. That classic hockey ingenuity that she possesses to create angles.
This time she's just helping this one down towards long leg. They'll get a single. What she's also done very well here for Wyatt-Hodge is just kept the scoreboard moving. She's not just leaving this to Wyatt-Hodge. Yeah, Wyatt-Hodge has played beautifully for these 52 runs, but Spencer's also just walked in and, well, 21 or 15 balls. Takes a bit of the pressure off Wyatt-Hodge at the other end. Wyatt-Hodge cuts at this. I think it just cut back a touch at her. And she will get a single. On to 53 she goes. She's just indicating there to Spence that was out the back of the hand from Turner. Wilson's up to the stumps. So Spence has to keep that back foot inside the crease. Can't bat out the crease at the moment. Jemima Spence. Oh, she's gone leg stump again. Jemima Spence has swept this one away, and that'll be 4 more. 2 of those in the over. That one was more stand up straight and flick those wrists.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely raced to the boundary rope.
Yeah, 35 run partnership so far between the two. And Jemima Spence has collated 24 of those. She's leading this partnership.
She really is. And what they're doing is they're taking out a lot of this total, and quickly. So even if Filer has to come back into the attack, they'll have taken quite a lot of the total out. It's good, sensible batting, this. They know Filer will be coming back for an over at some point, and the quicker they score their runs, the quicker she's coming back. Forward goes Spence, wristily working this one into the leg side. She does look a good player. Hits the ball in funny areas as well. That's the other thing. Quite tough to set a field to, I would have thought.
Yeah. She's definitely a 360 player. We've seen those ramps and paddles come out early in the innings. She barely faced 5 deliveries and she was creating angles behind the wicketkeeper. Can squirt the ball into the leg side nicely.
Oh, here goes Wyatt Hodge, straight down the ground again. That's going to run away for 4. And it's a lovely swing of that bat. It really is. I don't think she's got all of that, but she's hit so straight. You're always going to be splitting long off and long on here. And that just bounces and rolls away over the rope and away for 4. And other key thing there is a boundary off the last ball of the over. That's been a good over for Surrey. It really has. So excellent stuff from Messrs Spence and Wyatt Hodge. Partnership's worth 41 now. They've been right on this since the drinks break.
Yeah, that was a good over for the partnership there. I think it started at around 30 runs, that partnership. They picked up some valuable runs and just chalked a few off the total.
71 more required for Surrey. And they've got 23 overs to get there, so that's not even an issue. Fraser's going to continue. Driving his Spence out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That will bring Wyatt Hodge back onto strike. And as I say, Danny Wyatt Hodge has started the season in lovely fashion. 124 off 80 balls with 10 4s and 8 6s at Edgbaston. And now 57 off 56. She started like this in the T20 last summer as well for Surrey. And that got her back in the England setup. And she's driving inside out, away through backward point and away for 4. This is rapidly getting away from Durham. And that return of Filer for that over we were talking about, Kirstie, might be coming quicker than we thought.
I can see some warming up on the boundary. That looks like, is it Grace Thompson? Potentially warming up out on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Forward goes Wyatt Hodge. Very politely playing that one back up the pitch. But the problem they've got is they're going to have to go to Filer.
Yeah.
And she's only got the 2 left. That's why this is such clever batting. That's driven firmly for 4 as well by Wyatt Hodge. They've turned to Fraser. And that's the 50 partnership. Look, Spence has 27. But Fraser's bowled the 10 deliveries, gone for 18. They're targeting this at the moment, these two. Very clever batting. It's almost like putting a big sign up saying, Lauren, you're going to have to bowl an over at us very, very soon. And all we're going to do, well, I doubt it with these two, but it might be we just let every ball go. Because at the other end, runs are leaking now.
They are. This becomes that. You have to bowl with discipline here.
Fraser's in again. Turned into the leg side by Danny Wyatt Hodge. I always am fascinated by players that can spot things very, very quickly and take it by the scruff of the neck. Oh, shout for LBW. You just got outside the line, has she? Oh, it's either that or a bit of bat.
I think Fraser does turn the ball a fair amount as well, so that might have been doing almost too much. But
well, it's been a lovely 50 from Danny Wyatt Hodge. She's played all the shots you would expect to see from Wyatt Hodge. And there's been 6 fours in there. And here are some of those shots from Danny Wyatt Hodge. And as I say, it's been the shots you expect to see from Danny Wyatt Hodge. Back over the bowler's head, anything short, cut through backward point. There it goes onto the back foot again. She cuts that one for 4. One's inside out, through backward point, and then down the pitch using those feet, and again down the pitch using the feet. It's a lovely 50. Here we go. Lauren Filer comes back into the attack. This is get me a wicket. That's all this is about now, because it's down to 62 more needed. That's only, as you can see at the bottom of your screens, 2.82 and over. So this is knock someone over, please, now. Spence, there we go. That bit of extra pace. She's immediately trying to pull that off the front foot, and it just bounces and it's into the gloves of Wilson.
That was just too quick, I think, for Jemima Spence.
Here goes.
The ball was well past her before she'd finished her shot.
I like this for Danny Wyatt Hodge as well. Just wandering quietly down. Sort of saying, well, you might be better off just trying to help that down towards deep third. Now, are we getting a change in field here? Because Spence was looking at that, wasn't she? She was looking for that uppercut as much as anything. But we're getting fielders swapping places.
So we've had a bit of a change around, so...
Well, they've sent Sophia Turner down to long leg. She was stood at mid-on, and they brought Katie Levick up to mid-on. That was the swap. As bowled. Oh, Filer. This is outstanding bowling. It's just pace. And Spence goes for 27. Filer has a 5 and her captain's turned to her and gone, I need a wicket. And she's immediately got her that wicket and broken the partnership. Spence has played really nicely there for that 27, but again, it's just that extra pace from Lauren Filer.
And I really think that with that change in personnel and that quick change between Levick that was on the fine leg boundary, she was really expecting a bouncer there.
It's just good
Stuck on the
bowling
crease.
again, isn't it?
Like a foot movement. Tried to guide it. Didn't got any of it.
I'm not saying this is a one-woman show in terms with the ball, but it virtually is. You know, the problem they've got is she's only got 10 deliveries left. So here's a question for you. Do you keep another one up your sleeve of Lauren Filer? In case it's not going to go deep, though, is it? But it is. Filer's going to have to almost pick up another one in this over, you feel? Fascinatingly poised, all this. It really is. And
Chatley Brown not batted yet in the competition, I don't believe.
well, this will be interesting.
Actually, none of the batters to come are yet to bat.
Which is a brilliant point.
So if you're asking me, would I bowl Filer another one? I absolutely would.
Righto, there we go. She's got 10 balls left. Chatley Brown's out there for her first knock for Surrey. Wyatt Hodge is up at the non-strikers end on 65. The slip comes in straight away. Very good this from Durham. I'm going to put a little bit of pressure on here on Chatley Brown. So 5 for Levick. For Filer, apologies. Brilliant stuff from her. Levick, yeah, you're right. I think Spence was expecting the short ball. Chatley Brown is solidly forward to her first ball, driving it up towards mid-off. So, tick that delivery off, Kirstie White.
Yeah, absolutely.
Filer has 9 more deliveries to bowl. We're almost
we're
almost at that point, aren't you? Just tick off Filer's deliveries. Really good, this. Really good. Short ball. And Filer's Again, just onto Brown quicker than she thought there. Looking to pull that, and it sort of just hit the bat. And
Yeah,
rolled back up the pitch.
I tell a lie, Maitland Brown has batted. She batted in the first game and picked up 19 not out of 10 deliveries.
Yeah, but this is a bit different, isn't it?
Edgbaston, yes, so not batted here at the Oval yet against
First knock.
Filer.
First knock for her. In bright sunshine again here in South London. Oh, shot. You probably heard that from the back of the box as well. It's a beautiful shot for your first runs here in South London from Maitland Brown. The on drive. Beautifully played. Full face of the bat. And it's a boundary, and it ticks off another Filer delivery.
Yeah, shot of the day comes 3 balls into Maitland Brown's innings. Every batter's dream shot. If you can execute that.
Yeah, hasn't. Again, the other thing there is hasn't tried to hit it hard. Has just put bat on ball and it has sped away. Final ball of the over, and just pushed away off the back foot by Maitland Brown and gets a single. So Filer, outstanding, brought back to pick up the wicket, picks up the wicket. 200 for 6, so the 200 is up. 58 more needed. Look at those figures. 9 overs, 5 for 50. Worth remembering as well, her first delivery, she fell over and it flew down the leg side for a no ball. So you can take 5 out of that for that delivery. But 5 for 50, and they're good wickets as well, aren't they? That's the other thing.
Yeah, they're very good wickets. Backed by her teammates. Good catches as well. But yeah, really, really well bowled here by Lauren Filer. I can imagine it's every fast bowler's nightmare, that very first delivery, to slip and bowl that beamer.
Katie Levick into the attack with her leg breaks and starting the 30th over, pushed away by Brown to cover. Well, it's 3 bowls, 1 brilliant catch behind and 1 caught deep backward square. And they've all been big wickets.
And I think they've all been engineered by Filer and the team as well. They've come about through careful planning and execution.
As down the pitch comes Brown, it's a full toss, and well, she hasn't got much on it, but it's just beaten the dive. I think it's Maddie Villiers there at a wideish mid-on the edge of the circle, and she hung in the air, and it's just got away from her.
Good
Almost
Lord.
by using her feet, she cramped herself for room there. But it's over the boundary rope and towards Philip Brown again. He's everywhere. But wish she wasn't far away from that. There's going to be a bye here. So that will bring Wyatt Hodge back on to strike. Just while you're seeing that attempt by Maddie Villiers, we've had a bye. So that brings Wyatt Hodge back on to strike. So
Interested that's been given as a bye. That's gone down the leg side. I thought it might have even been a leg bye or a wide, but must have maybe gone between batter and wicket.
52 more needed. Overs aren't a problem. That's good batting again by Wyatt Hodge, and Brown responds to the call. But I always think this, Kirstie, that they're really good players. You bowl a good ball and they still find a single, and it is so annoying. So annoying because she can't work on a plan here, Levick. Tosses this one up. It's a full toss. It's driven down the ground.
But it
Brown.
takes so much game awareness to see the importance of rotating even when good balls are being bowled. You can look at how many overs are left in the game and think, oh, actually, I'll just save my legs. I don't need to run. I'll take my time. But just to continually put the pressure back on the bowlers. They're bowling their best ball and you're still rotating the strike. You give a little bit of width, they're putting that away. And then you begin as a bowler to doubt and start to think, well, actually, how can I accumulate dots? How can I stop these batters running between the wickets? And before you know it, you've lost all rhythm completely.
Well, Filer is going to bowl the 31st over. I know this is early to say this, but this could be the pivotal over of the game, really, because Filer's only got 6 deliveries left. She's taken 5 of the 6 wickets. Well, the way she's bowled today, you wouldn't put it past her to do something ridiculous in this over, like a hat trick or something. But she's going to have to do something like that, you feel.
Well, yeah, there is that, but well, you've got your tail up, you just as well make the most of it.
So, her 10th and final over. Ooh, and she started with a slower ball, that's interesting. And Brown's waited for that, and then waited and cut it straight to extra cover.
Yeah, that looked like the knuckleball that she was holding there, and I think it might have just slipped out of her hand. She's just nursing her finger a little bit. I don't think that's come out quite the way that she was hoping.
Well, you can tick that off. There you
One
are.
more,
That's
yeah. 5 to go.
Tick, 5 to go. I think I'm not sure you can hear this, but all I keep hearing is Daniel Norcross discussing cooking behind us. I don't think he's doing the cooking.
I doubt that.
No. As this is turned into the leg side by Brown up towards mid-on. So that's another one you can tick off. 4 balls for Filer to go. 4 balls for Filer to go. Well, I tell you something, Lauren Filer deserves a good meal tonight after this effort.
She certainly does.
Really does. You can pick of whatever she wants, really. That's runs as Brown opens the face, guides this down to deep third, takes the single. 3 balls ticked off of the over. Wyatt Hodge comes back onto strike on 66.
As a fast bowler, these have to be ideal conditions, though. It's not too cold, it's not too hot, there's no breeze, a little bit of cloud cover. There can't be a better time to bowl, can there?
No. Helps if you're quick as well, doesn't it? Now Norcross talking about his favourite cheese shop. As hello, looking for the uppercut there was Wyatt Hodge. It wasn't convincing, really, was it? It was almost like she was in 2 minds. Do I go for this or do I not? And then in the end, didn't really do anything. Just sort of hung the bat out there a touch.
And it's actually not getting as much lift as I think she thinks there is. Just practicing that shot, and it's definitely not coming through at shoulder length. So if she does get hold of that, I think it is actually quite a risky shot. She might be guarding it straight to short third.
The ball will have softened up now. That's a good length shot from Wyatt Hodge. That is a beautiful piece of batting. It really is. And Filer stands there and just raises her eyebrows because it's played it so late again. Here you are, Kirstie. Look at this again. It's beautiful batting.
Just open the face and it's just run away. Top outside edge, maybe even the splice. She's just guided that. Excellent advert for the sponsor, isn't it?
Yep.
No matter what part of the bat you use, you're picking up 4 runs.
Just a touch shot, really. And she's done it again. Oh, that's really good from Wyatt Hodge because that was deliberate as well. That's really good. 2 touch shots of the highest order from Danny Wyatt Hodge, and Filer's spell comes to an end with back-to-back boundaries. She has bowled magnificently well today. 5 for 59, but her 10 are done. And from a Surrey perspective, that's almost 3/4 of the job done now, because Filer can't bowl again, but she has been magnificent today. Really has. And there are her figures. 5 for 59. And, well, talk about leading the attack. But that target now, from a Surrey perspective, just 41 more required and 19 overs to get them.
And we speak a lot about partnerships and batting and partnerships, but bowling partnerships are equally as essential.
Well, Maddie Villiers back into the attack is greeted by Maitland Brown, who's down the pitch, back over the top and away for 4. So this could be rapid now. Great use of the feet. Just goes now, and then she's straight to the pitch of it. Doesn't try and overhit. Just straight over the top of mid-off and down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. This one's pulled away. It's a bit flatter from Maddie Villiers. Is this getting to the rope? No. Chase and dives, very good. Throw will come in, but they'll get back for 2 more. And 2 more to the total. Bess Heath there with the fielding. But as I say, this could be quite rapid now from Surrey. Wyatt Hodge just having a bit of a breather at the non-striker's end. Onto the back foot now goes Brown. And Filer has to do some fielding, stood up there at mid-off. Not surprised that it's taken her a while to get back to her feet again. Brown's played very nicely here. This partnership 28, of which he's got 18. Came in just after that wicket of Spence bowled by Filer, and there was still 11 deliveries for Filer to bowl. Wyatt Hodge sweeps and gets something on this. It potters down towards short fine.
Yeah, I think Surrey will be pretty happy with their overseas signing, won't they?
Absolutely.
Talk about bang for your buck.
Bowls rockets, comes out and smashes it.
Yeah.
Ideal. Can sweep up on the boundary for you as well. Oh, that beats the edge. Just trying to open the face and guide it down into that backward point region again was Wyatt Hodge.
Yeah, and I think Maddie Villiers of the past, when she gets frustrated, would then just speed up and dart it in, and over the last couple of years has realised actually just take a step back, pull it back, take the pace off, just allow for some drift.
Wyatt Hodge down the pitcher and then whips it with the bottom hand. Down to log on, strolls a single. Nice thing about those. And Filer's 5 wickets today. Here's the first of them. That was Schofield bowled all ends up. This was a beauty. What a catch. That was Alice Capsey from Wilson away to her right. Then Alice Davison-Richards had a middle stump, knocked out the ground. This was the Spence one. Just trying to run it down towards third man. And here is the Kira Chatley. Good catch from Emily Wilson down there on the deep backward square boundary rope. Emily Windsor knocked off her feet. Could have easily gone over the boundary rope there, could Emily Windsor, but did very well.
She looked like she was catching a cannonball, didn't she?
She did, but she hung on.
She
That was the
certainly
main thing.
did.
So just another 33 runs required by Surrey here. Katie Levick from the Vauxhall end. 18 overs remaining. So runs and overs aren't really the issue at the moment. This is driven away by Wyatt Hodge. And it's a single.
Change of ends here for Levick. So she's going to have to bowl not too straight this time now, because she's bowling to the short side, leg side boundary. Just playing with the spin is more beneficial here.
The other thing this says as well is down the pitch comes Brown. Sorry, about a long way down. So Brown's come out at 8. Spence came out at 7. Now, at that point, when Chatley went, the game was back in the balance. But Spence came out and played very, very positive, and Brown's just walked out there and as if, what's the problem? As this is driven down the ground, and she'll get a single down towards long on. And the other thing was the way that Surrey, once the partnership between Maddie Villiers and Holly Armitage, when Villiers went, they spotted it and they squeezed it brilliantly. As Levick comes in over the wicket, and slog sweeping is Wyatt Hodge. Got a fair amount of this as Danny Wyatt Hodge. That has soared away. That's a brilliant shot. And very, very nicely played this by Danny Wyatt Hodge from outside her off stump.
Yeah, really intelligent batting there. She's hopped outside off stump, knowing Levick's going to try and bowl through that channel to create the angle to play over that square leg.
Oh, gone again. This one's going further, I think. Yep, that's all the way for 6. Thought this would happen rapidly, and it certainly is. And that is quality batting from Danny Wyatt Hodge. She's still got a chance here. She's on 86. But that's into the crowd. That's a fairly meaty hit there. Oh, it's well, three people there taking evasive action. Now she goes onto the back foot, as unsurprisingly Levick doesn't give that one any air. And that's cut out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Hypno, of course, has been in touch saying, this is interesting, Levick's never taken more, Filer, has never taken more than 3 wickets in an innings before today, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I wonder if she's, of those 3 wickets that she's taken, what was the method of dismissal as well? I think a part of her action, I think she's taken quite a lot of caught wickets caught, not necessarily bowled. She's been like a honing missile today, targeting those stumps, which has been an element of her game that I think she's had to work on because of her pace and her bounce. So yeah, that's an excellent stat.
It's a very good stat.
Expect nothing
Thank
less.
you very much indeed, as always. Thank you to Cameron there as well. I wondered what he was showing me on his phone, actually. I was going to be... Yeah, no, it was. I wondered if you were going to show me, I don't know, some stats or photos of yourself picking up your award.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Did he get an award?
He won an award.
Oh, I didn't know.
Do
No
you
one had
know what?
mentioned.
He wakes up every morning now, the great man, and the first thing he does is buffs up his award. Just gives it a little shine. Yes. As Thompson into the attack from the pavilion end, and this is cut and well stopped in there at backward point as it ricochets away into the cover region, and they'll pick up a single on this occasion. I'm looking forward to. So he won the Young Journalist of the Year. I'm looking forward to
Old journalist.
I'm hoping for the slightly over the hill, middle-aged.
Is that not the Lifetime Achievement Award?
Exhausted Journalist Award. I think I might be in a shot for that, as this one's pushed off the back foot. Brown out towards extra cover. And they won't get around. All joking aside, very richly deserved by our Cameron.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Yep. Very nice award as well. I think it's a glass type affair, is it not? Your award? Yeah, lovely. Very nice. Good doorstop. Good doorstop. This is pulled off the front foot by Brown. And that will run away out towards deep mid-wicket. And they'll get back for 2. Top running again. White Hodge has really run hard today. Put the fielders under pressure, and it means that Surrey need just the 17 more runs to win. So unless something quite extraordinary happens here, Surrey are going to make it 4 wins out of 4. As that's pulled again, out towards deep backward square. And they will pick up a single. Sorry, 3 wins out of 3, isn't it? Getting ahead of myself already. Win at Edgbaston, win here against Yorkshire, and they're 16 runs away from beating Durham. And I think they'll be pleased with this performance again, really.
And I think a lot of people would, you'd look at the performance today and could have been a bit of a coin toss over where the innings went. But it's been a really good test, this game and the previous game, of the depth of the squad, the experience, how calm they can stay under pressure.
It's all slower ball, nicely bowled by Thompson. To say that Danny White Hodge was through that early would be an understatement.
She's almost thrown her back out trying to generate something off of that. Yeah, so I think while we'd like as a Surrey team, they'd like to have trounced the opposition, to have been tested and responded in the way that they should when being tested.
Absolutely,
can only be a positive, especially early on in the season.
Short, slower ball just hung in the pitch there by Thompson, and again White Hodge had to wait for that, and she will pick up another single, and that is the end of the over. So just the 15 more runs required, and I think is young Mr. Ponsonby coming in to see us over the line here. Quite right too. When you have an award winner. And Kirstie, are you staying, or is Mr. Norcross coming in?
Well, I thought I was gone at 35, but
yes, you've got another one to go.
I'm selling myself short. One short, everyone.
This is utterly seamless. Oh, it's oh, well no, but I do, as you're the lead commentator of the stream, I feel you should be taking Surrey over the line.
Could be this over.
Yes, it could.
Levitt continuing from the Vauxhall end. Runs required 15.
Well, 11 runs to go for White Hodge even. 15 for Surrey. I think Maitland Brown will play the game and pat the ball around to let her teammate reach 3 figures. Well fielded at point, but he'll still allow the single.
I think Durham have been excellent in the field today. Their ground fielding especially has been really, really good. They've not got a massive total to defend, but when asked to, they've really put their bodies on the line.
Top ball. How nervous do you reckon these 90s will be for White Hodge? I'm backing not very.
I think they're nervous at any stage in your career, but she'll be focused. She's probably got a very clear idea of where she's going to score her runs, so...
Oh, that's 4 of them.
Oh.
Maitland Brown into the pigeons. I think all birds have got away from that unscathed. But it now means just 6 runs to go for victory, I believe. And it's a 50 partnership between Brown and White Hodge. And it's a game-winning one because 50 runs ago, this game was in the balance.
Yeah, definitely. I read something, I think it was yesterday, it said around nerves and, you know, I think it's to do with the marathon actually, and feeling butterflies on the start line before you begin, and similar to what Danny White Hodge is probably feeling at the moment, or potentially, but it's your body's way of giving you a round of applause before you achieve what you're about to do.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, that's quite a nice.
35 overs
Nice
gone.
That's me. I think I'll finish on that.
So you're going to be
on
that cheery topic. We're going to welcome in Daniel Norcross to see us home for the final 10 runs. I said 6. That was incorrect. But it's been a fantastic match here at the Kia Oval. And it'll look like Surrey have got home fairly comfortably in the end, but it's been anything but. Lauren Filer has been superb with ball in hand. And Daniel Norcross has been adequate with microphone near mouth.
Thank you. No, nothing like as good as Lauren Filer with ball. I can tell you that. Wow. What a
Thompson
thing to watch that was.
coming in from the pavilion end.
You've given the hypercourt stat, have you? First
I
time?
have indeed.
Yes.
Which is a remarkable thing.
It is remarkable. Quite remarkable.
First time more than 3. Obviously, there's no multi-day cricket. Well, there's Test cricket, but that's the only multi-day cricket that
Yes.
Lauren Filer would have been playing. But even so, you're just thinking less day crickets. She'd have picked up a couple of fourthers along the way.
You might, wouldn't you? She was very accurate today for the most part.
Now,
It's very difficult, though, for a bowler like Lauren Filer, isn't it? Because she is that point of difference. She has taken those 5 wickets, 5 of the 6 to fall, sort of leading the attack. A bit reminiscent of Richard Hadley with the New Zealanders in the 80s.
Oh, yes.
Yes. But the other problem is that it's great, but she will go for runs because she has put so much pace on there that good players will pounce on anything slightly wide.
It's up. Over cover and 4 runs.
Oh, now then.
We're in manufacturing territory. So 4 runs to win.
And you know, there's not been enough manufacturing in this country for a while, so
We need the Industrial Revolution over the next 4 deliveries.
we do. Well, she is a national treasure, Danny Wyatt, much like British Leyland and British Steel used to be back in the day. How many balls left in this over? 3.
No run
get
there.
Back, get back.
So how does White Hodge need to do this? She needs to get a single to bring it down to 3 runs to win.
She could do 1-1-1. So she could do 1, and then Brown could get 1, and then
I'm with you. Yep. She can also hit a 6 to win it, and that'll
she
solve
go
all
1.
problems in
and
one
she
go.
go 1-4.
That's what I was thinking. I think that's the route of most ease. Is to
Yes.
find a single in the next 2 deliveries here and hit a 4 from the other end. Big slower ball, and there's the single.
So what she now needs is for Maitland Brown to get the memo, because the bonus point is still 4 overs and 1 ball away. Still going to get that, come what may. You know, unless they actually lose the game by being bowled out. So here, Brown can just block it.
I think this is going to be one of the easier dot balls that Grace Thompson.
You say that. If Brown smashes
Never
this
bowl.
before,
Well,
then
it will
it's
be
game
very
over.
funny.
Yeah.
3 runs to win. There we go.
See, she's Australian.
Understood what was happening.
And they don't tend to be sentimental in these situations. But here we go. So Danny White-Hodge has got a little bit of leeway here. If there is a single on offer, she can take it. And then Brown can take a single and the scores are tied. And then she'll need a boundary. Question for you then is, knowing that your opponent needs a boundary, do you bring the field up a bit so that, or don't you? You leave it back, don't you?
You leave it back,
You
yes.
leave it back. You definitely leave it back.
But this is, regardless
But
of
then you
whether...
bowl one side of the wicket and bring all your fielders onto
Well,
one,
the
covering one boundary.
The ultimate comedy option here
Yeah.
is throwing 5 wides down the leg side. That's the kind
Ah, like happened to Virender Sehwag, didn't it?
of, I was going to go for James Vince in the Big Bash.
I think, yes. But I think Virender Sehwag against Sri Lanka, and it was a no ball. Bowled, it was deliberate no ball or a wide. It was one of the others with the score level.
Gosh.
Here we go.
3 runs to win. A short leg side or
Best
shorter
way to
leg
go.
side boundary.
It's just the boundary,
to
isn't
Danny
it?
White-Hodge's leg side. A century in her first game of the season. Now potentially a second in her century in her second. No run.
Oh, she's not taking it. Oh, no.
She saw your 1-1-1
But
option,
the one
she
one
decided
option,
against it.
One, then the boundary.
Mathematically sound, riskier. Up is long on off in the game. Yes. And so it's all for nothing. A sigh goes round the crowd here at the Kia Oval. But Danny White-Hodge was playing the game. She was going for glory and just fell short. But it's a magnificent innings nonetheless. She came to the crease at 62 for 4 in pursuit of 257 for victory. And she's made 96 off 83. It's a match-winning innings and her second match-winning innings in as many appearances for Surrey this season.
Fabulous knock, isn't it? Off 82 balls. And this is why Surrey are so dangerous, because those 4 wickets, top of the order, and big players as well, the likes of Schofield, Capsey, Davidson, Richards. If you're getting out 3 big guns like that against another side and you're getting them quickly, you think you've done the bulk of the work. Well, look, it doesn't guarantee your victory, but it's a bit weird for you to end up losing with 13 overs to spare in that situation, which is what it looks like is going to happen, of course. Now they've got that breakthrough, and Callie Moore has, got to start from nowhere. And if you're the skipper here now, this field's going to come in. Where's your run? And all it takes now is for, 4 dot balls, and then Brown to think that she's got to finish it with a boundary.
Just the one fielder on the fence at deep mid-wicket. In behind it, Callie Moore. She played a very fine cameo on Wednesday just to help the Surrey cause. It's just 3 runs to win here. Clipped into the leg side, and that'll be it. Moore hits the winning runs, and Surrey have won a second consecutive game by 3 wickets. They're 3 from 3 in the Metro Bank One Day Cup this year, and looking good for it. Durham, well, Holly Armitage's century looked them to get to a total that was still under par, and despite Lauren Filer's heroics, Surrey, will they take home the spoils?
Well, they've done it again. They've won by 3 wickets, but with 81 balls to spare, which is, it's weird, isn't it? Because you look at that and you think, well, Durham were really in this, much as we would have felt against Yorkshire as well. But then you look at the speed with which Surrey have moved on, and I think this is going to be what's scary for their opponents, that they know really that you've got to get 300 plus 340, 350, because the speed at which Surrey bat, even after losing those early wickets, they've got 80 odd in the power play. Danny White-Hodge, fantastic. ably supported cameos here and there. Spence, a lovely innings from Kira Chatley. A word for Lauren Filer. She was different gravy today. Fastest bowler on show. And when she pitched it up and attacked those stumps, you could see there was a certain trepidation and nervousness in the opponent. And she shivered the timbers a few times. It was a really fun game. But where Surrey, I think, won it, you'd have to say, was between sort of overs 38 and 50, or 38 and 49. In the Durham innings, where they were going along at a reasonable pace. They looked like, with 12 overs to go, 9 and over would have got them up to 300, and then suddenly the squeeze came on, just as it had done the other day when the quick wickets of Winfield Hill and Callis went in quick succession. So similarly, a couple of wickets went down. That slowed the scoring rate, and Surrey squeezed magnificently at the back end of that innings to mean that even though they lost those dramatic wickets early on in the power play, players like Alice Capsey castled after a couple of gorgeous shots, it still meant that with the firepower they've got and the experience and the sheer quality, that they were not out of the game by any means. And in a way, they've kind of cantered to victory. As I say, 80 balls in the end, 36.4 overs it says there, so 80 balls means a bonus point, another bonus point, and they're riding high, Cam, at the top of the table. And I think we're going to have a lot of fun watching Surrey's women this season.
Well, I think a small word for Jemima Spence and Maitland Brown, who won't kind of catch the eye on the scorecard per se, but at 2 points in this match where you went, oh goodness me, that's the wicket that could lead to a Durham victory. Jemima Spence, 19 years old, got 27 off 20, just kept the momentum flowing in the innings.
Some lovely shots in there.
Similarly with Maitland Brown, who got a duck here on Wednesday. You're coming in off a low score, and you can see at the bottom there, Brown not out 27 off 26, and at no point were Durham able to produce any scoreboard pressure. It was wickets only, and you can see the defining hand in that Surrey innings. Danny Whitehodge from number 6, 96 off 83.
Look at those strike rates. You've got Monaghan striking at 100, Capsey above 100. Another 100 there. There were loads of them were over 100 before that card just went.
And with the bowling, Lauren Filer, star of the show. There's no one really else who can compete in that regard. 5 for 59, her first professional 5-wicket haul, and it was a very special performance. She was bowling fast. Paige Schofield and Alice Davison-Richards clean bowled middle stump out the grounds on both occasions. But ultimately, well, Daniel's mentioned the strike rates. Should I do you the runs per over? We'll flick over.
They were all over a run of ball apart from Filer.
Correct. And there's the tail of the tape. Surrey win by 3 wickets here at the Kia Oval. They go 3 from 3 in their Metro Bank one-day campaign. Durham, just the 1 win from their first 3 matches. It's been a high-quality game of cricket here with a number of standout individual performances. But ultimately, it's Surrey who take home the points. This has been the Oval live stream. Thank you very much
for
joining us. When are we back? We're back on Friday for the Men's County Championship, live on Sky, not just on the Surrey live stream.
Oh, yes, they take us over, don't they?
They do.
Yeah.
You can say it with a bit more joy in your voice there,
even
Daniel.
Even less space to break out.
Anyway, do join us next Friday when Surrey men welcome Essex in the County Championship. Thank you to all the production team. Thank you to Daniel. Thank you to me. We'll see you on Friday.
And to Jake.
And Churchy.
And to Churchy.
I said everyone.
And Kirstie, and George.
Goodness me. I said thank you to everyone. Right, goodbye.